Finally, it's happened to me right in front of my face, and I'm just so excited. Finally, it's happened. Folks, we have huge news breaking this week. Finally, someone has stepped up to challenge the United States champion of word wrestling entertainment. And so, on today's broadcast, / tonight's broadcast, / early tomorrow morning's broadcast, we will be preparing for our first ever defense of this here United States Championship. And folks, who is our first opponent? We could be out here doing little things. We could be out here doing medium-sized things. If we worked at it and kept up practice and worked diligently, we might even be out here doing big things. But folks, when you are the United States champion, you are expected to do huge things. And so our first ever opponent is none other than the one and only Dr. Dino himself, Mr. Kent Hovind. And folks, in case you didn't already know, please allow me to confirm for you, Kent Hovind is a stupid motherfucker. I mean, look, Kent Hovind, I gotta be honest with you. The champion's been looking for a fight. Okay, and so the champion is very glad that you have finally stepped up. Finally, a theist, a Bible-believing young earth creationist theist has stepped up. But Ken Hovind, I'm like Christopher Hitchens, bruh. If you are asked to debate Pocket Locker 86, the only response is hell no. Hell no. Why on earth would somebody be stupid enough to debate me live on YouTube? That right there confirms for you Kent Hovind is indeed a stupid motherfucker. Plus, welcome to the David Blackman Show. David Blackman Show. I'm your host, David Blackman. Sitting in for David Blackman. On tonight's broadcast, we have part 7 of our never-ending mega series covering the January 6th committee's insurrection hearing. That's right. We are going to get more dirty deets about the insurrectionist movement that is happening in these theocratic United States of America. Besides that, we've got some behind the streams things to take care of, okay? We've got some evolution education business to take care of on behalf of the people's tax money. We have to make sure that the people's tax money is put to good use, indoctrinating the children.
Indoctrinate children
in evolutionary biology. It is going to be a jammed-packed broadcast. Sit right there in your seat and get ready to go. Let's start the show.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and not to double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I've
going on? What are you doing?
Give up. When Jay wants that banana, give up. And Jay wants some hat, give up. Jay wants to make out, give up.
Let me hear you say,
Do you want to bait me? Do you want to submit? I'm about to whip that ass. You should give up, give up. When Jay makes you tap, give up. Jay Bundy makes you look dumb, give up. Being a younger creationist, give up. Practicing stupid theism, give up. Y'all know I be remixing on the fly, y'all. I just be here remixing, making hits on the fly. I just feel the inspiration of the spirit of that, and I'll be like, let's just remix this right now. Let's just remix this right now. There's no need to wait. I don't need no beat. I don't need no fucking producer. My own goddamn producer. Let's make fun of our crazy religious friends. This one goes out to Peter W. Peter,
yeah,
where's my spreadsheet, motherfucker?
Let me in there. Let me.
I'm gonna start sending my gang after you.
You flag waving
KCA
phony Christians
Randy
are thinking that right now.
Go,
Peter.
Go. Let's dox Peter W. We don't have to show up on his house.
You accuse
Peter
me
W is
of being
about to be
basically
a drive-by.
Say it to my face.
If I don't get my spreadsheet, we gonna slide on this.
Okay,
nigga.
Peter, what's your problem with me?
Peter W, we pulling up on you, bro. Holy shit, the atheists are outside.
Oh, you're
That's
joking.
right, Peter
You do
W.
this
I
to
want my
me on
motherfucking
channel,
spreadsheet,
and
Peter
on,
W.
Rebecca's Bread of Life channel. You will
only when you're beating up women.
I treat women and men
I gotta beat up
equally.
more
I
women.
beat up on both of them. You're the sexist. Those poor babies, those little women.
Poor women.
Well, I think that you tend to interrupt women with a little bit more freedom than you do men.
You think so?
Look at all the interviews I've done with men and all the interviews. I would say that.
Oh, yes, I have it all on a spreadsheet, all with timestamps.
All on a spreadsheet with timestamps. You heard it.
I have a thought experiment.
It's my goddamn
What if the
spreadsheet.
meteor was coming to hit the earth?
We're going to have to take this to the streets, Peter W.
But we could shoot a rocket to another distant planet and start evolution all over again on that planet.
Okay.
Should we do it?
With all due respect, what the fuck are you talking about?
I figured that would be your answer.
I don't know if Doug's seen it. I don't know. Doug, it depends on if he's eating or not. If he's had some coitus or something. You know, I know Doug get grumpy.
People, get out before it gets hot. If you can't take the heat, you better get out of this kitchen
You better get out of this kitchen right now.
I'm sick and tired of full-out war going on. God's people.
God's
bunch
people.
Of filthy sodomite perverts. And if you don't like it, get out of here. Let me tell you something.
I'm sick of people not backing me up on this.
And I'm
You
sick
guys
of
are a bunch of filthy
sodomite. You are insane. If you're not going to back us up, let me tell you something. God's people.
And you are insane.
I don't
want to hang out with a bunch of queer babes.
You are insane.
And a bunch of
queer babes. And a bunch of effeminates.
And a bunch of
I don't love God. I read the Bible. I'm just a brainwashed fool. Let me tell you something. Can't think for myself. God's people, they're sodomites. They're dogs. That's what the Bible calls them. Dogs. God's people. Dogs. I'm just a brainwashed fool. I'm sick of it.
I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. All right, y'all. We got one more. Let's go with Bread of Wife, sent down from glory.
Except Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians.
I know when Paul be giving them credentials.
As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting
guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere.
Where you going?
I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation.
Paul had a
That's
revelation.
the end of it. I don't want to
That's
hear
the
any more
end
about
of
it. Seriously.
I don't want to hear any more about this.
I agree.
No, it's connected to the statement that was raised.
It's connected to the statement that was Rob, shut up.
This is a threat.
Rob, you
to
are
our
ruining
system.
the internet.
You know, for instance, go
I'm
back
trying to take over the internet, Rob, and you were lowering the property value. Rob's like when black people move into your neighborhood. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen, Kenny?
Standards. The women were.
Rob, you are the black people of the internet real estate.
Standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
And a woman can't teach over me.
And a woman can't teach over me.
So there's an order.
Guys, this problem that I'm having. This problem that I'm having is so real, guys. You know,
fireworks. I promise.
This is terrible, guys. Look, there he goes. There he goes again, Rob.
And slapping some ham between two slices of bread. This conversation is over.
Now, some of you guys just think I'm being mean, but this is a real problem. Look, I've clearly demonstrated my capacity to take over the internet. I was in negotiations with Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and some of the other billionaires you guys never probably heard of. The guy that runs Dell, the guy that runs Hewlett Packard, presidents of a couple universities, and I was like, look. I'm taking over the internet. They were like, we can see that. We can see that. All right, now pony up the billions. If y'all pony up a few billion, I'll let you guys have access, continue to my internet once I take it over. And then they dig some deacon. You know the fucking corporations, right? The billionaires, they always pay people to dig up dirt on you. And they were like, Jay, this deal's no good. God, y'all, the value of the deal went down faster than Jeff Bezos, than a fuckface trying to buy who was it? What's the retarded ass nigga that runs Tesla? That guy. Yeah, him. He was trying to buy Twitter, and then he was like, I think they lied about the value of Twitter. Well, they pulled that same Elon Musk shit on me. They were like, we were going to buy the internet for a few $1 billion from you, Jay, so we can make sure we get access. But we dug around, and we found this channel called Sentinel Apologetics, run by a guy named Rob. I was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. They literally found the worst fucking content on the whole internet. Oh, God damn it. They found the most boring shit even imaginable on the fucking internet. And just like that, y'all, they started lowballing the nigga. All of a sudden, they was talking about $20, $5, $1.50. Rob, do you see how much you devalue the entire internet, Rob? You need to delete your fucking channel, Rob. Delete your channel immediately so that the rest of us can keep doing business on the goddamn internet. You are reducing the property value of the entire internet, Rob. The entire internet. Selfish ass. Just selfish ass motherfucker. Just fucking selfish. Not thinking about anybody but his goddamn self. Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. Loses its sting if you forget their names. I'm taking over the goddamn internet. Their names weren't worth remembering in the first place. Wrestling entertainment. Whatever fuckface name is that invented Tesla. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. Remember his name. He is. Who the fuck is he? Roman Reigns? Acknowledge me. Mr. Dual PhD himself. Late day counter-apologetics. There you go. Give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse. The only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek. The only man. The most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince. The one and only Jesus who can save us. Dr. motherfucker, BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? Are y'all ready to rock with the champion? Oh my God, look at the boy. The boy got the Lion of Judah Jesus tights on today. The motherfucking Lion of Judah on the goddamn tights. I'll make him hot. I make me shiver. Frank Turk gets weak. Whenever I'm around, he gon' see me walk. He gon' hear me talk. I'm gon' make him feel like his God ain't real, 'cause I'm a sexy boy. I ain't no Frank Turek, Frank Turek. I'm gonna whoop his ass, whoop his ass. He about to look dumb as fuck, dumb as fuck. Let's go. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a very special edition of late afternoon / late night / middle of the night / early tomorrow morning Counter-Apologetics. I am the one and only host of the David Blackman Show, David Blackman, a.k.a. Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy, a.k.a. the host with the most from the East Coast. And as always, I am in airplane mode. Folks, in case you didn't know, you need to not walk, not hop, skip, and jump. You need to get yourself on a private Cessna, a G5, a G6, a G9, or whatever the fuck the billionaires are using these days. Kick that lame ass opera listening to billionaire / wash up athlete or whatever they happen to be off that motherfucker. Make sure the supermodels stay in place, the champagne is on ice, and then you need to PJ your way over to itsairplanemode.com immediately, where you can acquire the music of my friend, my dear good buddy, and my motherfucking cousin, OG Roddy. The latest album, which officially debuts on my birthday, August 12th. That's right. This entire time, we have been sneak peeking and previewing an exclusive album that is not even released yet. Okay? And then when you get to itsairplane.mode, you're going to buy yourself some music. You're going to buy yourself some merch. And then you're going to think to yourself, wait, I want to get married coming up. Wait, My grandmother just died from COVID. Wait a second. My niece is about to turn 16. And you are going to hire airplane mode as the motherfucking DJ for all of these special events coming up in your life. That's right, folks. You get the music, the merch, the DJ services, the original artwork, all at one place. Where's that place? Oh my God, I'm so tired of reminding you. It's airplanemode.com. It's on the screen. It's in the chat. It's in the goddamn description. How much easier can I make it for you people? This one's called Stunt 102 Kickback. Time to catch a vibe before we get to work. Let's go. Definitely smoke.
Whoa. Working hard on myself is the problem. I asked you to show be modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Hit the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, legs through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin' now, I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all facts.
And that's all facts, folks. Speaking of facts, the fact is KCA Randy gets $1 million for first. Satan's Little Helper gets $500,000 for being second. And Cameron Bennett
exits and bulkhead areas should now be clear.
Gets $250,000 for being third.
Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices.
Yes, folks. It's what we call in the programming world race conditions. When people see that notification, we literally want them to race to the stream. Race, jump in their supercar, bump each other off like they playing Mario Kart. You see fucking Cameron Bennett in front of your ass trying to get to the stream before you do. You fucking shoot a red shell at that nigga. Boof! Bye, Cameron Bennett. Stomp on that goddamn mushroom up in this hole. And you be like, first. And it pays. It pays to do whatever it takes. However many shells you got to toss at people, okay? However many times you got to activate that starlight thingy and then you start flashing and shit and then you bump into them and they just go flying off the motherfucking screen. Too bad. Too motherfucking bad. We out here trying to get this money. All right, folks, let's jump into communion. That way we could fellowship, we could all catch a vibe, we could all be in the spirit of fellowship, and then we could get into what we got to do. Because, of course, we got a motherfucking long stream ahead of us. All right. Now I'm preaching your language. Yeah, that's right. Now here we go. Yeah, you know you love that Mario Kart, Lena. Lena understand. When you start talking Mario Kart to Lena, Lena is like, got you. Now you're speaking my language. All right, folks, look. We ain't no motherfucking dumbass theists out here, y'all. Y'all want to do what's called the shit test? All right, here's a shit test. Sample Pack was schooling me about this the other day on stream, right? A shit test is something you test people with to see if they really know they shit, to see whether or not they have a clue what they talking about. If somebody tells you, I don't believe in evolution, and they be like, can you explain to me what a mutation is? And they can't explain what a mutation is and how it works, you no longer have to listen to a goddamn thing they say about evolution, right? If a motherfucker tells you, oh, I'm an expert in Christian theology, and I've been practicing Christian my whole life, Jesus saved me, and I ask your ass, well, in how many days was Jesus in the grave? Right? And your ass say 7? Right? Right? You are immediately disqualified. Right? All right, so here's a shit test for all my theist friends out there. All right. Now, we divide up our community sometimes in a couple of groups. We have heathens. Those are your non-believers. We have believings. Those are your believers. And then we have the agnostics. They don't know. And then we have the indifferents. They don't give a fuck. Right? So sometimes we say whether you're an atheist, theist, agnostic, or indifferent, right? And now lately I like to say, whether you're a heathen, a believing, agnostic, or indifferent, but here's where the shit test comes in. We walk up to our theist friends, gather around, theist friends, gather around, theist friends. Theists, y'all need to stop being so motherfucking retarded. And here's your shit test to see how retarded these theists are. Most theists don't even know what the word theist means. Nigga, y'all are so dumb that you look into the mirror and then you literally don't understand what you're looking at. You were staring in the mirror like, every time I pop up on the internet, these people keep telling me I'm a theist. What's a fucking theist? I don't even know what a theist is. And you're looking at one in the face as you say this to your dumb ass in the mirror. So that's how we know most theists is retarded as fuck. They don't even know what it means to be a theist. Like, you just failed the shit test. Your credibility, as far as what you know about religion and reality and have to contribute to the conversation, just motherfucking tanked. So for the theists who don't know what a theist is, it means you believe in a personal God. Okay? If you don't like that definition or you think I fucked it up, you should realize I don't give a shit. I'm a fucking atheist. Maybe your theist ass ought to learn what the word theist means and stop relying on atheists to define your existence for you. We know y'all like to do that shit for us. We really don't care to do the same for you. Read a book other than the Bible. And yes, I just straw man theists by making a joke about how they don't know some word that they don't use. Also, I could continue to make fun of them, and it was grossly unfair, and I was punching down, and I set it all up myself, so it was totally contrived. This is my motherfucking channel! Interrupting my goddamn ass pre-communion speech with your bullshit ass thoughts. Yes, I can read your thoughts through the interwebs. I had a vision of Myron the Flying Man. I got all types of superpowers in this bitch. All right. Now, theists, quit crying. I'm about to make things better. I'm trying to help you up your communion game. Your communion needs some revision so it could be better. Okay? When people say they want to break bread, theists, what they don't want is a little round wafer with the cross on it. That's not what we mean in 2022 when we say we want to break bread, bruh. No, we don't want the flat-ass cracker crumpled up in a fucking bin and anybody just reaching in there with COVID and shit, grabbing a little corner of a cracker, saying some words, believing it transforms into some ancient Greek, Hebrew dudes. The story's written in Greek. The dude was from whatever the fuck, and then eat his body. No. When people say they break bread, normally, you're talking to a stoner. If you're not talking to a stoner, you need to pick your friends better. So once you pick your friends better and you're talking to a stoner, when they say break bread, they want to break bread. When they have, that means smoke weed, right? When they have communion and they put something in the cup and they sip on it, when they be like, yo, you want to sip something in the cup? We be like, yeah, yo, put a little something in the cup, let's sip on it. Nigga, they don't want no goddamn kosher grape juice. Holy shit, y'all are retarded. It's like talking to the fucking slow kids. You know, this ain't the motherfucking slow bus. These the kids on the fucking cart that was being towed behind the slow bus to school. You know, they couldn't even, they weren't even high functioning enough for anybody to even help them get on the slow bus. They were too slow for that. Right? All right. Now here's how you improve, theists, because y'all don't know. You put real alcohol in the cup, okay? You do the same ritual. You just put some real grown-ass alcohol in the cup because everybody here is grown. I check my demographics. Most of my audience is older than 25. Go fuck yourselves. We are some grown-ass people up in this bitch. This show is not for children, okay? Then we have all the weed. We have a classic etched glass water pipe. We have box full of joints. Okay, box full with joints in it. Okay, we have dabs. We have a dab rig. We have a dab vaporizer, a bud vaporizer, simple bong, heavy hitter bong. Okay, folks, that's how you fucking do communion. God damn it, don't make me come to your church on Sunday morning. I'm going to start pulling ministers aside. I'm going to just start pulling, hey, you up there, when this service is over, you and I need to talk. Me and you in the pastor's office. Sit your narrow little ass down and let's talk about your bullshit ass communion ritual. Kind of bullshit is this? Fucking offended for your congregation. Now watch how it's done. Please, everyone, raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, the Atheist choir is so good. Oh my God, y'all. Yeah, the atheists do it like that. We really be out here in the pulpit. Double Dr. Bundy in the house with the official bars on the super official robe. The refiner's fire is in the house. The U.S. champ is in the house. The motherfucking Jewish space laser is in the building. Sam is here. And yes, I have all the bells and whistles because I take my priestly duties motherfucking seriously. Kick back and enjoy our communion song. It is time to break bread, and you will notice, yes, the song is actually about breaking bread. We're so legit. The song also has the airplane mode aesthetic all throughout, as do all the records, as do so much of our music, because we're so fucking legit. Airplane mode is a motherfucking way of life. Ready for takeoff? Even I'm related to that little bitch.
Start my morning every
That's
day
the OG
with
Roddy
her.
little nigga.
In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might
What up, Caterpillar?
in the afternoon I play with ya.
Feeling that waking bait. Let's go. We all over the world.
Mary Jane is different, cause she
James Jefferson, we worldwide.
every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me.
Alright, y'all, Cameron here. Let me get Cameron bending off my ass. I got my elbows in. Oh, that's heavy as shit.
I go all out the way for you.
Oh, that's too heavy.
In the morning, I might lay
See,
with
the
you.
elbows get bowled out.
In the afternoon, I
It's still
stay,
heavy.
cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even
It's
tripping,
still
cause she
heavy.
the
All
one I
right,
could
look.
trust. She
Yo,
gon'
son, I
run
did
every
some
day with me. Take the kids out to play with me.
It's very hard.
They say I'm
That
tripping.
hammer's very heavy. My form sucks.
Niggas sipping lean and worry what's in your cup in the morning.
Somebody need to buy me a lighter one. Oh, I got that one as a showpiece. It's heavy as a motherfucker. But Cameron, I did some sets. I just did some exercise for you, bro. I'm over here really sweating, Cameron. You gotta work me, bro. Everybody gotta start somewhere.
I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning, I might lay with you. In the afternoon, I'd play with you.
No, I like the term atheist. I'm just a little bit more radical with it these days.
Yeah.
Love that record. Oh, that shit sounds so good. All right, y'all. So here's the thing. I identify as an atheist, but I also identify as an anti-theist. Like, not only do I not believe in gods, I think belief in gods is. I don't want to be too hyperbolic since it's a serious question. I would say up there to me as far as the most clear and present dangers to the progress and well-being of humanity. I really strongly feel like everybody just needs to stop believing in gods as soon as possible. Like, I just honestly feel like belief in God at this point represents either an unwillingness or inability to mature into a healthy functioning adult in today's modern society. Now, that is not to mean, again, I'm anti-theist, I'm anti-religion, I'm not anti-religious people. I think there's all sorts of perfectly legitimate reasons that people believe in gods and their backgrounds and what they were not educated in and what they do or don't know about epistemology and what Jesus has or hasn't done for them, et cetera, and so on. Et cetera. But some real shit, like, I just think it's time to let go of it. And I think even though I have a lot of sympathy for believers, and at the end of the day, I think they're victims, it just is what it is. It's time to let go of it. And as adults, they're the only person who can do something about it. Now, what you may also be referring to is I sometimes, self-identify as like an atheist Christian. And that's just something where it's like I feel like I'm still trapped in this cultural identity that Christianity hoisted on me while the top of my brain was still soft, right? As Gin and Truth on YouTube would say. And I haven't been able to fully shake that, and I don't know if I ever will. And I'm currently still engaged in a ever-present Christian struggle. I was just on the phone with my mom following up about this whole situation about me being concerned about the safety of her and her husband because she's going to move in with my grandparents to take care of my grandparents, and my grandparents are Pentecostal ministers, and so they weren't going to church for a while, but they started going to church again, and then they got COVID, right? And so I'm hoping this would be, all right, I hope y'all are scared straight now. You're going to really retire now, where you're going to really, find yourself a long-term remote plan for this ministry so that you don't put my mother at risk, right? And I had to be honest with myself that I hadn't heard anything to that effect, and I'm just not under the impression that that's happening, right? And so it's really tough for me because, I'm really worried about them. But the point is that it's like the number one problem I have with my own family and my own identity is that Jesus is more important than Jason. That's always been the case in my family. Jesus is more important than everybody. And you know, these are the people who think the mentality of being willing to die for Jesus is honorable or noble or makes you holy or righteous and great. It's why I get so disgusted when people try to tell me we shouldn't be counter-apologizing liberal Christianity, right? Because the people in my family self-identify as liberal, they self-identify as Christians, and what they believe is utter horse shit. And so while they may not, again, be the clear and present danger to whatever entitled motherfucker is trying to tell me this, they are to people like me. And beyond that, those of us who our communities and our cities and our streets are literally dominated by these people. Like, you know, I worked in a community where, y'all know I worked at a church, right? I sometimes we're that Trinity Reformed church. I literally worked at a church. I was one of the after school leaders and one of the leads on the worship team and in the studio downstairs, and I was the co-director of the summer camp, and they wanted to make me a deacon in that church, right? But I was part of this team of young adults that kind of all white pretty much except me and another international guy. Shout out to John. He was in my rap group. He was dope too. But like, people loved us, right? And the reason they loved us was because we loved that community so well. We had the soup kitchen and after school program and the programming on weekends for the kids and taking all the kids to the movies, right? We had this thing where we showed up at 8 o'clock in the morning in the hood, in the projects, there at kids' doors to walk them to school, right? So we would walk them from their projects, you know, the few streets or blocks it was or whatever, to their school, right? I organized the PTA for that school, the Parent Teacher Association. They wanted it to, was half Portuguese and then half black and white and Brazilian, right? So there was language issues. Some people spoke Portuguese, some people spoke Spanish, some people spoke English, and I had to work out how they could all meet together and translate and all of this fucking nonsense, right? Then we were constantly doing stuff with the city. Like I told you, I have a relationship with Cory Booker, so I was always doing, city programming for the church and bringing in funding from the city to hire kids. We did a youth employment program. Why am I mentioning all this? What does it have to do with anything? Well, we got ourselves so knee deep in the lives of the people in our community. That's why they loved us. They didn't love us because they were rich and they came into this mega church and gave us 10% of their money and we had, a fancy swancy orchestra, right? So the point is, when we allow the religions of the liberal people and the people that help and the fucking do-gooders and the people that aren't dangerous and the people who we love interpersonally, right? When we let them go and let them run wild, and we don't work against them and we don't counter-apologize and we're constantly sucking their dicks and stroking their egos. Hey, don't worry, you're not as dangerous as the Trumplicans. Hey, don't worry, I know that you just want to do good things in the name of Jesus. Well, what does it create? It creates a system where, like I said, our families, our friendship networks, and our literal fucking neighborhoods and our cities become dependent on the fucking churches, y'all. Right? We were the only fucking thing going in that community that had a soup kitchen and an after-school program and help with the PTA and organize shit with the cities and intervene when kids got in trouble with the police and walk their kids safely to school. Right? So because nobody wants to fucking hurt people like that's feelings and tell them that their God isn't real and that, they shouldn't continue on like this, they become the people rely on and people depend on. And then when those people start to realize, holy shit, this is a bunch of fucking bullshit and I've been indoctrinated to some bullshit and I got to get myself away from this, or I'm doubting, or I'm not willing to enthusiastically pray and sing the praises of this fucking Lord guy because that shit's creepy, right? What happens? Well, now they're outcast. Now they're not appreciative. Now they're fucking ingrates, right? Now when they're trying to get their family out of the fucking indoctrination, they're fucking voice in the wilderness because everybody else is stroking them off, telling them how wonderful of a person they are, how holy and righteous they are, how much they fucking respect them. And this person over here is like, yo, that shit is not true. Oh, you may be a great fucking person, but that shit isn't true. They're like, what is wrong with you? Right? The shit is true or it's not. And if it ain't true, the only thing to do is for your grown ass to grow the fuck up and accept that you were taught some shit that isn't true. And if your ass out there believes their bullshit isn't true, you've only got one motherfucking thing to do, which is emphasize to them and make it very, very clear that what they believe is not true. And in the words of Gin and Truth on YouTube, who you should be fucking subscribed and turn on notifications for, everything else is everything else. All right. Now, today, what we got to get into? We got a lot of shit to do today. Actually, let's go ahead and let's get over to this desktop. Yep, they look at you like you're the crazy one. Exactly. That's the problem. And it's really, really hard. It's really, really hard. You just have no leverage, no support. And instead of everybody else being like, yo, I think it is time we take a look at this. Maybe we do need to leave this alone. Maybe we should, build our community services around things that everybody has access to and you don't have to feel excluded from if you don't buy into this. And it just doesn't work that. It just doesn't work like that. And I know for a lot of y'all, it's kind of like Drew, genetically modified skeptic, was saying on his video about why he loves Jesus but won't worship him. Man, that was some stupid shit to say. And, his whole thing was like, a lot of it was, well, Christianity isn't a threat to me. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. They just overturned Roe v. Wade. Hold on. Let me make this little addendum. But I still think it's not really a threat to me personally right now, right? And that's what I hear a lot of people saying, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but maybe I'm thinking about more than just you, right? That's all. That's all. Y'all know how it goes. But yeah, also I want to say the room is open. If somebody wants to come in here and keep the people busy, I want to get some work done tonight, only because it is a weekend. Normally weekends for me, I'm not off. They're kind of working days for me. I try to keep Saturday as like my day off or keep it kind of light. But I do have a video that has to be made on Monday. I'm going to try to really grind on it tomorrow, but I want to get myself set up so that I don't have to do a lot of bullshit when I get to that time tomorrow. So I want to see if I could get this camera set up. And then I also want to see about maybe revising the script that I have for this video. And then also I'm interested in reformatting it, mostly because it's a good opportunity. One thing I like to tell people is that if you can, it's really good to learn production skills and isolation. And what I mean by that is, let me switch back to my camera. What I mean by that is, production is a whole process. Let's say you want to make a video. There's like writing and recording it. Then you might have to edit it. Then you got to do the mix. Then you might do some sound effects or bring in some other stuff. And then you might have to upload it. And then you got to get into descriptions and the motherfucking thumbnails. And it's a lot, right? And that's all well and good. But it's always really great if you can just say, my goal here or my goal today is to just do this one thing. I'm not making a whole video today. I'm just setting up my camera, right? I'm not making a whole video today. I'm just reformatting the script, right? And so if you have to write a script and reformat the script and use another reference source to like work against, that becomes a lot. And so you're taking on a lot. And so some things kind of slip through the cracks. What's great about this project that I'm working on is I'm kind of just using it as an excuse to get set up, used to streaming stuff, partially to kind of kill time and make sure everything's really ready to go when I get my new machines in, right? When I get my new super MacBook in, I want to make sure everything's set up. When I get my new streaming machine in, I want to make sure everything's ready to go. And then we're hot swapping the machines and we're ready to do what we got to do, because partially I'm limited right now in everything I want to do. But anyway, the point here is that we have this opportunity to make this a Vita Ed tutorial, but we're working against one that was made with an older version. And so I have the script for that older version. And so the only thing I really need to do is update that script because, there might be some little things that are different now that we're using the more updated version. To be honest, I don't think with this tutorial that there's going to be that much that's different other than some things might have moved around on the interface a little bit. And then also, since overall we want to get to working with documents where I'm getting better at reading off a script, I usually, for most of my broadcasts, for most of our science talks and stuff like that, we might have a slide or two or a couple segments that are scripted, but otherwise everything is on the fly, and that's kind of usually better. Our presentations usually fall flat when they're scripted, and the only people who usually script their talks are people who are not comfortable with public speaking, and that's fine because it helps them get through it. But anyway, we're eventually going to get a teleprompter and stuff like that, and we'll set up some apps and stuff to help me read scripts when I need to. It's often just an important part of how you produce certain types of work. Like in these educational videos, they're scripted. Like it's not even a debate or conversation. It just is what it is. And so anyway, there's a need to take documents or scripts or people's idea of what the script should be like and actually get it formatted like you would format a script technically. And there's a few reasons for this. One is you want to be able to interface with other professionals. If somebody says to me, oh, Jay, send me a script for this segment or send me a script for this part of a show or whatever like that, I want them to get that and it look like what they expect the script to look like, not, a bunch of prose and it looks like paragraphs and they're like, what, right? So one, you're trying to get yourself to interface with other professionals, and then also people learn with you, like, oh, if I'm gonna send something, let me get it looking right. The other thing is it helps you do production tasks, like estimate your time, right? So once you get things formatted and what people expect for scripts, there's a certain expectation of like, how long it takes to get through a page, and you can start making rough estimates as to, your production, because it's now in a format where you can use it to better judge the timing and the demand and stuff like that. Also, there's certain stock formats for certain things, like, oh, we're going to cut to this, or oh, we're going to show this clip, or a certain person does whatever, right? And so, that's just something we want to be able to do. And so it's really great that in this case, again, I already have the video to work off of. I already have the script, right? This is what I meant by isolation. I don't have to write the script. I probably could write the script. I'll probably get through this thing and feel like, oh, man, I could have written a better script for this. Yeah, maybe we'll do that at some other time. That's not what I've been asked to do for this. We're just remaking Mike Weiser's video, updated for the new version, and then if I decide to do more with it later, I can do that. But my point is, what I'm excited about is sort of just taking that, and I'm not sure if I'll do it today or tomorrow, but it's just taking that activity in isolation. Oh my goodness, this is so nice. I already have the script. I don't have to write the script. I just need to reformat it and revise it. So that's what I mean about being able to do that in isolation, because you don't have to do all that other work. So you can just focus on that. And then the other thing is we're going to update the text we have on it. We'll use our current link. So this is an edit we'll make to our drafts of the videos. And then the idea is to use the new camera to update the intro to the video. And then I think we want to use, what do we want to do? Oh, and then we want to reshoot, probably tomorrow, we want to reshoot the the screen capture stuff, but I'll have to do it with all the stuff in the background removed, with the clear white lighting. And I'll probably remove all my stuff and make it really straight-laced and boring, basically. And I'm happy to do that for this because we're gonna have some fun with it on some other ones that we're gonna do, and so we're happy to give the NSF what they're looking for. But again, this one's still gonna be a draft, right? Because one thing I've talked to Rob about is we're gonna get that set. And I want to get shirts, right? I want to get like cool little Avita Ed polos or something that looks really nice for when we make videos for Avita Ed or Salmon Run. I want to be able to have nice little professional looking shirts on and, you know, put on some real pants and that type of stuff. And so all of this stuff we'll be reshooting anyway. So Rob and I are currently just trying to get our format right. Like, oh, what do we like? What do we like? Then we'll wait till we get the big screen set up and the camera and the backdrop. And then we'll start to make the videos that we're really interested and we'll start to take this very seriously. But we have sort of a showcase event. It's called what are we calling this? A congress. Sometimes we call our conferences congresses. Basically, a congress is like a conference, but it's usually smaller. And there's more like working sessions where people expect to attend workshops and do stuff, and they're exchanging ideas, and it's a little bit more, it's just a slightly different focus, but you can still think of it as a conference. And it's going to be for our Avita Ed teachers, so all the teachers that use our software, and the people that use it in undergraduate education, and people who design exercises, all of us to get together. And one of the things Rob wants to do is show them our new videos and what we're going to be working on. And so we're making sort of a demo of that. And like I said, after that, we'll just focus on making the real deal when we get the set and the shirts and we've got everything set up and all that kind of bullshit. So yeah, that's just kind of giving you guys where we're at. We're in pre-production of something that overall is still considered pre-production. And let me just catch up a little bit with you guys here. Also, okay, I'm making sure I got the restream unmuted so somebody can come in. Real pants, boo. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What's up, Melodies? Great to see you. Great to see you. All right, so nobody's in the restream here. Then we'll go ahead and get going. So what I'll do right now is I'm going to play some music. I'm going to go deep into the OG Roddy catalog. We're going to play music from March Zagnus 3. Let me drop the link for this in the chat, which I think I can do over here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I like that. All right. So that's what we'll be listening to. And I'm going to get this script pulled up. I need to look through my email for a second, so let me do that in case there's really nothing in my email, but I'm just trying to get in the habit of not showing it when I don't need to. And then we'll get going. All right, I'm pulling up my Gmail.
Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. It's bigger than me, bigger than you.
All right, here I have the script drive.
You know what you gotta do to do it. You always making excuses, you ain't got time for no excuses.
Ain't got no time for no excuses. Gotta get it.
Don't about that negativity, suggestions, fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. You niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah.
All right. I don't know who you're talking about. Honestly, don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. But there is something I want to talk about. Let me go into my history here. All right, let's do this.
From the moment black athletes were allowed to play in mainstream professional sports leagues in this country, they have been racial targets. From Fritz Pollard, the first black football player to play in the Rose Bowl and to coach an NFL team, to Jackie Robinson, who broke the color barrier in baseball. And many of these courageous athletes became civil rights activists and icons in response to the way that they and other black people were treated. Legends like Muhammad Ali, 1960s baseball star Curt Flood, and NBA star Bill Russell, who died yesterday at age 88.
Oh, my goodness.
As Russell recounted it, he was forced to develop courage and tenacity as a young age when he was harassed by a group of older men in his neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear she passed. That's terrible.
And one of them slept as he went by. Well, I was 9 years old.
Yeah, me either. Same, no opinion, no opinion.
To do. I wouldn't told my brother.
I mean, I think it's sad when anybody, passes just because of their, their loved ones and everybody that survives them. And honestly, I think people should just change their minds. It's so unfortunate that we literally live in a world where, people passing is often the only way to swing people on key issues, when it should just be a matter of, see, that's the problem with our conversations, our dialogues. It goes nowhere if people refuse to be influenced by it. So I don't know what we need to do as a society, but we just need to get people to live in a world where they just change their minds more easily. Like, what the fuck kind of, I just have such a hard time with people wanting me to treat them like they're smart or super intelligent when they seem to be completely incapable of admitting that they're wrong and changing their minds. Which I'm like, I'm sorry, that's just a simple prerequisite for my intellectual respect. Like, just keeping it 100. Like, that's just, you can't do that. Like, you don't even ask.
And she said, "What?" She grabbed the keys to the house and grabbed me, and we went all through the projects looking for those 5 guys. And so she says, "These are the guys?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." I didn't know what she's going to do. I thought she's going to take care of it. But the way she took care of it was, okay, you're going to fight every one of them, all 5 of them, one at a time. Thanks, Ma. So I go into 5 fights, and I lose 3 and win 2. And so we're going back to our place, and I'm crying, and she says, "Don't cry. You did what you're supposed to do. Doesn't matter whether you won or lost. The matter is you stood up for yourself."
Wow. Russell went on.
And that's the problem. It's funny that the Republicans and shit. The funny thing is, it's usually the Republicans and shit, right, that are always complaining about giving everybody a trophy and a participation award, right? Because why? There are winners and losers in life, right? That's their speech, right? There are winners and losers in life, right? And you got to learn that. You got to learn to accept that you can't just give everybody a trophy for showing up, right? And then it's like, whoa, like that story was so powerful. I mean, I don't really support teaching people lessons through fighting, but if that's what was on the table, then whatever. But really the important lesson is like, if you needed to stand up for yourself, you did that. You took some wins, you took some losses, you figured out where you're at. These people now know you ain't going to be easy to pick on. You know, even when you lose a fight, most of the time the bully will realize it's better to go bully somebody else where he doesn't even have to fight, right? So if you just fight, you might take this one L from this bully, but trust me, he gonna find an easier target next time. It just reminds me of that story I like to tell about playing on a basketball team in junior high that just never won a game. But the funny thing is, I was in a similar situation in my school before that. Right, I was on an elementary school team at a super small Catholic school that never won either. Right, and so it's just funny to remember those days and really look back at it and feel like I'm really appreciative of being on a basketball team that never won a game. Because just like Bill Russell said in this story, you learn it ain't about whether you win or lose all the time. You have to learn to lose with dignity. You got to learn that you're still your school's basketball team. If y'all don't all show up, then your school automatically is going to forfeit every game because it doesn't have a basketball team, right? So if you want to play basketball, you want your school to continue to have a basketball program, y'all want to continue to represent the school and wear the jerseys, you got to show up to practice every day. You got to practice your ass off every day, knowing you're going into a game you're going to lose, right? Because that's how you play the game. You practice hard, you do your drills, you do your scrimmages, you learn your plays, you practice your plays, right? And you go out there and you lose together. And your parents and your friends, they cheer you on. And when you lose, they take you to get pizza or whatever. Hey, tough game. Y'all did your best. We're proud of you. And we'll try to get them next time. Again, we learn to take pride in silly shit. We be talking shit to teams. Oh, my God, and shit. We just beat y'all by 35, and y'all talking shit to us. Yeah, nigga, we talking shit to you. Why? Because you said you was going to beat us by 50. Didn't they? Didn't they, y'all? Yup, we all heard it. We all heard it. You said you was going to beat us by 50. You said we all knew y'all was going to beat us, but you said you was going to beat us by 50, and you beat us by 35. So take that L, go back in your little locker room, take this little win, but remind yourself, what you said you was going to do to us, you couldn't do. Right? Now, they might laugh at that. They might think that's highly ridiculous, but that's how we had to motivate ourselves from game to game. Right? Right? That was our thing. Oh, they think they're going to beat us by 75? Oh, did they say they're going to beat us by 75? Oh, it's on. Oh, it's on. Oh, it's on. Y'all ain't about to beat us by no more than 40. Y'all ain't about to beat us by no more than 40. Oh, y'all whooped on us by 30 points? Take that. Take that. Y'all see me do this with my club, right? I can't play GTA. I suck at, I mean, I can't aim. My shot is awful. I've been on this game for years, and I just can't shoot that well, right? I get a little better here and there, but my club has a good time with it. And y'all hear me talk shit to them all the time. Nigga, you might have killed me 12 times in this TDM. You might have killed me 12 times, but everybody saw that one time I headshotted your ass. Everybody saw that one time that on the scorecard that came up, pocket locker killed so-and-so. So now here's the truth. That one time I killed you is far more embarrassing than the 10 times you killed me. Everybody knew people was going to kill me 10 plus times, but what? Did I kill you 3 times? Nigga, I killed you 3 times. That's embarrassing. You might want to just throw your controller against a wall or something because Pocket Locker just killed you 3 times. Like, that's awful. You should literally be embarrassed. Right? I talk shit to him like that. Why? Because we're a club. We're having a good time. That's how, we all keep a little skin in the game. Everybody has fun with it. Of course, if you're better than somebody at something, you spot them a handicap. If they get under the handicap, you show them love and respect for that. When I kill my club, they go, good shot, Pocket. Thank you very much. When they kill the fuck out of me, they be like, good shot, so-and-so. They be like, thank you very much. And it's all love. Now, here's the problem. That's what these motherfuckers don't get. Like, they never, because we getting into that January 6th coverage tonight, and this is the shit with Christians. This is the motherfucking problem. These people can never, ever take a L. I love that story. I wanted to go on a rant about it because it reminded me of telling y'all the value of learning how to lose. I talk about it with pro wrestling. The greatest responsibility of a champion, the reason the company trusts you and they build you up as a superstar and they let you carry the brand with that championship title is so you make that championship the most important shit in the world. I used to say this all the time when I was growing up. To me, the WWE champion is a more important person than the president of the United States. When I was growing up and a teenager, I would look you straight in your face and tell you The WWF champion, that's what it was back then. I would say the WWF champion is more important than the president of the United States. Why? Because I was a fan, and that's how it was presented. That's how big of a deal it meant. When you were the president of the United States, you had to do political shit and blah, blah, blah. When you were the WWF champion, you went all over the world. You were signing autographs. People were crying when you showed up to places. You were used to, tote the company all over. Like, it was just crazy. It was like, no. What wrestling fan you know of would rather be president than WWE champion? Not a single one, right? But the point is, what is all that about? You have to get ready for that day when it's your job to take that L so you can take all that superstardom that you've built and pass it on to the next person. You have to learn how to lose gracefully. That's part of the honor of being the champion, is that at the end of your run, you got to do what it takes to make the next champion. Right? And again, you got to learn how to lose gracefully. So please keep that in mind when you're dealing with these theists. It's like, I can't respect these people because they never learn what Bill Russell learned. You stand up for what you believe in. You gain the opposition's respect. You win some. You lose some. You go home. You try to do better the next time. It's unbelievable as people never learned that.
To make a name for himself as a high school basketball star before leading the University of San Francisco to 2 NCAA championships and winning 8 consecutive NBA championships with the Boston Celtics. But Russell, who was initially the only black player on the team, faced widespread racism from Boston.
And again, I'm not saying we talk shit and pretend that people didn't beat us, right? I'm saying you did it because, right? You just had to keep yourself motivated. And also, they were talking trash, right? If you a big-ass 4A public school and you're playing a Catholic school with 50 kids in their whole entire graduating class, and they have like 0 wins on their record, what the fuck are you doing talking shit to them, right? What the fuck are you doing bragging about how badly you're going to beat them as if that means a goddamn thing to anybody, right? So you're just put in that position where you're like, oh, we're out here to play them and do what we got to do, but now they going to just disrespect us and think they going to talk trash and shit all over us. And then so you're going to say that. You're going to get motivated. You're going to say, all right, cool. You might be ahead on the scoreboard, but we are going to remember that thing you said you were going to do, we stopped you from doing it, right? And when we at practice tomorrow, that's going to be the victory that we celebrate. And then we took pride in the fact that we do that to a surprising number of schools. And then we became that school. Like, oh, our thing is you coming in here, you think you're going to beat us by X and it's going to be a walk in the park. You're going to beat us substantially, but you're going to realize that we're going to play the whole game. Ain't going to be no walk in the park. And you're not going to beat us as much as you had in your fantasy. And most of the time, most of the teams that shook our hands at the end of the game actually really had a lot of respect for us.
Fans, including the vandalism of his home. As NBC Sports reports, quote, racial epithets had been spray painted on the walls. Russell's trophies had all been smashed. The burglars even defecated on the bed. This harassment caused Russell to withdraw from interacting with Boston fans, including a well-known refusal to sign autographs. And when the Celtics retired his jersey in 1972, Russell insisted it be done in a private ceremony. But his chill relationship with the New England sports fans did nothing to curb Russell's drive for excellence. For his final 3 seasons as an NBA player, he simultaneously served as the first black head coach in the association's history. He remains the only player coach to win an NBA title. In fact, he won 2. On the night of that second victory in 1969, his final game with the Celtics, Russell let the world know just how much the team meant to him.
I told these guys before the game, I don't care what happens, I wouldn't trade you guys for any guys in the world.
Right.
That was fairly obvious, but the leadership has to come from you, Bill, and to bring a team from 4th place during the regular season to the world
what team title, am I showing up with my team?
Title in 13 years, you've got the respect of everybody in the country. Well, Jack, it's my guys. It's just my guys. These guys play ball for me, and they're such a great bunch of guys. I just can't say enough about the guys.
As that interviewer put it, Russell had the respect of everybody in the country. He wanted to fight the racial targeting that he faced with the excellence in his field. And this is true of many black athletes. Right now, we have yet another black athlete being targeted by racial power structures. WNBA player Brittany Griner.
Y'all, he don't talk about his stuff, right? This is a guy who figured out a long time ago that people catch feelings if you promote yourself in their live chat or whatever. But here's the problem when you don't promote yourself. I'm going to tell you another funny story. Man, shout out to Katie Burke, the motherfucking valedictorian of my high school graduating class. Doing her thing, man. Brilliant, brilliant person. I used to flip out at people if we went to school together for a few years and I learned after a couple years that you really could play an instrument and you didn't tell me, I would be so fucking mad at you. Right, this is what I'm saying. Shout out to Katie Burke because I found out Katie Burke could get down on the violin, and I literally didn't find out till senior year, and I went off on her in class in front of everybody. Katie Burke, and it's funny because people didn't really think Katie Burke was a valedictorian. She was incredibly quiet. She was a really very serious Catholic girl. Like nobody messed with Katie Burke, but we were friends, right? And we was cool, so I just went off on her. I know it was something most people wouldn't do, but I had to let Katie Burke have it. Anyway, the reason I did this is because it'd be like, you were hiding talent on me. You see how many times we had to play out here and we needed a solid violin and your ass was sitting there, you could play violin the whole time and you ain't telling nobody. What the fuck you mean you play the flute? I don't know your ass for 3 years. You done seen me on up there playing drums, talking about drums in class. I'm sitting away getting yelled at by teachers for practicing rhythms and shit in class, and your ass sitting over there, and you could play the flute, and you ain't even tell us? The fuck you mean you play guitar in a goddamn rock band and y'all be gigging once a month, and your ass ain't in a motherfucking jazz band? I'm about to stomp the shit out of you right now, right? I hate it when my friends held back talent on me. I felt robbed of something. And they was robbing the whole school. You know how hard it is to make good music at a small-ass school? Right? You know what I'm talking about? It's hard as shit, y'all. It's very hard to find talented musicians in a small-ass school. So you be mad as fuck. Anyway, the point is, y'all got to check out B.S. Lewis, man. Oh, Peter plays the guitar. No Name sings. There we go. Zanesville the Harper plays the violin. See, I see y'all. We're going to be on the bus to hell jamming. You know what I'm saying? That bus is going to be full of smoke. The music in the air. We're going to have a metronome, y'all. We definitely going to need a metronome to keep our timing tight because we're going to be so spaced the fuck out. The rhythm just going to be all over the place. But we're going to get us a metronome. We're going to keep it together. Cameron can play the keyboards. There y'all go. AR plays. See, there we go. Now y'all know what the vibes are. Hiding talent on people, man. It's shitty. Don't do that to your friends, man. Don't do that to your friends. Anyway, y'all, check out B.S. Lewis, man. I'm telling y'all, subscribe, turn on notifications, man. You see B.S. Lewis in the chat a lot. You just think he's somebody that comes through the chat. I'm telling y'all, man, B.S. Lewis is talented. I'm going to play one of his clips for y'all real quick. I'm subscribed already, but I'm just subscribed on my other account, but I'll subscribe on this one too. He be doing debates, I guess, and stuff too. But check out this man's editing. Let's grab this one. I haven't seen this one yet.
You cannot like and subscribe.
I haven't even seen this before,
BS,
y'all. So we gonna review it right now. I bet you it was good though.
Unless you first have the sense of humor and maturity of a little child.
There you go. The maturity of a little child.
I was hurt by the church. When I was a wee calf, barely tall enough to reach my mother's teat, I was recruited to be a soldier in Christ's army. My assignment? Altar boy. and I was determined to be the best darn altar boy this side of heaven. That dedication to the Lord had caught the attention of our priest, Father Diddler. One day after Mass, he approached me for a conversation.
Hello, my child. I have been
noticed.
watching
We'll get another one. We'll do another one.
very closely for some time now. And I wanted to let you know that the Lord has put it on my heart to tell you what a real good boy you are.
Well, gee willikers, Father, praise the Lord for the encouragement and the fellowship of the saints. Am I right?
Listen, B.S., I can tell that you are blessed and highly favored by the Lord. And I don't do this for everybody. But if you come out to my van parked out back, I can give you a lot more candy.
Gee, that would be swell. Thanks.
But you have to wait till everybody leaves first. We wouldn't want the other altar boys thinking I'm giving you special treatment, would we?
I understand, Father, and I promise in front of God that this will be our little secret.
Very good, my child. Very good.
With great anticipation, I waited, and I prayed that everybody would hurry up and leave. And they did. Thank God for answered prayers. Nervously, I started to approach the van. When suddenly, in what the church's insurance company said could only be described as an act of God, a twister appeared, lifted the church off its foundation, and dropped it right on top of me. Ouch. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's a bunch of malarkey, BS. Everybody knows that the church is the people, not the building. Well, here's the thing. I was completely ignorant to the fact that not everyone had left the building. Sister Dorothy had stayed late to clean and was in the church when it crushed me. And then she stole my shoes.
There's no place like Rome. There's no place like Rome.
Poof.
There's no place like Rome.
He poofed. He poofed. He poofed. I love a poof. I love a good poof. Y'all know me. The way to my heart is a good poof. All right, there was an actual valid complaint there that somebody made that we didn't hear the.
You cannot.
We didn't see the dance, so let's do one more. I love these edits. All right, let's get this one with Rebecca. I'll make sure you guys see the animation this time. Yeah, it's not internal conflict. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying anything transphobic. I don't remember anybody saying anything transphobic, so I don't know why there's any justification to say that I'm supporting someone transphobia. Like, and this is something I'm not gonna encourage. Like, I don't want, my community is not the place to name and shame people. Like, and if you want to, that's fine, but like, they're a risk. It's like a game, y'all. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Right? Sometimes you say something and I go, oh my God, that was so awesome. Let's change the direction of the entire stream because I want to pull up that link you sent me right now. And here's 5 million pocket change. And sometimes I go, nah, I'm in the mood to hit you with my timeout superpower. And some people even get hit with the ban superpower. It's just part of the game. You take that risk. But seriously, like, it's just, I don't know what people want me to do. Like, I've done a lot of bad shit. So, like, what? Is watching me supporting the bad shit I've done? Because I'm telling you, if you actually think saying something transphobic is like an unforgivable sin, then please unsubscribe to me right now. It's not because I don't want you to watch my channel. It's not because I don't love you or think you're a valuable part of my community. It's just I've really done shit that I'm sure you will think is worse than that. And so I just want to save you your time and save you the hassle and save you further investing in my content. So I don't want you to get too emotionally attached to liking me and thinking I'm this fucking sweet pillar of fucking virtue and I've never done anything bad in my life. So let me save you the Googling and the doxing and all that fucking effort, and just tell you that you should just unsubscribe to me now because I've done bad shit in my life. You will find it worse than what these people do, and so you could just go ahead and unsubscribe now. Thanks for your time. I really appreciate all your support, and I understand that you only enjoy being in community with people who have not committed what you deemed unforgivable sins. I'm really sorry that I've disappointed you. If I could go back in time and undo those things, I would, but I can't. All right? And I'm just being honest with you. Sometimes I like what you guys say, and sometimes it irritates me. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood for it, right? And it's like I had this conversation with Otangelo, and people wanted to just repeatedly tell me over and over and over again about how Otangelo, misgendered someone, right? And they would just come in and every time Otangelo, I'm telling you again, I'm gonna tell you again. And I finally, Otangelo addressed it on air, which I didn't think he should have to do, and I told him he didn't have to do. And he told me about it again privately off air. And his side was not only has he dealt with this, he apologized to the person accepted his apology. So he moved on, they moved on. And again, I wanted to have a certain conversation with Otangelo about what the fuck I wanted to talk to Otangelo about. Just like I wanted to play B.S. Lewis because I said I like B.S. Lewis's clips. I think people should subscribe to him because his videos are good. And so, yeah, excuse me if I would like the chat to be about the video that we're trying to watch, not being accused by, again, one of my mods who is just unsufferable at times. To just tell me that I'm supporting his anti-trans because I'm playing his video clips. I want to be in this community to interact in community with people I don't agree with. I think Otangelo says fucked up shit. I think B.S. Lewis has done fucked up shit. I think Rebecca's done fucked up shit. I'm about to interview Ken Hovind. Are you guys going to tell me I shouldn't interview Ken Hovind because he's anti-science, he's a young earth creationist, he's a felon, on and on and on and on and on. So I really shouldn't debate Ken Hovind because I'm just platforming Ken Hovind and supporting his ministry. I came in this community to deal with people I do not agree with. By default, I think pretty much all of them have done some shit I find to be fucking awful. And if they do it on my channel or to someone in my community in such a way that it becomes my business, I will let them know that I find it unacceptable and what I expect them to do about it. But in the meantime, please understand that it is fucking irritating as fuck to be trying to put on a show and interact with your chat and to somebody just go, nope, I want to shame this person. Nope. I'm not going to let this move on until I've successfully. We saw your comment. We're moving on with our lives like I suggest B.S. Lewis does. If B.S. Lewis has not made that shit right, B.S. Lewis, I suggest you make it right. And if you choose not to do so, that is your motherfucking business. You want to know the truth? You guys want to know the truth? Let me get full screen so I could say this to your face. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I honestly don't want to know. Honestly, again, unless it happens on my channel, in my Discord, or in some other way that it needs to be my business because it should be directly affecting me, I don't even want to know. Because again, you're talking to a biological anthropologist and a former fucking Christian. Guess what I think? Everybody fucks up. I don't think there's a single person who, if I knew all the facts about you, I would agree with everything you've done and decide that, oh my goodness, you've just fucking spotless, come be a fucking superhero in my eyes. What I would actually say is, oh, you've done this shit, you punched a motherfucker in the face one day, you walked out on all your colleagues because you were pissed at work, you fucking broke some girl's heart because you cheated on her and she didn't deserve it and whatever the fuck else, right? Guess what that makes you? A fucking human. Oh, you were part of a religion. You said some transphobic shit. You were anti-abortion. You supported Trump voting for only pro-life judges. And you secretly were kind of like deep into like the racist wing of QAnon. Yeah, guess what that makes you? A dumbass Christian, like all the dumbass Christians. Very, very human. Next. Oh, what? You killed the motherfucker? Dog, I don't know a lot of people that are straight killed the motherfucker. But you know what? Scott Hall killed the motherfucker. And you know what? Scott Hall became one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. And I remember that one time I was watching Scott Hall wrestle, and I was like, hold the fuck on! Hold the fuck on. I read on the deep interwebs that he once killed a motherfucker. Turn this shit off. Oh, wait, I don't remember that because that never happened. Not one time did the fact that Scott Hall offed a motherfucker stop anybody from hiring him, being friends with him, traveling up and down the road with him, mourning his death, saying he was one of the best minds and workers in the history of fucking wrestling, saying how good of a friend he was, how good of a father he was. So when you tell me this shit, you were like telling me that somebody pisses, shits, and eats. It's honestly none of my fucking business.
This video is full of giggly goodness. Slow roasted over the steady flame of a fiery pile of BS.
B.S. Lewis has a question, and I want to say hi to Danish Debater and Randolph, too.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks, Rebecca, for answering my questions. I was just wondering, what do I do if I really have to go to the bathroom, but there's not a close one around?
Maybe but, tighten your anus.
Well, gosh, once you say it out loud, that just really makes sense.
Okay. We can return to that in a minute, but Randolph has to leave, and B.S. Lewis has a question that he wanted to ask that Randolph wanted to hear. So go ahead.
Yeah, hypothetically speaking, if I was cornered by Ray Comfort and a banana in a dark alley, what advice would you give me?
I got something to say before I go. It's a trap.
Okay.
It's a trap.
I mean, he is a very loving being who loves you and who wants everyone to come to salvation. But at the same time, tighten your anus.
Yeah, you're probably right on that one.
I love
Ray
it.
does seem like a
That
nice
was
guy, but it is
fucking
probably
dope.
better to
that
err
was
on the
funny
side
as
of
fuck.
caution.
That was brilliant.
I just have one more question and I'll let you guys go. I have a prostate exam that I'm really nervous about tomorrow. What can I do to make the procedure go a little smoother?
But bye, Randolph. Thank you. But you're saying, how do I fit in tighten your anus?
Yeah, well, sort of. Just forget about it. I might have overshared a little bit there. Sorry. I'm going to let you guys go. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, panel. Have a good day.
Well, you get prolapsed rectum when your insides become your outsides. Yes, your bowels start falling out.
In the name of God, how dare you? You think
Homosexuality kills
you
people.
Think that this book?
Well, there you have it, folks. That isn't that a sweet little bow to wrap everything up in? Look, folks, I just want to be honest with you guys. It's a lot of it is, again, there's a lot of things. Like I consider friends, right? And so if you can't handle me when I'm in a mood, then it just is what it is. The other thing is, I've said this repeatedly, there's a way to do things. Part of trying to grow and trying to have a certain type of community in your stream, in your content, is being cognizant of the bigger picture of what's going on. And so even little things like the fact that, you know, first off, these comments are public, right? You're having a chat in a community where we're hoping more and more people from the community watch these videos, see our streams, start having chats about it in the comment section. Now imagine having done something and just everybody just feeling like anytime your name pops up, they see you on a video, you show up on somebody's channel, just living your life. Like B.S. Lewis just watched my channel. He didn't hit me up and be like, hey, Pocket, here's $2,000. Do me a favor. Could you promote me? Right? I literally was like, oh, B.S. Lewis is here. Y'all should check out B.S. Lewis's videos. They're funny. Right? Now imagine being in B.S. Lewis's shoes and literally every time something like that happens, people just want to bring this thing up. Again, I have that thing. I'll do you one better. I got that thing, then I got this other thing, then there was this other thing I really, really should have done. And then on top of that, there was this other thing, right? Like I got rap sheets, however you want a rap sheet. You want a psychiatric rap sheet? I got one of those. I've been, involuntarily committed and involuntarily committed again and involuntarily committed to the same place in less than 30 days and, rap sheet, criminal rap sheet. I've been arrested in multiple states, charges in 3 states, right? Like I'm a fucking international man of fucking terror, right? A motherfucking good old fashioned homegrown domestic threat, right? Like literally, I have been arrested. Check the newspapers. I have literally been arrested for chasing the police, y'all. I literally reversed the motherfucking racial profiling you're used to. I know, you think it sounds unbelievable. I am a black man who can say I was arrested because I was chasing the police. They feared for their safety, right? That's a true story, right? Another student from Penn State came through here, the chat yesterday was talking about it, remembered that, right? So if you looking for somebody to fucking cancel, I'm easy to find a reason to cancel. I got exes that hate me for very good reasons. I'll put it to you like that, right? I got family members who don't want to talk to me for very good reasons. You know what I'm talking about? Obama. Awesome, real shit. Awesome, real shit. I got a psychiatrist who loves me. You understand? Jay needs lots of treatment. Okay? I've just done all the horrible things, y'all. I don't think that makes me a horrible person. I think it makes me somebody who's survived to learn from those mistakes, who's learned that there's certain things where it doesn't matter how successful, handsome, charismatic, talented, any of that. There's some shit that you can do that does some damage in this world that can never be undone. And you oftentimes, I always say hurt people. Well, sometimes the people who they hurt are the people that they love. And so when you do something hurtful to somebody that you love that can never be undone, there's just nothing that can overcome that, right? And so those of us that have lived through these type of experiences actually value them tremendously. I always say this about bipolar. It's a challenge. It's tough to live with. But if you offer me the cure tomorrow, I probably wouldn't take it. Because for better or worse, if you took away the bipolar, you would take away something that's so critical and central to how I got to be where I'm at. You would be taking away a part of me, and I'm not going to let anybody do that. So we'll treat it as best we can. If it was a threat to my physical health, that might be a different conversation. But I would rather endure the struggle, because to somebody like me, struggling is that fucking educational. Legitly, like the part of me that loves to learn just Woo! You really want to learn? Go through some shit, folks. All right. So with that being in mind, right, I just don't want to cultivate the type of community where we're shaming people. I find that to be immoral. I find that to be something I have a problem with. Like, I don't think that that's the way we do it. If it's news, let the news cover it. If it's, again, something between person, you got a beef with somebody, you got an issue with somebody, take it up with them. But to come and put it on a public broadcast, I just think that's kind of bullying somebody. And you're throwing out these things that, like, what are they supposed to do now? They're supposed to go into defending themselves now every single time this comes up, right? So I want to take a little bit of time for people to understand why I don't like those things in my chat. Like, that's literally how I feel about it. I don't like that. When people did that to Otangelo, I got upset about it because I like Otangelo. Again, he knows I've done some things he doesn't agree with. He knows I have a very strong opinion about things he thinks I'm wrong about. He's friendly to me. I want to be friendly to him. If I came through his channel, I would not want people doxing me and reminding me of all my bad deeds and telling him he's not allowed to enjoy a conversation with me or play a funny clip from my content, because if so, then he's supporting the XYZ of all the bad things I've done. Like, I wouldn't even go on his channel anymore, because as a friend, I would be like, yo, Tangela, I know what it's like to do a broadcast, bro, and I don't even want to put you through that. As somebody who knows exactly how hard it is to be out here, like, I don't even want to do that to your channel, bro. Right? And I don't want people to feel that way. So that's me. Guys, I play the bad guy for a reason. It's convenient when you have a history like I do. Right? So I'm rooting for those people. I'm the overcomer. I'm the redeemer. I'm the guy that's like, yeah, you did some bad shit, cool. They won't forgive you, cool. Right? Y'all are going to see, when y'all see my show Sacred, the entire series, I consider the entire series a ballad for the fallen, the forgotten, and then there's this huge fucking dramatic pause, and it comes out in blood red, and the unforgiven. Right? You're a bad boy, you're an outcast. They don't think you've earned the right to breathe air any longer. Saddle up and ride with Jay. And we're going to be the best motherfuckers we can be in spite of them. So if now you know how I really feel about it. On top of that, y'all, I'm a gamer. And I think games that you can't lose are boring. I think this idea of you're going to treat my channel like your fucking living room and you're going to come and kick your feet up on my couch and say whatever you want to say and there's no consequences. That's not the type of culture that we're going to have around here. Like I said, we're going to gamify shit. You might say some shit I like, you might get 100 million pocket change. You might say some shit I don't like, you might get banned. I might be on a different level. Some days I might be level 1. There's almost nothing you can say to make me ban you. Some days I might be on level 100. I'll ban you for breathing wrong in my chat room because I felt like it. I think that's a much more fun game. I like the games where you might die, okay? Now, on top of that, I'm going to tell you another piece of YouTube community etiquette. It's the etiquette you should apply in normal life. I'm going to give you the example. You're dating a stripper, right? You think that stripper could have done a little better of a show. She could have had a little bit of, like Saw, exactly. You know, she could have had on a cuter outfit. You know, there was a guy who was waving a whole bunch of money at her, but she was too busy distracted by her regulars, and she missed the chance for the tip of a lifetime. She may appreciate that y'all are intimate enough that you can share your opinion and that feedback with her. But you know when she doesn't want you to give her that feedback? In the middle of her fucking show. She would much rather you text her later on and say that, or save it for the next time you're having dinner, or even better yet, wait till she asks you if you have anything she can work on for her show. Now, let's up the scenario one more. This time, you live with this person. Right? You live with this stripper. Now, does she want you to give her this criticism in the middle of the show? Fuck no. Does she now even want you to text it to her later or bring it up over dinner? Probably not. She probably wants you to wait till there's an appropriate time where y'all are intimate, at home, chilling, and it's a good time to talk. What is the moral of this story? You should, when you're dealing with the performer in your life, you should always prefer the most private means of contact you have with them to express your concerns. So, and everybody else gets this. I could go up and down the fucking list of names. Lena has a private chat with me on Discord. Cameron has a private chat with me on Instagram. James Apperson has a private chat with me on Facebook. My one and black friend and I have private messages on Messenger, text. Tux and I talk via either text messages or our private Discord messages. Who else? YouTube Punk emails me. Nano has a private message with me on Discord. Right? All of these people you have that type of private access with me because we have a different sort of relationship. You should use the most private means you have available to me when you want to give me critical feedback. Drop in, hey, that person you're about to play is anti-trans and outing people in the middle of my broadcast with a chat comment and blindsiding a broadcaster is a type of behavior that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0 broadcasters like. 0 fucking broadcasters like. Go try it on Pine Creek. Go try it on the fucking Atheist Experience. Go try it on somebody else you ain't so goddamn comfortable with and see how fast your ass gets banned. Oh, wait, you already fucking have. Why are you banned so many places? It must be everybody else is the problem, right? Here's the name of the game. Try not to get your ass banned.
All right, gang, let's jump into this. Show number 2. And boy, am I fucking tired.
Nigga, tired? You must have been. You're broadcasting in 360p.
Full house, 3 dogs, a Navy vet, and my tired ass. Gang, we got to do the whole CPAC thing. Now, if you want to know what CPAC stands for, it stands for fuckface, Mac fuckface, Mac slapnuts, Mac fuckface. Now, gang, I told you guys, one of the most educated people I've ever met was my grandmother, and she didn't even get out of elementary school. And it was my mom.
Guys, Discord. If you want to get DM with me, Discord is the way to do it. That's my sort of preferred method because it centralizes everything. But otherwise, whatever you have, I'm willing to use. I have social media. Also, you can just contact me. Like, if you contact me on Discord and say, hey, Jay, I want to hit you up on WhatsApp. What's your phone number? I'll give it to you. But yeah, Derek and I use WhatsApp. Eric and I use email. Pocket Locker 86 is all my socials, or Jay Bundy. So Jay Bundy on Facebook and Instagram maybe, but I'm Pocket Locker 86 at all those places too. So it doesn't really matter to me, but we're trying to get the Discord thing going. Also, guys, there's so much community stuff in the Discord, right? That's where people are dropping links to who else is live and chatting about different videos and stuff. So, we try to make it so that there's a lot of benefits to joining the Discord. And then, one of the easy things you then have there is a way to contact me. Also, those things are really helpful, guys, because there's a history there, right? When I end the stream, all the chat goes away, right? And very few streamers come back through their streams, especially when your streams are 8 or 10 hours, to remember little details of things. So when there's something important, like something you want me to check out, or you really do have important feedback for me, and you want to make sure I'm going to see it and it's not going to disappear, using a direct message or social media or something like that, or the Discord is a way to make sure there's a record of it. And if I don't get to it while I'm live, I'll be able to get to it when I'm not.
Who said, when you lay down with dogs, your monkey ass gets up with fleas every time? Gang, we're going to go over some of the lineup. This is totally impromptu. I'm pulling this out of my ass. But when you just sit here and you think about the lineup, again, when your headline speaker is Donald Trump, fuck you. The last year, again, I did a show on that shit. Look up my catalog. But one of their keynote speakers was Kyle L. Rittenhouse. Did he cure COVID? No. Did he bring peace to the Middle East? No. Did he stop the Atlanta Falcons from playing football? No. Kyle Rittenhouse is famous because he shot and killed 2 people. That's it. Fox made him.
No, I just gave No Name a 5-minute timeout. He might be pissed at me. He tends to get pissed at me for these things. But again, I try to explain things over and over and over and over again. And if you're going to continue to do things I don't want you to do, then you literally leave me no choice but to react to them. And again, this is something No Name has seen me deal with. He was with me when I reacted the whole, people trying to shame Otangelo, and he knows how I feel about that. And I've said over and over again, always use the most private means you have available to me when you want to give me feedback. I've said time and time again, my private chat is not the place for it. I've said it time and time again. I don't enjoy unrelated side conversations in the chat. So imagine me taking the time out of my very busy schedule to have a very explicit conversation with you to let you know, hey, as a mod, as somebody who sets the tone with that wrench, I'm working hard to make good content and we're getting into a lot of different stuff. I really would appreciate it if you encourage people to take side chats to the Discord and try your best to talk about the content that we're playing or whatever we're doing on the stream. And then knowing I don't like when people try to shame people publicly. I don't think public shaming is a moral or correct way to help people get the help they need. I just don't think it helps. Again, hurt people. So if you're trying to correct someone in a way that hurts them, you're probably just going to perpetuate the hurtful behavior on down the line to somebody else. So somebody has to just end the fucking vengeance chain somewhere and say, let's let this person move on with their lives. And I got to admit to you, as somebody who's been the victim of fucked up shit, as the victim, like somebody said, these conversations become uncomfortable for non-cis people. Because you got a bunch of cis people talking about your fucking business and how other people feel about it. And again, you're just trying to fucking enjoy a YouTube stream or whatever. Again, if you want to play your thought experiment, I have one fucking requirement. Think through it first on your goddamn own.
A media darling. You got assholes like Lauren Boebert saying, I love this kid so much, I want to make him an intern. And all he did was this.
Against people fighting for the right.
Yeah. No, Lena, it's cool. And honestly, you're a fantastic mod, Lena. And most of the time, you guys do what we want you to do, which is, we know you guys know each other, and you see other streams together, you watch other videos together, and we don't mind when the stream leads to side conversations if it's at or related to what's going on. We just don't want them to dominate the chat, and we like it when people say, "Oh, hey, good to see you again. Great to see you over here. Oh, I really enjoyed so-and-so stream. What are we doing? What are we doing over here?" Right? Like that type of thing is fine. But yeah, part of it is we set up a Discord so that that's where that type of thing could happen. And so, one, it helps us keep a clean stream chat. And two, it actually gives people a motivation and reason to join the Discord. So part of what we want people to do in the Live Now Discord is, share links to who's live and then talk about those streams. And so it'd even be great to come in and say, oh, hey, guys, it's good to see some of you guys in here. I know you guys were probably just watching Bread of Life stream. We're chatting about it in the Live Now channel in our Discord, right? Now everything's perfect. You've acknowledged the community, blah, blah, blah. You've invited them to continue it on with the Discord on you. People can do that. And then the chat here can be whatever. You guys got to also mean it's forethought. It's not something I expect people to know magically. It's just something that when I get a chance to, I encourage people in. And I am going to be producing videos basically called How to Mod for Me that are going to be short. The idea to keep them is between 5 and 10 minutes long that get into details about things my mods can do to help me. So I put it on myself to know this stuff, to help people understand these things. I don't expect people to just know it via osmosis. And I also really do appreciate that my community is a community, that they know each other, that they're kind of with me and they ride or die because, we're all trying to stay on the same page. But like with that being said, right, you guys see I'm doing more stuff with Cliff. I'm doing more stuff with Rodrigo. I'm hoping to be teaching my class, right? And so if Rob and I are streaming our class, like we really want the chat to be about the class. The other thing that I think about is onboarding. So you guys, this is a great chance to talk about. Hang on, let me switch this real quick. All right. Peter W, you might just be stuck on probation status. I'll go and add you if I see that. Make sure you react to the rules and then send us a message in the guest room and then we'll elevate your privileges from there. We had a lot of penis bombers and hackers, and so we had to lock down our Discord. You can also use Discord via your phone or tablet. Discord's available on any of your devices. My club, I'm patient with you guys because my motorcycle club on GTA took years to get to Discord. We were on Kick, and I was going over and on and on and on. Guys, we need to go to Discord. Guys, we need to go to Discord. Guys, we need to go to Discord. Now those guys are Discord ninjas, and I'm going through my club's Discord like, oh my goodness, I gotta up my my Discord server to get more like my clubs because they've become so fluent at Discord and use it so effectively. So it takes time. It takes time, guys. It's no big deal. No big deal. And like I said, I'm happy to be in touch however you guys want to be in touch. But let me talk to you guys about onboarding because it's kind of related and you guys will see where I'm going with this. You'll notice we have these commands. Hi. All right, there's hi. Can we get MyronBot to throw up in the Discord? You probably will be able to do that. I'll see if I can make a command, and then we can have it as like a reaction to people doing gross clips or being fucking retards on the internet. We could do a throw up. All right, so that's the one that'll say hi. This is the one that'll say bye, right? Let you know we're poofing. And then we've got be right back. And we've got back. And of course, we got little ones like hug. Now, those are incredibly important commands. Incredibly important commands. And I'm going to break down all the reasons why. Here we go. All right. The first reason is they allow more people to get active in the chat easily. You don't have to think about it. So that helps us get a higher percentage of our unique viewers who also pop up as unique chatters. So when people start a stream and everybody comes into the stream and they drop that hi command, even if they say nothing else the entire rest of the stream, that's incredibly powerful for the algorithm. Because if you have, 9 viewers and 8 of them are also active in the chat, YouTube is like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing over there, but your small audience is incredibly engaged. And not just like a couple of them, like literally the majority of your audience messages in the chat at least once, right? Thinking with the old noggin, right? The other thing it does is for people who are not comfortable chatting, right? Remember when you first came into this community? Remember the first time you watched Pine Creek or the first time you watched Myth Vision? What happened? You probably didn't even pay attention or even notice that there was a chat, right? That's why having the chat on screen helps. It reminds people this is a live broadcast. It was watched by people. Those people were active in the chat. But once you start seeing the chat, you probably just watch the chat go by. You might read it once in a while, but for the most part, you're watching the thing. And then eventually you start to notice what? Oh shit, it's the same people in the chat over and over. These people get to know each other. Maybe I could get up in there and have something to say. So check this out. By having easy commands like hi, bye, be right back, and back, people can put those commands in without thinking about it. They don't have to think of a clever introduction, which is nerve-inducing if you're not familiar with the community. If you have to think about, are people going to actually react to me? What am I going to say? All this type of stuff, right? So you want to have something thoughtless. Oh, I can just say hi. I can just say I'll be right back. I can just, hang on a sec. I can just let people know that I'm lurking, right? Or you can just interact with Myron Bot. They can just play with the bot. They can, see Myron Bot, plug in a couple commands, gamble their pocket change or whatever, right? So what happens now though? They're at their keyboard. Or they're punching in the thing, right? Now they're more ready to have a substantive engagement. Now they're more willing to respond to a poll or to reply to somebody's comment or to answer a question that the streamer asked, right? We call them gateway commands. That's why I wanted to have this talk so I could introduce that term to you guys. These are gateway commands. They're the gateway drug to participation, okay? The other thing they do is the way the channel point system works is you get 10 pocket change per 10 minutes of watching the stream. Nice and easy math. 10 pocket change per 10 minutes you watch. But there's a 10x multiplier built in where you actually get 100 pocket change for every 10 minutes if you're active in the chat, right? So what does that mean? You can actually get a lot more pocket change just using the gateway commands. So you can come into the stream, right? And now instead of your first 10 minutes being 10 pocket change, boom, you drop that high, right? Now you got, 100 pocket change in that 10 minutes. All right, 20 minutes go by. All right, you still don't really have anything to say, boom, just punch in that lurk, 10x bonus. Now you get 100 for that 10 minutes, right? A little while later, you go make a sandwich, take a shit, come back, still chilling, don't want to chat. Let us know you're still lurking, right? Somebody else goes live, fuck yourself. Jay's talking about Discord and how to use the bot and chat commands. That's the most boring shit ever. I'm going to go watch some girl show her titties while she makes rice on YouTube. Peace out. Boom, Myron Bottle hits you up. Hey, thanks for watching. See you next time. Let us know you're poofing, right? Boom, all of that, 10x multipliers, right? Easy, thoughtless, right? So just showing you guys, there's a method to the madness. There's a reason those commands are there, and I really encourage people to use them, right? So, yeah, just kind of wanted to break that down for you guys. Because that's a big part of the thing I like to do to get people talking. Now, why did I bring this up now? Well, when I'm doing stuff with my class or I'm doing stuff, making videos and stuff, let's think about some of the numbers here. You guys are at the very tippy top of the pyramid, right? You're my regulars, you're my most active users, you're my mods. You're the people who are deep in this community with me. You're the people who watch my live stream. You're the people who tune in when you get the notification, right? You guys got the noties on, Noti Squad, right? You're active in the chats. I can make a question of the day and forget it for 3 days in a row, and you'll answer it 3 times just to help me get the fucking bonus or whatever the fuck, right? You guys are dope like that. But you got to remember, you're at the tippy top of the pyramid. right? You're the power users, but everybody has very few power users, right? So now let's look at the rest of the pyramid, right? Most people who watch the stream live, especially as the live stream grows, will increasingly be people who don't participate in the live chat. Again, we're trying to get messages and secret little stuff to keep that number high, right? But again, if you got 1,000 people watching you live, it's highly unlikely all 1,000 of those people are going to be in the chat, right? But you still want them to be, and you want to encourage them to be, and you hope that they will be in the future. So what happens? Here's where the side talk comes in. It's not that I get personally offended that you guys want to talk about other stuff. No streamer cares. One, we just want you to chat. I don't care if you guys chat what you had for lunch, what you wish you had for lunch, what your grocery. I got to actually buy groceries today. Everybody chat your grocery list. I don't give a fuck, right? If you're active in the chat, we don't care. Just be active in the chat, right? But think about the people who are watching it live who may not be active in the chat. If they don't know the other streams you're talking about or what the philosophical arguments that you're referencing are, right? Then they're a little bit less encouraged to join the chat because they see the chat as a place where a conversation is happening that they can't participate in. The easiest way for them to participate in the chat is for the chat to be talking about what they're watching. That way they realize,
my tongue can do whatever it wants. And really, I'm not paying attention to my tongue at all.
Then they realize you could just redeem tongue, and you could spice up the stream yourself by just redeeming your pocket change, right? But anyway, like when they see that, right, then it's easier to get in the chat. Because they're like, oh, we're watching Gin and Truth. People are talking about what the fuck Gin and Truth is talking about. Let me get up in here and say what I think about what Gin and Truth is talking about. Because if they're talking about a stream that happened 4 weeks ago on somebody else's channel, I have no idea what they're talking about, right? And so when my students are going to be in here presenting their stuff and talking about their stuff, I want people to come in and question my students about what they're presenting and talk to us about the evolutionary questions that we're asking, right? And when we expand the pyramid even further, right, we realize that actually most of the people don't even watch your stream live, right? When I do my live streams, we might have Derek or somebody pop through and the number might go crazy, or we're interviewing Rebecca and 30 people are watching or whatever, right? But for the most part, that number is like 10, 15, under 20 usually, right? With all the platforms combined that I can see on Restream, right? But when I wake up the next day, it's often over 100, right? So that again means as the pyramid goes out, most people aren't watching you live. So that means your content actually has to shift because you're no longer, your primary audience is the live chatters who are watching you and engaging in your live chat. They're near and dear to your heart. They're your ride or dies. You can't get shit done without them. And they're often your mods and your friends and your cousins and on and on and on, the people who are with you no matter what. But as you grow, you start to focus on, oh, this show needs to be highly rewatchable. I need to get into my different segments. And, you just have different priorities because you're trying to make your show watchable for the people watching later. And then you're trying to make it easy for them to want to engage in the comment section, to want to see the show live next time so that they can be engaged in the chat and blase, and on and on and on. And so you notice that's the culture that a lot of our serious content creators have. And so we're just trying to move in that direction. And I appreciate you guys for everything. Most of all, for bearing with me. I know I rant a lot, but you guys are important and you guys are my core. We're trying to grow. I don't want to just be growing and dragging you guys along, kicking and screaming. Not understanding what's going on. Like I said, it is on me to make these videos and do things to make it easier to onboard as a mod or a regular and things like that. But in the meantime, I really appreciate y'all letting me chat with you, letting you know where I stand on these things and what's going on in my head. And we just going to keep it moving like that. I'm going to put on some Gin and Truth. I'm going to watch them for a little bit while I kick back and smoke. And then I'm going to start moving around and doing what I got to do. And then in a little while after that, we're going to go ahead and we'll probably just go ahead and get started with what we got to do as far as January 6th, late night Counter-Apologetics, getting ready for this fucked up ass debate with Kent Hovind. I had another interesting thought for y'all. Shout out to my man Donnie for standing for truth. Y'all are like, what, Jay? I thought you hated Donnie. I do. Donnie's probably literally my arch nemesis, right? But yesterday we had a lot of conversation about the different mindsets of content creators and how some people are trying to help other people grow and other people are just not as interested in that. The thing I've been realizing in my interactions with Donnie for standing for truth is he's of the growth, help the community mindset very strongly. I sometimes think he is dog shit as a moderator because he lets the creationists and libtards, the creatards get away with way too much. And it's so obvious that he's desperate for the wrong answer. But so far I find them likable and friendly, kind of like I feel about Rebecca. Like, I don't agree with shit Rebecca says on air, but broadcasting and sharing the air with Rebecca is a fucking privilege. Like, it's just a fucking wonderful experience, right? She's a great broadcaster. And I'm starting to get the vibe that Donnie might be the same way. And I really do appreciate the fact that, like, he looked at my stuff, he checked out my channel, he came through, I think he subbed or whatever. He let us know excitedly about booking the debate. He left me some options. And he said, man, I got a lot of exciting debates that I can see doing with you, and we could line up a bunch of stuff. So I have to acknowledge that we might be on opposite sides of the fence, right? But Donnie's trying to do business with us. Right? Donnie's trying to say, hey, Jay, you're going to be on the other side, but you're going to be strong on the other side. All right, cool. Let's do business. Let's line some up. He said, let's do this debate. It's going to break the internet. Like, he's excited about the promotional aspects, even when it comes to working with the other side. And that's what we want. This is word wrestling entertainment. We want some people who understand, I'm going to say you're a moron. I'm going to say you're an idiot. I really do believe those things, but on an interpersonal level, I fuck with you. We're all content creators. Let's do something. Let's get in the ring in front of my people, in front of your people. Let's duke it out, right? Leave it what it is. Neither of us is probably going to admit defeat, but we strong like that. We'll get together. We'll link up again. We'll do it again. And if it's good for your audience and good for my audience, we'll keep doing it, right? And so I'm trying to put it out there, like, Donnie might again become one of these people who I don't agree with. I don't like what they say. I'm not with them on the content, but I'm with them as a sort of ally out here and, needing somebody for friendly fire, right? And then also understanding that in this word wrestling entertainment, we're trying to do what's good for business. We're trying to entertain people, right? We're trying to entertain people. And Donnie's trying to do business. And I love that. I appreciate that. I want to show support for that. You got to have a good opponents, guys.
Yeah. And the fucked up thing is, again, they made sure you knew that the two murder victims had a criminal past. And people jerked off all over.
Peter said he wants to be here with the cooking when the cooking starts. See, again, Peter W., bro, I literally think you're nuts, right? But you my homie, bro. We in this community. We out here together. I'm just jealous of Pine Creek. I want my spreadsheet, right? I think Peter W.'s crazy. Yo, when Nano roasted him with that video, that was hysterical because Peter W., when you start talking, bro, we have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And I'm willing to bet you Peter W. has done some dumb shit that if I found out about, I'd be slapping that nigga upside his head. Peter W., how dare you be so stupid? You might get kicked out your fucking church for doing that shit. You know that shit is unforgivable. Peter W. Not okay to do that. You know what I'm talking. Peter W., I ain't gonna dox you right now, but you and I both know you done some fucked up shit, Peter W., right? But he makes me laugh sometimes. And again, I might ban his ass. Peter W., I'm thinking about ban. You know what? I'm banning Peter. Peter W., I'm giving you a timeout. You've done absolutely nothing wrong. I hope to see you after your 5 minutes, but I'm timing you out for 5 minutes. You know, everybody's getting a timeout. You're getting a timeout. You're timed out on YouTube. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of. Sorry. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I timed out Yo, it shifted on me because of the message, and I accidentally put B.S. Lewis in timeout. B.S. Lewis, that was an accident, B.S. Lewis. B.S. Lewis, I didn't even mean to time you out, but it's all good. Who am I going to time out next? I kind of want to time out Cameron Bennett. You know, I know Cameron Bennett won't take it personally. Cameron Bennett, Cameron Bennett, you're going to sacrifice, okay, for everybody else. Cameron's one of my homies. I love Cameron. Cameron, you're becoming like a brother to me. I really mean that. I love you, man. I couldn't get anything done on this fucking channel without Cameron Bennett. So somebody had to complete the Trinity. I needed to time out 3 people. So Cameron Bennett has made the sacrifice as my brother in the spirit of doubt. So he sacrificed for your sins. And I feel relieved. I feel like my wrath has been satisfied. My power has been displayed in full glory. And we didn't even have to ban anybody, you know? So show Cameron Bennett some love, man. Let me give Cameron Bennett, in honor of the 3, there's 3 million for Cameron Bennett for his perfect sacrifice.
That, and I kept saying, what they did 6 years ago had nothing to do with them losing their lives that night. And again, I would play the song, but the last time I did it, my video got flagged for demonetization. And I told you, one day, Uncle Bob is going to do this for his full-time job. But I'll do my best rendition because, yeah, I'm a vocalist. Right? And you heard the instruments, which today's kids, again, this is why you don't like Generation X music. That strange sound that you hear in the background, those are called instruments, fuck faces. Long before someone just sat there with the computer, I'm like, meh, meh. They used to play things like guitars and flutes and bass clarinets, pianos.
Fuck you, Cameron Bennett. See, folks, that is how you play the fucking game. Cameron Bennett, that's how you play. I'm giving Cameron Bennett 10 million pocket change right now. See, sometimes the boss tries to hit you with the fucking super lethal ultimate damage move, that super 5-minute timeout. Okay? Matter of fact, I'm gonna hit up the new account with the pocket change. I'm gonna hit up the KB Fit 2.0 with the pocket change. I'm gonna just make it 10 million. Folks, sometimes you gotta admit defeat. You know, it was just a little exhibition. You know, it wasn't like no title match or nothing. It was just a little friendly exhibition amongst friends. You know, I hit Cameron Bennett with the Super Boss timeout move, right? I literally forgot about a second account. I ain't even gonna front. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm gonna be an honest, dignified loser. I'm gonna lose with grace. That's what I've been preaching about, right? We gotta lose with dignity. I genuinely forgot about the KB Fit 2.0 account. And so he sauced me. He was like, oh, Jay, you forgot about my ability. Second account. Whoa! You know what I'm talking about?
Fatality.
Right? And I had to take the L. I had to just take the L and, you know, just admit that he bested me on that one. You know, I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared for that. You know, he caught me slipping. It is what it is.
Go fuck yourselves.
Yourselves.
Kyle Rittenhouse was a keynote speaker. Gang, he's barely graduated high school. He's lied about where he's going. He said, oh, I'm an Aggie, and he announced it on fuckface Charlie Kirk's show. And then Texas A&M, who I hate, but I give them kudos, and they said, Kyle who? That motherfucker's not coming here, hell no. Then he said, well, what I meant to say was, I'm going to go to Blinn Junior College. Then I'm going to go to Texas A&M. You know what Blinn said? That fucker's not coming here. And he was the keynote speaker, which means they made you wait to the very end so that you could listen to that fucking asshole talk. And out of nowhere, they dim the lights, and what'd you hear? Beep! And they sat there and they cranked out ACDC's Shook Me all night long. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about how angry it got me. And gang, the awning, the electric sign, KYLERITTN, and they kept spelling his name, erase it, spelling his name, erase it. And then the guy was like, hey,
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen this one, but we've seen some Kyle Rittenhouse fucking pro wrestling style super entrances. This shit triggers me too, y'all. Let's get mad together. Y'all, okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is it, y'all. They gonna play it right here? This how they give them. This how they do them. Wait, this looks like this was a while ago. When was this? 7 months ago. No. This looks like I heard he did some recent shit. Where's the recent shit? All right, let's do Kyle Rittenhouse. Let's see if he's got some new shit. Rittenhouse. All right. Somebody else finds it, let me know. But look, we about to do the entrance. Why don't y'all have the new shit? Is it on the, let's see if it's on the interwebs. And then we'll play the other shit if it's not. Kyle Rittenhouse. CDEC. Yeah, y'all got clips of this? There we go. Oh, this is from the other thing, I think. This is from back in the thing, I think. All right, because it looks like that was put up a while ago. All right, so we might be cool. They might be talking about this thing. All right, let's get it. Here we go.
No, that is not the WWE or a Lee Greenwood concert. That was the introduction.
Man, this is boring. Why don't y'all just show me? Yo, the entrance is actually fabulous. I don't know why they not playing. Just play
it is something that we must all take a step back and say, if they can indict a young boy at the time, now a young man.
Yeah, here we go.
They can come after every single one of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's get loud.
Oh, it should be set. I should set the filter the past week. See, that's a power move. But yeah, look at this shit. Is this not sickening?
Kyle, 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 Kyle.
Yep, that's why y'all had to see it. That's why you got to see it. Sometimes you really do have to see it to believe it. It's pretty incredible. Let's say this week. And guys, this is how we start our series, y'all. Yeah. It doesn't look like there really is anything this week. All right, so, but this is how we should do this, right? Like, we could do This Week in Jordan Peterson.
The only person that you really can compare yourself in some real sense is you, because your previous instantiation is the only person who matches your talents and your limitations perfectly. You can strive to be somewhat better than you were, and you can attain that. Even if you're not very disciplined, you can be 1% better than you are in 2 months. That's 6% better in a year, which is quite a lot, especially because it compounds. And in 5 years, with compounding, you're way better than you were. That's a good thing to know, especially that it can also be done incrementally. It removes envy, but it also sets you in a position where you can reward yourself for genuine, small-scale, implementable undertakings. The only person that you really can compare yourself in some real sense is you, because your previous instantiation is the only person who matches your talents and your limitations.
Oh, man. And this is kind of a perfect example of Jordan Peterson. Like, at his best, he kind of is just a nice wrapping paper for common wisdom, right? All right, let's get our let's get part 2 of our special long running series this week in Jordan Peterson.
Jeffrey Gray wrote a book called The Neuropsychology of Anxiety, man, and that is a great book. It is impossible to read. It took me like 6 months to read it, and the reason for that is that he
right. I'm probably being overly critical, but the dumb shit that Jordan Peterson says that is just so clippable, right? You know, that's a great book. It's just impossible to read. Am I the only dingbat in the audience that thinks that part of being a great book is being readable? Sorry, I typically preclude books, i.e. the Bible, e.g. rather, example given the Bible, excluded from my list of great books, particularly because of how fucking god-awful it is to try to read it.
reviewed about 3,000 papers, and they were all neurological papers and heavy psychological.
Peter W. laying down the
papers.
smack.
He actually read them.
Talking shit about my drumming ability. Wow. A half decent drummer. You know, that's kind of what I wanted to be my whole life, no lie, right? Yeah, I always thought it'd be better to be a half decent drummer with a gig than a great drummer on Twitter. So hopefully one day I'll be comfortable with the parasite known as Homo sapiens sapiens and their increased parasitic load such that interacting with other human beings is something that I can do without fear of death. Yeah. So as soon as we take care of that, hopefully I can get back to work at trying to become a half decent drummer. Maybe even one day I could be decent, you know? In Pocket Locker, he's really decent. That's what Pocket Lockers do. Guys, you want to see what half decent drummers do? My man Daniel Bernard, he made a video recently that was just this is what decent drummers do. This shit is so 6th grade right here. He just took it straight back to middle school. But watch the power of the middle school meets locking it in the pocket, you know, kind of like middle school pro is the way we describe this. Look at the nice overlay of all the gear. What a professional. Right? Oh yeah, that's that bop. That little guitar loop. White people love this shit, y'all. You gotta understand. You gotta get the white people feels. You gotta get your white person on. It's fun to dance like a white person because you just feel free. You don't really need to go with the rhythm. You know, you kind of just put your hands up and just kind of do whatever you want. Whatever you're feeling, you know. Let all the earth rejoice. You know, just kind of throw it out there once in a while. Yes, Jesus. You know? Little thing on the cymbal there. Really nice touch. This is these bangers. This is how you get down. You gotta know how to get your Caucasian on. You know, white people should be culturally appropriated too. It's a stance for racial equality. Oh, the little march, the little middle school march. Give him that little middle school march, Daniel. Oh yeah, oh feel it. Feel it. It's taking you back to middle school. that's a bop. You know what great drummers do? We just rely on the rest of the band. Just let everybody else do the work. You chilling. Get it. That's called locking it in the pocket, folks. The timing is perfect. Let the band do all the work. We just here to keep the groove going. Middle school fills. Let's go. He doesn't exist, but it's all good. Yes. They really won't see how great God is, but this song's a bop. The song is a bop. Hold on, break it down middle school style. Here we go. Oh, that was fucking fire. White boy flame. Hair gel done in the morning. Clean liner. Show them how we do it. Oh, look at the build. 5th grade drums. Give it to him. Oh, the drum bass is serious. He's kind of bullshit. He's kind of needy. He's kind of bloodthirsty. But the song's about. Oh, they just let it breathe. Let the power chords go out.
Sing with me.
Easy money. Get that easy money.
And all will see.
I don't know why they working so hard.
How great.
I don't know why they working so hard. Let the band do the work. Easy money. Let's go. They don't pay us to show out. They pay us to keep time. They just pay us to keep time. That's all we gotta do. Keep time. Know where you at in the song. Let's go. Shout out to the Pocket Locker. Pocket Locker, oh Pocket Locker. If you don't know what it means to be a Pocket Locker, you gonna learn today. Unbelievable. Oh, look at the scene at the end. Look how pro that shit is. Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness. Woo! Folks. And then the nerds in the crowd be like, but he wasn't even talking about philosophy. There wasn't even any evidence or no argument. I mean, how do people watch that? Nigga, how do you watch what you look at that 10,000 people have watched this. It's only been up for a day. This man has 167,000 subscribers. 167,000 subscribers for what he does anyway. Fucking philosophy nerd. All right, back to our regularly scheduled This Week in Jordan Peterson.
Them all. And he understood them and he synthesized them. And then he wrote this book about the synthesis. And he's very, very careful with his terminology. And so to read the book, you have to understand brain anatomy and you have to understand neuropharmacology and you have to understand animal behavior, the whole literature on animal behavior, and a whole whopping... Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking human psychology and cybernetics. It's a vicious book. But you really learn something when you read it if you go through it bit by bit.
Thanks, Caterpillar. Appreciate you.
It's had an overwhelming influence on psychology, even among people who haven't read it, which is most of the people who cite it, by the way. And so, but he said, he outlined this real cool study, maybe it was a sequence of studies, about how to motivate rats, and rats are a lot like us.
I think we started it, but we haven't gotten through it yet.
And, biochemically and psychopharmacologically,
Yeah,
they're
you
very,
gotta
very
know
similar. and they
Koine,
have
Greek,
very
and ancient
complex
Hebrew. I
social
go, dude, I can only
environments,
count to 4.
You know, they have hierarchies and they play and they laugh. Jack Panksepp found out that rats laugh if you tickle them. You can tickle them with like the end of a pencil eraser, but you can't hear them laughing because they laugh ultrasonically like bats. So you have to record it.
Dude. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. I hate it when this guy teaches me shit. I don't like Jordan Peterson. I don't want him to be right. I don't want to learn from Jordan Peterson. That's not the point of this. The point of this is to make fun of Jordan Peterson and ridicule him. Okay, that's the point. I'm here to ridicule Jordan Peterson. I don't want to compliment Jordan Peterson. I don't want to be nice to him. That's not the point. Look at my robe. Look how cute my robe is. That's the point of the show. The point of the show is look at me. I want to make Jordan Peterson look smart. Look at these goddamn tights. There's a literal Lion of Judah on these multicolored tights with like fucking smoke coming up them and changing colors and a fucking cross with light coming out of it and shit. What? These tights are a whole goddamn show in and of itself. That's what people should be paying attention to. They should be paying attention to my motherfucking tights. You know how hard it is to source these kind of tights, folks? Tights are fucking incredible. No. I can't have a good goddamn time on my own goddamn show. People are attacking my motherfucking audience. Motherfucking Jordan Peterson. I'm trying to make fun of his ass, and he's over here revealing shit to me. No fucking respect. Get some respect around here. All right, guys, we have finally cracked the Jordan Peterson mystery. We have finally discovered the source of the proof, I should say, the evidence that Jordan Peterson is actually a genius and that he's hilarious. We have finally solved the riddle. Jordan Peterson has finally revealed his hand of how we know how fucking brilliant and hilarious he is. His fucking influence on a generation is now fucking so clear. Everybody fucking knows how hilarious Jordan Peterson is, and he just proved to us how it goes.
But you can't. Panksepp found out that rats laugh if you tickle them. You can tickle them with like the end of a pencil eraser, but you can't hear them laughing because they laugh ultrasonically like bats.
There it is. Jordan Peterson is secretly one of the funniest motherfuckers on the planet. But nobody knows because his jokes are so funny. His insights are so profound that they always cause people to laugh hysterically. But like when you tickle a rat, they laugh ultrasonically. And so because they laugh ultrasonically, when you first hear it, your cognitive mind thinks this motherfucker is an idiot. But really, you are engrossed in his brilliance and you are literally overcome with supersonic laughter. And I didn't know that. I didn't understand that. I was evaluating Jordan Peterson according to the wrong standard. I was like listening to the shit that comes out of his mouth, realizing that he's a piece of shit, realizing that he misrepresents his expertise, feeling like I don't understand why people think he's smart because he's a fucking idiot, right? But I didn't realize I wasn't looking at the evidence. I wasn't thinking about the supersonic laughter. So he has really enlightened me today. And I wouldn't be being honest if I didn't acknowledge how powerful this might explain Trump. This might explain QAnon. I mean, this might explain a lot of shit that is going on in the world. The things that I think are fucking ridiculous and clearly can't be funny, and the people are not even telling jokes, secretly, they're just inside jokes that I don't find funny. but everybody else is in on it, and it's just a supersonic laughter. And since I'm not hearing the supersonic laughter, I'm not cueing in on how fucking funny they are. Shit, I'm gonna have to study this. I'm gonna have to figure out, fuck you, Jordan Peterson.
So you have to record it and then slow it down. Then you can hear them giggling away when you tickle
You
them.
got to record it and slow it down, see?
Which is, you think, oh, I'm going to spend $50,000 on a study demonstrating that rats laugh. And you think, well, wait a second. That's a major league study, because he's
that
outlined
explains it, AR.
a ludic circuit. That's a play circuit. And Jaak Panksepp discovered the play circuit in mammals. That's a bloody big deal, If you get that by, rubbing rats with a pencil eraser, well, good for you. So... anyways, so Gray talked a lot about how to motivate a rat. And you might have heard about B.F. Skinner. He used food pellets to motivate his rats. But what you don't know about Skinner is that those rats were starved to 3/4 of their normal body weight. So they would work for food, man. So Skinner's rats were kind of oversimplified. But you can get rats to work for food. They don't have to be that hungry. You can get them to work for food. And they'll do all sorts of things. They'll press levers and they'll open doors, and they'll solve problems, and they'll do all sorts of things. And one of the things you can do to kind of measure how much the rat is motivated is, let's say you've run him through a maze and he knows there's some food at the end of the maze. You can tie a little spring to his tail and see how hard he pulls when you open the door to the maze. So that's how much rat work the rat is willing to do. So you can measure that. Or you can see how fast he skitters down the maze, and you can get an estimate about the rat's motivation. And so then you might say, well, how motivated is a hungry rat? And the answer would be, depends on how hungry he is. But there's another answer. It also depends on what's chasing him when he's going after the food. So if you have a rat and you have food over here and you waft in some cat odor, rats hate cat odor, and it's innate. They never have to see or smell a cat to be absolutely petrified by cat odor. And so if you waft in some cat odor and then open the door, that rat will zoom to that food a lot faster than it will if it's just hungry. So a rat running away from something that it doesn't want towards something that it does want is a very motivated rat. And so one of the things we did with the future authoring program that's germane to this idea of terror, because there's this idea in the Old Testament that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, and it's a pretty harsh idea. But there's something really useful about it, because one of the things you see with people all the time is that they're trying to...
This is the danger of this fuckface. Psychologizing bullshit, psychologizing bullshit, psychologizing bullshit, common wisdom nonsense, nothing, right? Just vacuous nonsense, but not objectionable. And then he wants to slip it on in there. Oh, well, it turns out because fear is such a powerful motivator, that fear of the Lord, which sounds like, it's so harsh, it's so fucking absurd and ridiculous, but there's something very useful about it. As if that's what the fucking conversation needs to be about. And again, like, I'm tired of not existing to these people. Like, this worldview where you just get to keep talking in public and slipping in your religious language and no acknowledgement at all that there are people who don't fit into that in-group, I just find it's off-putting. And I'm sick of being told, like, I get this shit from my family about how off-putting my rhetoric is, like when I call them on their shit, right? As if there's a fucking nice way for me to do it. And of course, y'all know you be trying to do it as the nicest way human possible, and it doesn't matter, right? The problem isn't their problematic bullshit. The problem is the fact that you happen to mention it or call them out on it in a way that they don't like, right? So why don't we start calling them out on the shit that we don't like? Like, I don't like when you think I'm supposed to respect you as some sort of powerful intellectual and you just slip all loosely into God is useful, totally disregarding the problems that we all experience every day with the fucking religious fucking radicalization of this country. On top of which, totally just disregarding, apparently, people who don't believe in this God concept, find this God concept to be objectionable. Like, if you can't find a way to deliver your psychological wisdom without sliding into theology, then maybe you don't have that much psychological fucking wisdom to begin with. Because biologists seem to be able to talk about biology without slipping this shit in. Historians seem to discuss history without slipping this shit in. Mathematicians seem to discuss math without slipping this shit in. And most other psychologists manage to do psychology and psychotherapy and psychiatry and psychiatric emergencies and psychiatric services without insisting on dropping this shit in, especially not when they're on a platform like yours. Oh, I know, guys, but I'm just being fucking mean because he's such an expert and a wonderful, nice human being, and he really is helping people learn that they should take responsibility, like clean their room and get married and pay their bills and get a job. And on top of all of that, that they really are competing with themselves to become a better version of the man in the mirror. Right.
Stumble forward towards their ideal, as poorly defined as it might be. But then they're afraid, right? They're afraid about what they might encounter. And that stops them, because fear does stop people. It freezes you like a prey animal. And so people move ahead, but then they get afraid, and then they stop moving ahead. And so, and that's not so good, because negative emotion is a really powerful motivator. So we're more motivated by negative emotion.
Peter W., you need to be chastised for this. When it comes to pushing your religious agenda, Lena is your opposition. Peter W., I am here to entertain you. But if you're going to participate in my live chat, are you ever going to try to entertain me, Peter W.? Is this relationship ever going to become a two-way street, or am I just supposed to entertain you one way? And see, this is why we ban all the symbols, y'all. Because this thing comes through and drops this motherfucking spam on my chat, and then I get banned in all the fucking shit. If you're a mod, go ahead and ban that fucker. And then they get a fucking 3x combo. Don't ever give that person a goddamn thing. All right. Now, Peter W. No, don't do that. You're doing it more. Peter W. God damn it, Peter W. I'm trying to intervene, and you keep making the problem worse. Peter W., you're supposed to be representing your faith, defending your faith, converting people to your faith, evangelizing. We want a challenge. Defend your faith intelligently. Be better at this. We want to fight. And you, see, what you do when you ask these stupid questions, you give Lena a chance to just come on in and boom. And all that's doing is help Lena build her empire. She doesn't need a channel. All she does is kill it in the comment section and pop up sporadically on other people's channel. And she is blowing up. So when you say these dumb things to her, you're just giving her an opportunity to cut a chat promo on you. And she just comes in real gracefully, and yet evolution explains it beautifully. And everybody's just like, oh, shit. Lena just blew your ass up. You just got Lena'd. Lena to Mina. All over you, man. Don't do that to yourself. We're trying to help you become better opponents. Peter W., do what you're good at. You're good at the spreadsheets. Stick to the spreadsheet. Watch my channel. Notice how I beat up on the women all the time. I like beating up on women because I'm an equal opportunity offender and I'm a bad guy. And it turns out when you beat up on women, people get even angrier at you than you do when you beat up on men. And I'm a bad guy. I just want to do cheap and dirty things that are against the norm and break the rules so people hate me. And if beating up on women makes them hate me faster than beating up on men, then I'm just going to keep beating up on women. So you keep track on the spreadsheet. I want to see the video timesheet, the date, the timestamp on the video, a brief synopsis of who was the target, and kind of what I did, right? And with a link embedded in the spreadsheet so we can just click on it. And then we're going to clip them. We're going to make a playlist called Jay Beating Up Women, right? And then we're going to add Peter W. We're going to say courtesy of Peter W., right? And then we're going to make a playlist for people based on your spreadsheet. That's just straight boom, just straight boom, just straight boom, just straight me beating up on women. So people can just play it on repeat. You know, so you can just sit there throughout the workday and get like a good 8-10 hours of me just beating up on women, all right? But don't come through the chat promoting Lena or giving Lena these, that's called doing a job. That's called a squash match. It's like when somebody who's a no-name, they're really not that great at wrestling, they're not a very good athlete, you know, they start doing these things, and then, you know, they challenge somebody who's way out of their league, and so it becomes a problem. Oh, goodness. Now we got a fucking chat bomber to deal with. All right, let's pull this up on the thing. We'll play Jordan Peterson.
And then positive emotion, quantitatively speaking. Quantitatively speaking, you can measure it. That's, I think, because we can only be so happy, but we can really be suffering and dead, you know? So we have to pay more attention to the negative. And that's bad because the negative can stop you. And then in my clinical practice, you know, I often talk to people who are trying to make a difficult life decision, and they're weighing out the costs and the benefits of making the life decision, you know? And one of the things I always talk to them about is, wait a second, that's an incomplete analysis. You have to weigh out the benefits and the costs of doing this. And you have to weigh out the costs and benefits of not doing that, not doing it. And that's not the same as the zero that you assume that you're starting with, right? Because to not make a decision also has a cost. And sometimes the cost of not making a decision is far worse than the cost of making a decision, even if the decision is risky. And so one of the things you can derive from that, and this is very useful, I think, is that this is also, I think, why it's so useful to contemplate your mortality, so to speak, is you're screwed no matter what you do. You know, and that actually frees you, is that you have path A that has catastrophes and you have path B that has catastrophes, and you don't get to have the no catastrophe path, but you get to pick which one. And that's really something.
Guys, I'm literally living this in the moment. Like, it's so frustrating. It's like I locked down the chat and the stuff so that I finally kind of block out the spam bots and the bullshit. And then everybody's complaining because you can't drop symbols, and the fucking bot times you out for this, and the bot blocks all the words, and I can't do the blase and the flavonoids, and so then you loosen it up, and then the bots come back, and then it's just it's like literally a struggle. There's the fucking awfulness of path A or the awfulness of path B, and you guys see as soon as I loosen up the restrictions, I don't know if anybody remembers on stream when I actually said I'm loosening up the bot a little bit, but it has to be in the last week or 10 days or so, and of course here come the chatbots. I noticed this on like T-Jump stream, because I know T-Jump uses Restream, and you know, if you use Restream, you get these bots you deal with. If you use StreamYard, you deal with the lurker jerkers. Y'all remember that. If you deal with Whereby, you're missing all the features of using a platform that's actually made for streaming and not fucking meetings, and you don't get the streaming to multiple platforms. It's just like, oh my goodness, so much fun. All right, here we go.
Because if you know that there's terrible risk associated with everything that you do and don't do, then you can afford to take some risks, because you're not, you know, and this is all within the ARC metaphor. I'm still making the case that
he's kind of right about this, guys. Like, again, common wisdom, and he presents it well.
You can make a covenant with the highest ideal, and that will take you through it the best way possible. I'm still making that case. So then you think, okay, well, I'm trying to make this decision. I'm going to go try to do something difficult, and isn't that terrifying? And then you think, yeah, but wait a minute. what's really terrifying is not doing it. And then you think about the cost of not doing it. So in the future authoring program, we have people do this little meditative exercise, which is, okay, just think about your insufficiency.
Yeah. Sorry, Caterpillar. That happens sometimes. I timed out the wrong person earlier today, too. Sometimes it just takes a second to go through the submenu, and it accidentally clicks the wrong name because another message pops up or something in just the wrong moment. And then you end up, deleting the wrong message. So I just noticed that back here, too. So yeah, Caterpillar, sorry, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just a wrong button situation. Please don't take it personally.
By your own definition, right? The way that you don't do what you know you should do. About the things that you do that you shouldn't do, that you know you shouldn't do beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? There's some things like that.
Yeah, Lena, I want to do Terrence McKenna stuff. Yeah. I want to do Terrence McKenna stuff. Let me say that for right now. I'm trying to think if it'll be this weekend or next week. But I think it'd be good for late night Counter-Apologetics. I kind of want to start doing Kent Hovind stuff, just because I feel like I've got a lot of stuff I kind of want to get through and build up to this Kent Hovind thing. But yeah, I definitely want to do Terrence McKenna stuff, especially because he has pretty legit credentials. And like I said, he was somebody a name that came up a lot when I was studying in college. And yeah. I actually appreciate the reminder.
And that's bad habits and poor aim and all of the resentment and hatred and aggression and unresolved conflicts and all those things that are dementing you and warping you, and then think, okay, those things get the upper hand, and they get the upper hand, and they take you the worst possible place you could go in the next 3 to 5 years. What exactly does that look like? And so you sketch all that out, and you think, hey, I don't want to go there. And so the next time that a temptation comes up, you think, well, it'd be a lot better for me if I didn't succumb to this temptation. It's like, that's kind of weak, eh? You'd look a little better if you didn't eat like a cheesecake a day or something like that. That's something, but it's not the same as I'm going to have diabetes and I'm going to lose my damn leg in 5 years if I don't get my eating under control. That's motivating. And so then the temptation comes along and you think, oh, how about no? Seriously, how about no? Not just because a higher good would be obtained if I avoided it, but because a terrible catastrophe would be averted if I didn't. And so you want to get your fear behind you, right? You want to get it behind you where it's pushing you forward instead of in front of you where it's stopping you. And you get your fear behind you, pushing you forward by actually thinking through the consequences of not putting your life together. And the least of those is that you waste it and suffer, right? Because you're going to suffer anyways, man. So you waste it and suffer. That's a bad deal. Because maybe if you're going to suffer, you could at least do something noble and glorious and upright and powerful and honorable and admirable and helpful and difficult. That's just so much better. And maybe that's good enough so that you think, hey, little suffering, it's basically worth it. At least it's a way forward.
I'm just trying to fix my camera real quick. All right, and I'm going to get us into tonight's programming and stuff because I'm not in the mood to deal with the VDAD stuff. I'll deal with it tomorrow. I'll just, what I think, I had sort of a plan B, which was to buy myself a couple of hours before the Atheist Crew Book Club to work on things after church, and then sort of go into crunch time mode after the Atheist Crew Book Club. And just have a good night work session. And so I also, I kind of need to get some supplies. So I'll do that. I was going to get groceries, but maybe I'll get groceries situation. We were talking about Bill Russell's passing and sort of the value of that story that was shared from him growing up about needing to stand up and fight, winning some and losing some, and his mother, telling him that he did what he had to do, and he shouldn't regret what happened, which is a powerful message when you've just got your ass whooped. But with that being said, let's transition into the point of us playing that clip, which is to talk about what's going on with Brittany Griner.
She remains in prison in Russia for the possession of marijuana while the U.S. negotiates a deal to secure her freedom. But the twice impeached ex-president Donald Trump simply cannot help himself. Over the weekend, Trump appeared on a podcast where he launched racist attacks against Griner. He called her spoiled and overstated the amount of marijuana that she says she brought accidentally into the country. He basically said that the U.S. should not engage in a prisoner swap for her release. Targeting black athletes is ingrained in our reactionary system and a predictable part of Trump's personality. These attacks are weaponized against black athletes if they rise to the political level beyond the entertainment confines of anything other than shut up and dribble, as one Fox News host put it. There is a lengthy history of this happening, from Muhammad Ali to Colin Kaepernick, and we will discuss that lengthy history and how it applies today next.
All right, guys, hang on. I'm trying to fix the desk cam here. Oh, look, it's back. All right, great, fantastic. All right, let's get into something a little bit more direct. Let me see. I want to do something else on. That was a thing about the Trump commentary. And I'm going to play this little CNN clip real quick. Oh, y'all know us. We are showing love to the broadcasters. Man, I'm low-key a CNN fan because I'm a huge fan of some of their broadcasters, and this is one of my favorites.
Russia says it is now willing to discuss a prisoner exchange with the U.S. This comes less than 24 hours after a court near Moscow sentenced WNBA superstar Brittany Griner to 9 years behind bars for having cannabis oil, a small amount, in her luggage. Joining us now is someone who knows exactly what Griner is facing right now, one of the few people, Trevor Reed. He returned to the United States in April after being imprisoned in Russia for almost 3 years. Trevor, thanks for being with us this morning.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Were you at all surprised by this sentence when you heard the amount of time?
Appreciate you, Richard Madsen.
No, absolutely not. I was expecting them to give her, the maximum or close to the maximum, which is what they did.
Does it feel like what happened to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So for Brittany's, classification of crime, which actually I don't think should even be under that classification, but they have, I believe it's 0 to 10 years, and they gave her 9. So people in Russia who are convicted and sentenced under that article in the Russian Federation usually receive about a year, 2 years maybe. 9 is unheard of. I never saw that the entire time I was there. And as well as in my case, I received 9, and that was actually the largest sentence ever handed down for that criminal article in Russia ever. So, yeah, I wasn't surprised by that. And, regardless of how you feel about Brittany Griner's case, that sentence is clearly political. There's no denying that.
Logistically, Trevor, walk us through what happens now for her? Because you've been through this. What, as she's transported, as she arrives, wherever she may be. What?
Yeah, so once you're convicted in Russian court, you do have a chance to go to appeals and appeal that decision to another kangaroo court in Moscow. So after that trial, depending on Brittany's decision on whether she wants to appeal or not, she may stay in Moscow at the detention facility that she's already at until her appeals are completed, or if she chooses not to go to appeals, they may transfer her to a forced labor camp. And considering the fact that the Russian government is considering exchanging her, they may also decide to leave her in Moscow to make it easier for her to be returned to the United States.
All right, guys, give it up for Tangelo. Oh man, so funny. What's up? I can't even see you. Why can't I see you? Oh, they put you down there. That's lame. Don't do that. How you doing, man? Uh-oh.
Good, thanks. And you?
I'm good. What do you want to chat about? Do you want to? Is this? Are you trying to get into your debate right now, Tangelo? I'm not having debates right now.
Oh, that's up to you.
No. Let's give a hello. We gotta schedule something so we can do an event and promote it and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Do you want to set up something right now?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, do you have free time tomorrow?
Do you wanna do? Let me think. Do we have anybody? I don't think we have anybody lined up for a hot program this week. Although
Actually, I don't want to have a debate. I think we should just have normal conversation. No.
All right, so come on, hot program tomorrow. If anybody else comes on, we'll just make it a panel. But yeah, I think
I would prefer just to have a one-to-one with you.
Okay. So then the best time is gonna be after the 10th. Because I got a video. I got a video I gotta work on hardcore. That's due on Wednesday the 10th, and I probably have to give a workshop this week too that I'm probably gonna have to get ready for. All right, so let's see. What about Thursday night at 10 Eastern?
I think that will be late for me because what time is it where you are right now?
8:39. Is it really 8:30? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm 1 hour ahead of you. Here it's 9:39.
All right, so what about like I don't know, 6 or 7?
Yeah.
Wait, that's
sounds
Thursday.
good.
Make it 7 because I gotta know how long I'm gonna have to meet with Rob for. Oh my goodness. All right. Also. Yeah. All right, let's do that. I gotta find a way to use a calendar or something on this computer. Let's see. Because I don't want to pull up my phone. Does this have anything on it? Yeah, all right. I need to get this synced up with my email. All right, hang on a sec. Yeah. Sign in there. I probably just changed the password since the last time I did this, maybe. Yeah, it's me. All right, now hopefully it'll sync up with my calendar. Great, there we go. There's my calendar. Yes. Oh my goodness, y'all. As soon as it synced up, it just over flooded my whole screen with pink. Because of all the meetings I have on my schedule. It just was like, it looked like somebody just puked all over my calendar. Like, oh, my schedule's the worst. I have to make major life changes. I need to tell people that I personally identify as someone who hates meetings. All right, Thursday. Yeah, let's do 7 because I'm supposed to meet with my student until then. Event name, Convo with Otangelo. And then I'll try to get together with me when we do it, and we'll try to get it so that we can go live on both channels. All right, where's the time? It's not all day. There we go. Time is 8:30. I know. Time is 7 p.m. Get it right. Let's say to 8 p.m. Yep, remind me then. Sorry, that was like the first time I've set something on my calendar this way. All right, I want to add another reminder. All right, whatever. I'll just leave it. I'll see it. All right, the reminder is good. All right, discard changes. Cancel. No, let's save the event. Save. There we go.
All right, Jay, I have to go. You can.
Yeah, you're in
you
there.
can put it in the side chat, and I look it up. Okay.
What? What am I putting in the
Yeah,
side
the
chat?
date.
It's
the
Thursday
date,
at 7.
when-
Thursday at 7. The Thursday,
Okay.
the
All right.
11th at 7.
Okay.
Or
have a
I
good
guess
one.
that'll
Bye-bye.
be, I think that's 8 your time.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
All right. Thanks so much, Otangelo. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you're
All right,
welcome. Bye-bye.
ciao. All right, guys. Good stuff. All right. What do we got to do tonight? We got to do January 6th. All right. Let me take care of my food situation. We're going to listen to some, we're going to go back to March Zagnus. This one's called Warrants. Give me a few minutes to order myself some food and stuff here, and we'll get it going. No, I'm not cooking.
Ambitions, he came with that word. We used to wait to the first. Now they gon' pay for a verse. I'm pulling off with Bert. Still playing the trap. The way that these niggas will look at a nigga, you think that I had it. And we learning lessons cause these niggas losing while they steady bragging. Chasing the trends, but you on Twitter talking about his fashion. Niggas is laughing. What is you bragging about? Y'all think it's some niggas out here run up on you and blast it out. Damn, let me chill. I fuck with my niggas who real. I fuck with my bitches who trill. I need a million on the deal. Still got connects on the pill. Know that I got it. Skinny nigga getting money out in potters. Know that I got it. Yeah. If you want it, come and find me. Cause I got it. I'm never hiding out. If you want it, come and find me. Cause I got it. I'm never hiding cause I'm real. He fuck with me cause I'm real. She fuck with me cause I'm real. He fuck with me cause I'm real. She fuck with me cause I'm real. He fuck keeping it real. Know that I'm keeping it real. They know that I'm keeping it real.
Working so hard, man, know that I got it. Know what they say, more money, more problems. Walking this bitch and my bitch is the hottest. And I be dressing her all in designer. Get a fresh pack and I flip it for profit. Know my niggas that be wildin'. Pull up to the party smiling. Fuck it up and now we mobbing. Niggas be tough in they tweets, but not enough in these streets. When I be rolling my trees, my niggas be zagging with me wherever we be. Your bitch be all on her knees, doing whatever I please. We mix it up in the sheets, then I pass it to my team.
If you want it, come and find me, cause I got it, I'm never hiding out. If you want it, come and find me, cause I got it, I'm never hiding out. Hey. She fuck with me cause I'm real, he fuck with me cause I'm real. She fuck with me cause I'm real, he fuck with me cause I'm real. She fuck with me cause I'm real, he fuck with keeping it real. Know that I'm keeping it real, they know that I'm keeping it real.
This sample kills.
Whoa. Dog, you gotta chill, bagging bitches off the vibe. I'd rather be a real nigga working 9 to 5 than be a scamming nigga out here living off a lie. See me when you see me, cause I'm never hard to find.
And I've been on my grind, so you know don't waste my time. And I wake up in the morning, weed and bacon on the side. Then I count up all my bread, told the plug to hit my line. I'm deleting all you fake niggas, so please don't act surprised. What? Yeah.
I guess fake it till you make it lit. Nah, we rather take trips, you can't relate to it. Moving state to state, we in our lane, we can't complain. While you niggas steady switching sides, you niggas lame.
Yeah. And I remember I was the quiet one, way back when. But now I got establishment, I made my name off of him. And see my nigga, you be tripping off the things that end. And we be focused on the bigger things to see them win.
Dog, you gotta chill, bagging bitches off the vibe. I'd rather be a real.
Guys, I just want to say this. I don't know how much of this I've seen yet, but I really would like to see the Peter W's of the world converse with the Richard Madsons of the world. Because as much as we all love Richard Madsen, I just think that his biblical interpretation is so foreign to most Christians that it would be really interesting to see that conversation, just to see where everybody's at, you know, like, oh man, I just don't, as hard as it is for them to deal with Atheist, I think they would struggle just as much to deal with somebody like Richard Madsen, for what that's worth to you.
Real nigga working 9 to 5, then be a scamming nigga out here living off a lie. See me when you see me, cause I'm never hard to find.
I don't want your bitch, but she came to fuck me. Your mom
don't choke on the jewels,
but you know she ugly. Hit a bitch back when she wanted to be.
It's very serious about not being serious.
Nigga, get up out the streets. Get up out the streets, nigga. Get up out the streets. Get up out the streets, nigga. Your mom is ugly.
Your mama ugly. You said your mama ugly. Yo, what am I filling out on this thing? I'm filling out all my personals.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. So then if I was
I
good,
just want some alcohol and some dog food.
Whoa. Tired. I feel like counting today. Whoa. Tired. I put that money away. Whoa. Tired. I feel like shining. I feel like counting it, hey, whoa, Zach. I put that money away, whoa, Zach. I feel like shining it, hey, whoa, Zach. Niggas is not what they say. Never catch me with the fakes. You see me, then you see the gang. You know what we do on that stage. It's either you love or you hate. Whoa, Zach. It's either you love or you hate. Whoa, Zach. You niggas been trash anyway. You bastards think you getting passes just because we laugh and shit. We keeping track of half of it and we could damage ya. Live forever long as bitches rep this rebel shit. But you niggas steady hate while you irrelevant. Been had the way with crashing them. Listen, dog, that wasn't even half of it, and now we brought the Zag with it. Woo! Now they wanna play us back and shit. Old bitches call my phone talking about they want me back and shit. Whoa, Zag, I feel like counting it, hey. Whoa, Zag.
All right, let's order some dinner.
Away. Whoa, Zag, I feel like shining it, hey.
Because otherwise, y'all know I'll get distracted.
Niggas is not what they say.
And then I'll get hangry.
Zag, I feel like counting it, hey. Whoa, Zag. I put that money away, whoa, Zach. I feel like shining it, hey, whoa, Zach. Niggas is not what they say.
Niggas been nervous of late, straight up just out of your face. You know that Zach I'ma hate, you know that Zach I'ma hate. Whoa, Zach, I'm counting money today. Whoa, Zach, I'm counting, cause I remember I was broke. I robbed these niggas for the dope. These niggas thought I was a slouch because I'm always telling jokes. Whoa, Zach, look at the look on their face. Whoa, Zach, had niggas running in place. Don't even know the half of it. Smoking blunts back to back and shit. Fucking in the past, nigga, probably shouldn't have said this shit. Whoa, Zach, the pussy so good made me pray. Whoa, Zach, the pussy so good made me pray.
Whoa, Zach, I feel like counting it, hey.
Yo, I can't figure out my password.
I put that money away, whoa, Zach. I feel like shining it, hey, whoa.
Oh my
Zach.
goodness.
Niggas is not what they say, whoa.
Alright, now I gotta enter a bullshit ass code. This gonna be a whole pain in the ass.
I put that money away, whoa, Zach. I feel like shining it, hey, whoa, Zach. Niggas is not what they say.
Another two-factor authentication as though it's a different person from 10 minutes ago. Alright, here we go. What? Yeah, that's the one. What are we doing here?
Back from the future. Deja vu. You looking too familiar, could've swore that I knew you. Oh yeah.
Yo, it's not letting me log into my. Hang on. I'm not gonna deal with this shit. I'm doing it on my phone. Watch other shit.
Like why you keep coming back?
So irritating.
No reason to run it back.
I'm just switching devices real quick.
I'm going in loops like I sampled that. But this ain't no shit I can't handle, man. Hold up, I stumbled about the pass. Hoping to God I could make it last. He told me don't trip, son, just make the path. So I'ma keep running until I pass it. Until I the bad times they come. The bad times they go. But if I keep up, stay high. Bad times they come, bad times they go. But if I keep up, stay high, I won't spend much time on the floor. Deja vu. Feel like I've been here before. It's deja vu. Don't wanna be here no more. It's deja vu. But I know I can get myself out in the end. Deja vu. Cause I did it before and I do it again. I can't remember. My life got no ceilings. That mean there's no limits. The zagging is endless. It's just the beginning. Get served like it's tennis. Serena, my bitch. She started to trip. Must be what I mixed, it's red in my eyes. So you know that I'm high, man. It ain't no discussion, I don't got no patience. I don't think I'm a doctor. You talking about choppers, is these niggas targets? We been here before. And I just thought you should know that wherever I go in these cities you stay, if I've been there before, they remember to thank. And these niggas, they hate. Man, these niggas, they hate. Deja vu. Feel like I've been here before. It's deja vu. Don't wanna be here no more. It's deja vu.
All right, let's get it.
But I know I can get myself out in the end. Deja vu. Cause I did it before and I do it again. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Feeling like deja vu. If I did it before, I'ma do it again.
All right, here we go. We're good. We did that. Orders done. Perfect. There's the details. Great.
Sip on the Henny, then mixed it with gin. Told all my niggas that we gonna win. We strive for success and it shows in the end. Bitches like deja vu.
Deja vu.
If you want it, go get it. Don't sit and wait for it, like make a move. You niggas lazy, you rather watch niggas go do it. I'm talking to you. She told me the pussy, a nigga gon' take it. Give me your heart and a nigga gon' break it. I change up the pace and now they look amazed. Bitches like
deja vu. Feel like I've been here before. It's deja vu. Don't wanna be here no more. It's deja vu. But I know I can get myself out in the
Peace, Richard Madsen.
Cause I did it before and I do it
Yes.
again. Deja vu.
Flying Thing, appreciate you for answering the question. I'm going to go, Cody Johnston is some more news. Kamiki Constant. I mean, I guess I got to go with, like, David Pakman since I asked technically for news commentators. I really want to say, like, Arndt Brown, but I don't know if he counts. But I guess I'll go with David Pakman and maybe, like, let me say who else do I really like. The Young Turks, honestly. Probably the Young Turks. Probably, you know, Anna Kasparian and I can't think of the main dude. But yeah, that's the whole TYT crew. I really like their shows. And then I do watch the Minority Report with Sam Cedar a bunch. And as much as somehow she irritates me some way, I don't know why she irritates me so much, but I really like Rachel Maddow's like style and her kind of tweenerness between like being a mainstream person and being a more like free-flowing kind of commentator. So yeah, I that's just some people. Got you. J.R. Jackson, John Itarolas. Drop some of these links on us in the Discord. We should eventually set up a question of the day channel in the Discord. White gloves. I only wear white gloves with my white outfits. Richard Madsen, and that was a funny one. Yeah, Lena's headphone jack is jammed. Yeah. Rip to that headphone jack. You can't stand Anna Kasparian. That's fair. That's fair. Nobody's for everybody. I'm okay with that. You know, honestly, No, I'm just kidding. Anna Kasparian's kind of my celebrity crush, so I'm kind of like, the less competition for Anna Kasparian's affections, the better, you know. All right, guys. What we gonna do? All right, we did our communion. We're gonna get into January 6th coverage for today. So I thought I had this pulled up already. I always do this. I think we're on day 7. Yes, we are. I want to go back to our friends at PBS. But we'll go right on ahead and get business.
Explosive and revealing testimony last month of former White House aide Cassie Hutchins.
Of election. All right, guys. So go ahead. Consider this a 2-minute warning or something like that. Let's call it maybe 3 minutes. We are going to resume our January 6th coverage. Let's say it's 9:01. All right. I'm going to go to the restroom. Y'all have till 9:05. At 9:05, we are making the transition to this resurrectionist, insurrectionist coverage as we take on day 7 of this fucked up ass January 6th committee hearings. Now, if your ass missed these hearings live, you are having a second chance here to get through it with us as a community. So take your little break, get your little PP on, grab yourself some popcorn. My food probably gonna show up in the middle of this somewhere. But we got 2 or 3 minutes and we gonna get this January 6th coverage started. All right, appreciate y'all. Take a little break. We'll be right back. Let's listen to Long Live John Theo.
LaGuardia. Yeah. Whoa. Long live John Theo.
Go get that jet fuel. Go get that jet fuel.
Nigga lost so many, I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest. Just to get to the top and show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan T.O. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn, yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My dog. Yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother, my brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in. He shot my brother, he ran to the house. walked out of Nanny Hall when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, this some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to give y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go, nigga, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was harder than man. I'm talking about this my big brother, nigga.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah. Thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah. Thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all on. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song. Shorty. You know, I can't sing like you can, but I'm letting people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Thought that I would change. Thought that I would change. Yeah. Thought that I would change.
I was like, all right, what's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? We trying to do a show over here. All right, you guys ready? Oh, look. Oh, the other camera froze. All right, that camera's good. That camera's good. This camera's frozen like a bitch. All right, hold on. We got to fix our camera. You know, when one camera freezes and all the camera freezes, all the cameras have to be reset. Y'all see the problems of fucking USB strips. That's why we can't wait to get that new streaming computer. with plenty of USB ports for everything. And no more USB strips for critical devices like cameras and capture cards. And then we could use 3 screens at once for all 3 of our computers. Oh, yeah, we're ready, guys. All right, y'all. We're about to start the David Pakman Show. All right, you guys are ready. You guys are behind the scenes. You guys are in the. Hold on. Let's do this right. All right, now you guys are behind the scenes because you can see me before I switch shots. All right, guys, we're going to start this David Blackman Show in 5. David Blackman, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Hold on, let me talk to the producers. You guys ready? Everybody's ready? Are the mods in place? Are the other ushers here? Yeah. All right. What about the trolls? Are the trolls here? Oh, the trolls are here? Okay. You spot the lurker? Oh, you seen a couple lurker jerkers? The lurker jerkers? Are the lurker jerkers ready? What about the Trumpletards? We need a couple of Trumpletards. What is the point of doing this if we're not going to reach a couple of... Oh, the Trumpletards are here. They're ready too. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it. We're running behind. We don't give a shit. We're on atheist time. Yeah, we don't... What is there, a fucking God to punish us for being fucking late on our own fucking show? Fuck out of here. Fuck does that mean? That's some theist bullshit. I object to late. Time is relative. The perfect time for the show to start is when we're ready to start the goddamn show. See how that works? Yeah. That's just how we do it. It's all good. Oh, you guys are ready. All right, here we go. All right, guys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening, and welcome to the David Blackman Show. I'm your host, David Blackman. Don't ask me why I'm wearing a robe. I just finished hosting a show as Pocket Locker 86. Tonight, on the David Blackman Show, we will be covering more explosive testimony from the January 6th committee hearings. Folks, that is right. It is time for day 7. I know. 7 days of this shit. Nope, sorry. We still gonna have to do day 8, and there may be some more coming up. Yes, that's right. But don't worry, we've got you covered on our never-ending mega series of the January 6th insurrection, known as the Resurrectionist Insurrectionist Movement. Folks, like I said, I'm so excited you could join us. I am the fastest rising star in the left-wing, right-wing media coverage. Let's start this fucked up ass show.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They don't say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy.
Man, this life is sad. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never
Welcome to the program, everyone. So glad you decided to join us. Now, folks, I gotta tell you something. I do take my priestly duties here very seriously. And being the most high apostle of the Flying Man Ministries means that I'm like the Pope of atheism. And sometimes that means our church has to be the biggest, the badassest, the most universal, and the most serious of all the atheist churches. And so as you guys know, I do my priestly duties. I make sure I lead us through our communion rituals at least once a day. Unless for some reason we got other priorities that day. But sometimes It's like Saturday. And y'all know what Catholic Church is like? You have daily mass, daily mass, daily mass, daily mass. But on Saturday, you got like 2 masses. Sunday, you might have 2 masses. So I suggest you raise your glasses and hold on to your asses, because we are going to do not our first, but our second motherfucking round of communion for the day. Oh yeah, folks. I don't be taking time off. I take it to the next level.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you do.
Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours, who flied for our sins forever and ever. Hang on, let's go ahead and get our little worship team ready here. You may drink. Let's go. Give me more choir, more organ. Oh, god damn, that's so official. And then y'all already know, because like every congregation, we have our regulars, our ushers, our mods, our viewers, our chatters, our lurker jerkers. They already know what you do. There's only one way to follow up that offering hymn. There's only one way to follow up the drinking of the wine, the drinking of the beer, the drinking of the liquor, the drinking of whatever you were drinking for communion, and that is a musical selection to celebrate the breaking of the bread. And we happen to have an official airplane mode song prepared for you that does just that. It's called the Marijuana, aka Breaking Bread, Interlude, featuring Young Daddy. Oh yeah. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she hear everything from me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning, I might lay with you. In the afternoon, I'd play with you. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Yes, at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material
Appreciate the hype. Thanks for
presented
the love.
during today's
Benny
hearing.
Thompson is at the chair.
Good afternoon.
I'm in the chair.
When I think about the most basic way
to
to explain the importance of elections in the United States, there's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box.
Amen.
Sometimes my choice prevails.
Wins and losses.
Sometimes yours does. But it's that simple. We cast our votes. We count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we can challenge them in court, and then we accept the result.
That's the theme of the day.
When you're on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it.
That's right.
And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest. You can organize. You can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences at the ballot box. But you can't turn violent.
Wait a second. 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 Oh, we have to talk about the wrestling business. Oh, we got... We wrestle not. Folks, we got to acknowledge what my main man Flying Thing is talking about. Whoa, we got to take this opportunity to talk about the wrestling. We wrestle not. Oh, I did it wrong. It's hard to do backwards. My goodness. I can't get it. I can't get it to stay. I'm making it too tight. All right, guys, look. But look, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about holding the belt like this and wearing it upside down. Why? Because this is for me, not y'all. Now, that is some brilliant wrestling psychology. That is what we call some real heel shit right there. Fine, Wayne. Whew. Also, Triple H won wrestling. Yes. Yeah. Period. End of story. Period. End of story. But Flying Wayne, you are moving up the ranks in this channel as we speak. You are elevating yourself right now by demonstrating your wrestling IQ, a high wrestling IQ. Number one, Triple H won wrestling. Okay, the ultimate student of the game, ran with the clique. The most powerful stable, became one of the ultimate heel champions, had a whole era where he was on top. Like I said, we used to do the Fruitopia entrances. You're going in, I was in like, what were we, like 7th and 8th grade? You're going into the cafeteria, you buy your little Fruitopia over the, off the vending machines. I got my friends flanking me. You know the stars coming into the cafeteria for lunch. What do? You take that Fruitopia, you bow it, you drink, woo, you pretend you blow it out, and then you roll into the cafeteria like some G's to get your fucking sloppy joes. That's how we did it. Why did we do that? Triple H. Okay? Then what did he do? He married the boss's daughter. That's a thinking man. Everybody wanted her. She was hot. He married the boss's daughter, right? Then on top of that, right, after he's fading out in the ring, still comes back once in a while, but takes over the developmental. Becomes one of the best booking geniuses, makes a whole bunch of stars, becomes one of the executives of the country, best executives in the company. Then what happens? Gets some health problems, gets kind of faded out, comes back strong, ready to contribute. Vince gets caught up in the scandal. Vince has to retire. Who steps up and steps in? Boom, Stephanie. That's called the payoff. That's called the payoff right there. In sickness and in health. Y'all know marriage, right? In sickness and in health. Put it backwards. In health and in sickness. So when the sickness part hit, the missus was in line, right? And then all those years of the ultimate student of the game, folks, he won wrestling. That's what it means to win wrestling. Then he's like a twice Hall of Famer by himself with come on. And then he could come in again, probably as the executive wing, and then again, probably in like the celebrity wing or some shit like that. He might be the first 3, 4, 5-time Hall of Famer. Actually, Hall of Fame ambition in the family game. Like Hall of Fame dad. We don't even know. He might like spring out some more Hall of Famers and shit. He won wrestling. But let's get back to the belt talk. Because how you carry the strap is very important in the game, right? And so I just want to acknowledge the brilliance of what Flying Wayne said. The thing is, when you wear that belt upside down around your waist, it triggers the wrestling fans. It triggered me as a child. I hated it. I'm gonna show y'all stuff I hated. I didn't see how this is with the title, with the head facing to the outside, so you can see it. That's okay, but I used to hate that. I used to like it when the champ carried it like this, facing on the inside, like he has the championship plate facing him, right? And then I loved all the heel carries. So some guys do a heel thing like this. They bring the belt down to their ring, carrying it, like dragging it, like carrying it over their back. That's the Roman Reigns carry. Some guys drag it to show that they don't give a fuck, right? So I go with a different approach, right? I go with the approach of I try to wear it like a proper champion around my waist really proudly. And then I use my pride of wearing the championship to agitate people. And then I sexy it up and I swivel the hips and I hit them with the swivel of the hips. And they gotta be like, damn, he really does represent the company well because he carries the championship so proudly and he holds it up in people's faces and he kisses the belt. You know, he really kisses that belt. Like all the great champions, they kiss the belt before they hand it to the referee. But you got me thinking. You got me thinking about healing it up a little bit. So I really appreciate this. Y'all notice I'm in no rush to change the topic. Why? Because I'm a professional word wrestler. I just want to talk about the wrestler. I just love this opportunity to chit chat with y'all, a little fireside chat, and let's break down the psychology of what it means to be a heel. Okay? So sometimes you disrespect to agitate them. And sometimes you respect to agitate them. It just depends on how you got to play it. But whatever you're doing, you got to do it in a way that's going to make them hate you. And then at the same time, the people that respect you, that have your back, they're like, no, that's our champion. He's the fucking man. And he fucking loves that belt. And he'll fucking defend that belt to the hilt. And that's why we lie, we cheat, we steal. I lie, I cheat. Steal, because I just want to sin and win, right? All I want to do is head to the pay window, and I will do whatever it takes to hang on to this championship. So when the referee turns away to look at my hot three girlfriends, my fans respect. No, Jay really cultivated a unique poly relationship where he treats all three of these women like fucking queens, just so that when he needs them to fucking jump on the apron to distract the referee, they are more than happy to do so. Now, if you do all that work and your three women hop on the apron to distract the referee and they start doing the sexy stuff, and your opponent is dumb enough to turn around and look at them and get titty struck, right? And you don't just fucking low blow his ass and then on the way down, hit him with the brass knuckles, right? Right? And then when the ref turns around, when they jump off, you just are pinning him and the ref turns around, counts 1, 2, 3. You're fucking dumb. You're fucking dumb. You think you're going to come get this title? In the words of Jerry Lawler, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. If you have a golden opportunity like that for the payoff, remember Triple H? Remember investing all them time, investing all them years, building the relationship, marrying and starting a family with the daughter's time? It's investing for the payoff. Now, this is the chance. My title's on the line. And yo dumbass turns around and look. And the ref dumbass turns around and look. That's right. Low blow, brass knucks from the way down. And while I'm falling, I slip the brass knucks back into the tux. I fall on top of them. And y'all already know what happens when the ref turns around. Y'all already know. And then they hit them. And then they hit my music. Here is your winner, and still the Word Wrestling Entertainment United States Champion, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY. And y'all know me, I'm just selling it. What a match.
I make them shiver, their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy.
That's right. That's right. They play it again. I'm overwhelmed. But the truth is,
I'm not your boy toy.
You're gonna have to fucking kill me to come get this title.
I make them shiver, their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands.
All right, guys, that's your daily lesson in ring psychology with Pocket. As you see, you got to get so into it, some unexpected shit. You just unplug your headphones and the monitors just fall over and shit. And they're like, oh shit, he's really into that shit. He got so excited, the whole shit happened. The fucking sound guy had to play the fucking theme song all over again just to cover from. Holy shit, you see that guy? I fucking hate that guy, but I bet you he'll fucking do whatever it takes to hang on to that goddamn championship is what I bet the fuck's gonna happen. Who the fuck's gonna beat that guy? I think they really might have to kill his ass. Are they gonna kill his ass on TV just to give somebody else the belt? Are they gonna kill somebody on pay-per-view just to get oh shit. And then you're watching, right? And then the creators are like, yes, Ken Hovind. Ken Hovin's gonna murder his ass. Oh yeah, you think he's talking big shit? Oh yeah, when Ken Hovind gets his ass, oh, Ken Hovin's gonna murder his ass. But y'all know how that's gonna go. Y'all know how that's gonna go down.
You can't try to achieve your desired outcome through force or harassment or intimidation.
Yeah, that's me singing.
Any real leader.
Again, champions have championship responsibilities. Some people think it's cute. Doug, Nathan. I'm going to play a little music before I start my stream. Hey, guys, isn't that music I played cool? All right, that's cool. Some people record their own cover for their music. You know, they sing the shit themselves. They go into the studio and they make a little song and they sing it themselves. That's cute. All right, I see you. Me, yeah, I recorded my own song. I did that. I made my little own cover of my theme music. But then I sing and dance every single time I do the entrance, and I sing that motherfucker live on top of that shit. Holy goddamn. Holy shit. That's championship shit. That's why they pay me the big bucks. That's why they put me in the big spots, right? Because I give the people that value, that added value, that word wrestling. Here comes the big part, entertainment.
Who sees their supporters going down that path, approaching that line, has a responsibility to say,
a lot more trolls too.
Stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time. Because we settled our differences at the ballot box. On December 14th, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was the president-elect of the United States. By that point, many of Donald Trump's supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen, because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them. So what Donald Trump was required to do in that moment, what would have been required of any American leader, was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way. He seized on the anger he had already stoked among his most loyal supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off, he urged them on. Today, the committee will explain how, as a part of his last-ditch effort to overturn the election and block the transfer of power, Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack on our democracy. Our colleagues, Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipollone to come forward to testify. He did. And Mr. Cipollone's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College met and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipollone's testimony today. We will also see today how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington and how the president's stolen election lies provoked that mob to attack the Capitol. And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies to come to Washington and join the mob. and how that decision has changed his life. Today's hearing is our 7th. We have covered significant ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay. Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Now, I didn't really want to interrupt her, but, man, I had so many thoughts during that. One, I was sitting here trying to figure out whether or not I like Liz Cheney and how to deal with that. And what I realized is that I respect Liz Cheney, and for what it's worth, I like that I respect Liz Cheney. Again, I lie, I cheat, I steal. All right, so, but on a more serious note, she said a lot of things that resonated with me. And I'm always trying to show people how, to me, like, it's when you get into apologetics, to me, it's any strongly held, ideology that could be on the table. It could be religious, it could be political, it could be social, it could be interpersonal, whatever the fuck it is. And this is the theme we have to keep coming back to. Willful ignorance is not an excuse. Especially on these things that you put yourself in. If you sitting at home on your couch by yourself, willfully ignorant on social media, it's irritating. I think my food or something is here. I don't know if it's my food or the I don't know if it's my food or my alcohol, but something's here. I'll have to deal with it in a second or in a couple of minutes. But willful ignorance just can't be an excuse. And that's especially true when you put your hat in the ring, right? The example I use is that, you know, if I can't box and I can't defend myself in a boxing ring and I'm at home and I'm a fan, that's totally fine, right? But once I start to tell people, hey, I'm a professional boxer, or I'm an up-and-coming amateur boxer and I'm really good at this and I'm going to challenge these people and these other people, you cannot get mad when people start punching you in the face, right? Because you put that target on your back by stepping into this ring when nobody asked you to do that, and you did so of your own volition. Now, I get that you were underprepared and the people that trained you wasn't really all that good. And, you know, the people that know better probably should have stopped you from allowing you to enter yourself into that. All of that may be true, right? But when you stepped into that boxing ring, that referee looked at you square in the face and said, protect yourself at all times, fight clean, ding, ding, ding. And he meant exactly that.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state, and he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud. When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped view, this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration. As President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who were coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January...
Cloud, what the fuck you talking about, Cloud? Y'all, you don't know what Race Crown is on when he comes through here. He could be very legit talking about stuff, but he could also just be trolling me because he's one of my 2K basketball teammates, and he tends to want to troll me for his own enjoyment, because that's what friends are for. That's what friends are for. They didn't have a defense. Cross-examine, allowed bull. See, y'all, Cloud is special. You know what I mean? Cloud one of the special ones, like in the same way that, let me see, who else we got? We got, what's his face? Wesley Curry III, Rebel Naz, who else do we have up in? Y'all know the special ones.
January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about
why
the potential
isn't this
violence.
a courtroom?
And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the...
Y'all see that, though? Y'all see... Y'all see... Blessed be he. There we go, Cameron. Blessed be he. There we go. That's who I was thinking of, Cameron. Cameron Bennett. Wait, see, that's a solid mod right there. I'm telling you, that Cameron Bennett, bro, he just be in there with the solid moves. Look, I tried to... People think I was just making an example of Peter W. earlier, but I was trying to really warn him. And y'all see, Race Crown made the same mistake. He just slid up in here with the, this is loud of bull. They didn't have a defense, cross-examine. And Lena's like, opportunity bomb. Yeah. Why isn't this a courtroom? Oh my goodness. And it's just another fucking Lena fucking boom fucking moment. Like, it's just another fucking opportunity for Lena to show off. You think you being cute. You think you being cute. You think you being cute. And then Lena climbs up them top ropes. Elbow drops your ass real quick and dips. You know what I mean? Like one of them fucking, like one of them arcade characters where there's like fucking like there's like 3 different characters on the same team, and you see the ones that be holding down the broadcast, they be in there most of the time, and then when they get in trouble, they just hot tag the 3rd character in, comes in with the fucking super combo, comes in with the super, and then just dips real quick. That's Lena. Fuck, you asked for it, you said, don't do it. Oh, Race Crown, you did it again. The problem is the committee's sole goal is to make Trump ineligible to run again. What's wrong with that? Because the Democrats know that he is their biggest threat. Yes, and that's the problem that we're trying to solve. There you go. All you've done. See, you ain't had to say that. Nobody learned anything from that. All you did was restate the problem and trigger another Lena bomb. I used to play a bit of Smash, exactly. And that's all this is to Lena. This is like a game of Smash Brothers, and she'd probably rather be playing Smash Brothers, because let's face it, Smash Brothers is more fun than Insurrections, right? She's probably playing Smash Brothers or Super Mario Kart right now while she drops these bombs on y'all asses. So, look, like I said, I'm happy to have you come through the chat. Please drop as much bullshit as you'd like, especially Cloud. Cloud's my friend in real life. But at the same time, if Lena just keeps blowing you up and blowing you up and blowing you up, don't say we didn't warn you.
Crowd to march to the Capitol
We're literally
and
trying to
spoke
help y'all
off
out.
script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the president. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military. The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists in the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government. 3 rings of interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers, thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence." In the United States of America,
nothing was here. I just thought somebody was pulling up, so we'll see. I'll take care of that in a minute, but I went and looked at everything and got all ready to bring stuff in, and then there was nothing there.
This cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state. On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican majority leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which...
I told y'all, Cloud is special. He's my dog. I've just known him for a long time. And we didn't... Yo, when we play, I've known Cloud for years, guys. Back when like nobody watched my streams. Cloud's genuinely one of my friends. But we found out as we got to know each other that we are in opposite worlds, right? I think a Cloud at some point was like working for the feds or some shit like this, right? And he's like super pro. I think he's like a super Christian pro narco, like black people need to leave drugs alone type of radical person. But look, he's a hell of a teammate. And again, like so many people in our community, setting aside our differences, somebody I've been real fortunate to have in my life, because there are times when nobody thought fucking shit about me. And I was in situations where I thought fucking shit about myself. And a phone call in real life from Cloud, somebody I played video games with, was as close to somebody making me feel like a worthwhile friend that I literally had in my life. And that still continues to happen. So I love Cloud, but I told y'all he's special. He's wrong as shit about probably everything, but he's still a good person at the end of the day. And he's out here trying to do good things with his life. So I appreciate him for that too.
I conveyed to him that
Hey, Cloud, let me know when you get back on this 2K, bro. It ain't even no thing right now because I'm not really playing it, but we're going to try to get it together. And when you get back on it, for sure, we'll hoop, man.
Thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President
drunk,
Biden
go
had
home, exactly.
prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and
the fucked up
when
shit
the electors are...
And the fucked up shit is Race Crown is black. Like, he black as shit, but he, like, he just ain't, he's just not what... It's hard. It's hard because most of us he black as shit, and we be like, he's not a real one. But then when it comes to being down for the homies and like our hoop squad is filled with nothing but G's and real ones and niggas that hustle and it's surrounded with niggas that hustle. And we all ball and chill with Cloud's narco ass. It's like, that's Cloud's crazy narco ass. He probably snitch on you if he could, but we love him. And just don't share your personals unless you know him like we do. And so I can't say he's not a real one. He's just a real one who has the mindset of someone who's not a real one. But he still has this real one past because of who he's affiliated with. Like everybody's like, oh no, that's Cloud, he's with us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of weird like that.
Have voted.
Nah, he's never called in before.
That's the point of what
he could call in. No, Cloud could call in. Cloud, the link's up there if you want to call in. But literally, y'all ever seen me answer the phone in real life on the stream? A lot of times Cloud will come into this stream, see that I'm broadcasting live, and then call me just to interrupt me while I'm fucking streaming. And then get mad at me when I don't answer his call. When I know he knows I'm streaming when he call. Y'all see the type of friend I'm talking about. Yeah, that one friend, that's Cloud.
which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election, and unfortunately, I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
Cloud, this channel roast
As you've
you,
seen in
crazy.
prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
We don't get to use our phones because of what we ship.
I'm going to start by asking you if you agree.
What? Cloud, you are
We're
drunk.
in Bill Barr of all of the individuals.
But see, the funny shit is about the motherfuckers that come into the cloud really off sorry, listen to me. That come into the cloud. The motherfuckers that come into the chat really off this shit. I don't think Cloud drinks. I think Cloud is straight edge. Again, I don't understand how it happens, y'all. I know the nigga from spending day in, day out, late night, up hooping in the party with some niggas who are drinking and smoking hella weed every night, hanging out with people who sell drugs. We hoop with motherfuckers who might be selling drugs in the fucking party as they're smoking weed and drinking as we're hooping with them. And somehow everybody just and people come in, they hoop with us and they squad with us and they be like, yo, who the fuck is this race crown? Who the fuck is this Cloud? Because he goes by Forgetful Cloud on PlayStation. They be like, who the fuck is this Cloud nigga? He fucking crazy. Who the fuck? And we be like, y'all, he with us, y'all. That's our four, yo, that's Cloud. He crazy. He all right, though. He straight. He ain't gonna bother you, man. Just, it is what it But for real, Cloud is he's a good friend to have in your life. If you could, you just got to be like, all right, Cloud, I got to go. I'll see you later, bro.
And the value of those claims that there is no
Crucified
evidence
Cloud
of
now,
election
there you
fraud
go.
sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
And y'all, just for the real, if y'all gonna watch me tomorrow, I appreciate y'all. Y'all gonna be seeing my motorcycle club on GTA. I'm gonna tell you right now, half them motherfuckers is crazy. In my club, we got Trump-litards, anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers. Y'all, I swear to God, y'all. There's somebody in my GTA motorcycle club who said to me that they were going crazy in like the clubs and the casinos and shit after everybody was like, oh, you can come in if you're vaccinated. These niggas started to troll people and talking about they self-identify as someone who's vaccinated. Yeah, I was just like, oh, this motherfucker right here. Right? But it's your club, right? It's your family. So everybody got that retarded ass wing of the family. We got the retarded ass wing of our family. Sometimes they're like our biggest supporters and shit, and they love us. They really do support the stream. Like they be like, yo, Pocket, your stream's great. I see you doing the sexy boy on your little podcast. That's cool, man. I hope you do great things, right? And you be like, is your dumb ass vaccinated? Be like, never. I ain't gonna take that fucking Fauci ouchie. Now, why you keep bringing up personal shit, Pocket? I'm trying to show you some love for your stream, and you keep bringing up this crazy shit, right? And you like, I'm sorry, bro. You're right. I love you, man. I really appreciate the support. Right. And that's just how it is, you know? Fucking family, y'all. Can't live with them. You can't live with them, but they fucking there, right? They still exist in their family. I wasn't going to say can't live without them. You probably could live without them, but you really wouldn't want to, right? So the fuck you going to do?
Did you believe, and Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made a determination based on investigations that you credited, DOJ did, and the campaign did? Did you, in your mind, form the belief that the president should?
There you go, Cloud, being that one guy on the team. That one, yeah, we got that one guy on our team too. That crazy Uncle Cloud. That's what we're gonna call him. That's crazy Uncle Cloud. And two, even Brandon got COVID and got all the shots with the pill. He did. That nigga caught his second COVID in record time. Like they say, Sleepy Joe. I don't know how sleepy that nigga is because that nigga literally was off to the races to his second bout of COVID. Joe Biden got over his first bout of COVID, hopped out of bed, and sprinted to the finish line of COVID bout number 2. So, Sleepy Joe my ass. He certainly wasn't hiding in the basement any longer.
See the election loss at a certain point after the election.
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe we should concede the election at one time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
Exactly.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
AKA
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your...
People are so dumb when they say shit like this. Cloud, I know you don't know a lot about how science works, right? But this thing where you go, oh, science was wrong, and the point of science is to take data, analyze it, and make a conclusion. You don't realize that what happens is sometimes people do that with the best information at the time, and they come up with stuff, and they're making a lot of decisions, and they've got to go with the best of the information at the time. Now, here's the magical question. You guys think you ask hard questions. You think you're coming up with some kind of clever thought experiment, but you have failed to do the essential step of thinking through it yourself. Here's the next question. How do you know that the science was wrong and that the conclusion drawn from their analysis of the data was wrong? How could you demonstrate to us that the science was wrong and that the conclusion they drew from the what? How'd you do that? With more data. With more independent observations. With more science. So how did you figure out that? What, you used science to figure out that the science was wrong? So you mean science worked again? You mean you had another victory for science, as science corrected science, as science is supposed to do when science is being science? And this is your story about how science so science helped you scientifically observe that science This is why I just let people like Lena deal with this. Like, I don't even have, we got to get through the January 6th cover. We ain't gonna never get through January 6th if we stop every time these motherfuckers say something stupid as shit.
Your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation.
Y'all see the power tripping is real today, y'all. Y'all see it. Pocket is out here timing out teammates. Wow. Pocket's, I'm blowing up. I'm taking over the internet. I'm taking no prisoners. All right? You're either on team, you're either with us or you're against us. We've got big targets to take down, and we can't mess around. We can't not get to our goals by showing loyalty to people who've been there for us in the past. You know, this is a what have you done for me lately type of community. Look. I got, growth happens with that growth mindset. You know, we gotta focus on where we're going and not where we've been. You know what I'm talking about? Oh man, we're timing out anybody today. You know, equal opportunity out here.
Was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General.
Y'all, I swear to God, if my mama come up in here with some bullshit, her ass getting timed out, and if she stay on that bullshit, we will ban mama's ass. You know?
Barr, reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point, I left. Cameron. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office, and caught up to me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
You're just gonna hurt
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud, sufficient vote. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agreed with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize.
Pause the tape. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think accountability is important, but I also think that we shouldn't let the conversation start and stop at accountability. Because I also think, and this is going to sound a little bit romantic or unrealistic or whatever, but to me, I have a real problem when I see less grace amongst skeptics and non-believers than I do amongst the religious. Like, that's a problem to me, right? Because they're supposed to be the people who are hoisting shame upon everybody for being human and making mistakes, and they're the people who shun people and silence people and, may, quote unquote, give you the Jesus forgives you, but then are always kind of looking at you side-eyed and saying, oh, well, remember that we forgave you for the, that time you, whatever, right? And so I just don't want to see us doing more name and shame than the people we're trying to, do better than. And part of that is just figuring out that balance. Again, I'm not saying that we don't want to hold people accountable, but we got to do so in the right ways because, again, that's that bullshit that they do, right? Tell us all about your sin struggle. Oh, did you jerk off last night? Well, that's fucking terrible. Yeah, you should feel like shit about that. Well, we all are sinful sinners deserving of fucking death, but Jesus saves, right? And then it's like, we as atheists want to do that. Oh, every time you show up somewhere, oh, can we talk about that sin you did? Because we don't think people who do your sin should be platformed, right? And I'm just telling you right now, I don't want somebody coming through my stream doing that to me. So I don't want my stream to be the place where we do that to other people. And that somehow has to be also a consideration when we're figuring out how to hold people accountable. Because again, I think naming and shaming is its own form of immoral behavior. You are publicly shaming someone in front of others in a way that is out of context and gives them no opportunity to defend themselves, and it's none of our business. So we got to have a better way to do better than that. Plus, what kind of accountability do we get just outing our friends and making them feel, again, hurt people. So if we're hurting people in the process of hurting them accountable, again, we're just perpetuating the fucking brutality. And I'd hate to see what happens when they come for you.
These voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, we could get to the bottom. Some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department sees the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and we're not going to seize any machines. And that was that. Yeah.
But this wasn't the end.
And while we're on the subject, I have watched TED Talks and listened to some people about this. I just think calling in maybe is the way to go. Again, you're in a community with these people. So if you know a person's name and you're in chats with them every day, reach out to them. It's nothing to say, hey, at so-and-so, can you drop me your email or a way to get in touch with you, right? And then when they do, say, hey, I'm concerned about this. I heard this, and this is the type of thing that I want going on. I don't know what the details are, but I heard this, and it bothers me. And then fucking listen to their reply. And if they handled the shit, and it turns out you should have been minding your fucking business, then acknowledge that. And if it turns out that they still need some help with this, then you better as motherfuck be willing to help them. Oh, I swear to 4 gods on 3 crosses, if you're just calling people out in chats and then realizing somebody hasn't been able to deal with that, and then you just walk away proud of yourself for shaming them and patting yourself on the back. Oof. Oof. It's a rough look.
The matter, on the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president. The meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious.
Excedras and get a nap.
The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was being
seriously, Myron Bot. Myron Bot, you're going to be wanted out here.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, that's I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several.
Again, this gets at, we'll probably go over this the next time we have our sit down with Otangelo, right? I guess, which will be Thursday evening. But he asked a really great question that got us chatting, I think, yesterday, which was asking about where does our confidence come from? He said, I know you're really confident in naturalism. Where does your confidence come from? And we talked about the fact of, well, not only do we have sort of the mountain of evidence that we have supporting our case, it's even worse than that because we have all of the fucking mountain of extra evidence that we have due to our wasted efforts examining the bullshit claims. We thought they were bullshit to begin with, but because a whole bunch of fucked up ass people believe this nonsense, we have to dedicate some of the time and resources of some of the most capable and talented people this is their expertise and this is their time to shine when the nation calls upon the world's greatest fucking election fucking scrutinizers and all of that bullshit, right? Right? And we take it all to the court and we fight all the way up to the fucking federal reviews and all of this fucking bullshit, right? Right? And so, in addition to all the evidence we had, like us all watching the numbers turn and us watching Joe Biden declare the winner for state after state after state and clearly win, and more of us, here's some simple shit. Here's a reality check for y'all. Here's a motherfucking reality check that you need to remember. I also would consider empirical, right? I would say it's a valid public observation that if we really polled all of America, we took a perfect poll, we called you, we knocked on your door, all the shit, we polled Americans, right? And we said right now, today, August 6, 2022, right? Do you remember who you voted for in the 2020 presidential election? Everybody be like, yes. Yes, I do, right? Who did you vote for, right? All right, I voted for Donald Trump, or I voted for Joe Biden, or I voted nobody, I voted in this write-in person, I voted for this third person motherfucker, I voted for the Green Party, I voted for the Libertarian, I voted for the nobody gives a shit and I didn't vote party, right? Like, everybody will remember. So we could do this experiment right the fuck now, and I'm willing to bet you $1 million one fucking thing. More of us will report today under oath or, swearing on the Bible or your mama's life or whatever the fuck, right? More of us today remember voting for Joe Biden than those of us that remember voting for Donald Trump, right? So we have all of that shit, the numbers, the polls, the recounts, the automatic challengers. Oh, where was it within the margin of error? So now we got to double check and all of this other bullshit, right? All of the fucking challengers were there and they checked the IDs and we make sure all the people that voted were legal and all of that bullshit, right? Then on top of that, right, we get these 60 extra court cases where this shit is like, oh my God, there's not a single fucking shred of fucking evidence, the fraud sufficient to overturn a goddamn thing, right? Nevertheless, right, the grand juries or the fucking courts, and some get thrown out because there's no fucking standing, or they're in the wrong jurisdiction because they were filed by Trump-litard fucking lawyers who didn't even file in the right court, or they filed in the right court, but the people were like, yeah, there's just literally nothing even worth the trial here, see you later. Or once in a while, they got the shit through, and we went through the whole blase and the Glavinoids, and these motherfuckers lost 60 out of 61 cases. The 61 being some shit inconsequential to overturn an election, right? And that's what we mean about how much more firmly the truth is established under a rational worldview. We have all of the shit we all saw, the fact that clearly more of us remember voting for Joe Biden than motherfucking voting for Donald Trump. And these motherfuckers want to continue on with the big lie even well after the courts have fucking weighed in way more than the courts have ever weighed in on any election in history. And they're like, yep, not a goddamn thing to see here. And these motherfucking patriots who love America and have American flag condoms and shit and all the American flag forks for their French fries and bullshit, right? They don't seem to get it. They don't seem to give a fuck about how democracy actually works.
Several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments.
Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of people saying they don't remember.
Powell,
well, enough of us will remember, trust me on that.
President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, that to me it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence. Okay.
So we went and looked anyway.
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Kerik, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Kerik did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Carrick wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Carrick and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's...
Pause the tape. And this is a great point, AR, about them investigating the election. Because even when they won, they still stole the election. Because people think that that sounds crazy, right? But you got to think about the bigger picture. They're thinking about the bigger picture. So what they want to do, right, is number one, for the most part, you'll notice there is the two-sidedness where when they won, everything was fine and legit. But when they lose, then all of a sudden everything was stolen. But now they're getting on board with the bigger picture, which is even if you won now, the system could be dealt with in such a way that if you were to lose, you would have no way to challenge that loss legitimately. So now they're trying to, especially when they've won, and say, hey, man, we know we won this one, and we definitely think that represents the will of the people, right? But look, there still was a lot of fraudulent voting that happened. Let's be honest about it, right? And we've got to do something about this goddamn, right? Because their new strategy is shit like, well, they don't really like the courts. Right? They realize a big reason they're rebuffed, like we're talking, is all of these cases went to court. And the judges, who a lot of people remind you every day about these judges, what? A lot of them are conservative Republican judges. Even worse, what do they say about these judges? A lot of them were Trump-appointed judges. Right? And what do the fucking Trump-letards worship Trump for? He was only going to elect life judges and only elect right-wing judges. And he did that shit for them. He fucking delivered. And then they're like, shit, if the Trump-letard judges won't go along with Trump, then we really can't trust the fucking judges, right? So now they're like, get rid of the boxes, get rid of the mail-ins, whatever the black people and the Democrats do, get rid of that shit, right? Make them drag their narrow asses into the fucking bingo hall to vote, where we won't be wearing masks and we'll all be huddled around singing Jesus Christmas carols in the middle of fucking November while they vote, and we'll have like 4,200 gross-ass Republican challengers who you just look at them and, have COVID, and they'll just be sitting around coughing and shit with no fucking masks, fucking handing you fucking pamphlets for their church and shit, harassing the fuck out of you just so you can vote, looking over your shoulder like this, right? Then they could just look at your shit and disqualify. Well, we made you pencil it in, but these Democrats be penciling just a little bit outside the lines. Yeah, they penciled. See that little mark outside the line there? I don't know what this person really meant. See how they penciled in the whole place for the Democratic candidate, but they penciled just a little bit outside. I don't think we can count that. I don't think we can count that. Right? All right, that's how they want the fucking election to go down, right, y'all? So it's fucking retarded, right? But that's the scheme. That's why this is so important to pay attention. Even when they win, the shit is fucked up. Because now what they got to do is elect Republican lawmakers and say to the people, hey, the judges' strategy, we got to get rid of that. The judges are not with us. The judges are fucking scared. The judges are they're appointed for too long. They're too indebted in the fucking legal indoctrination, right? We got to go straight to the fucking state houses with the state legislators and the national legislators who can change the law. We got to change the law. All right, so now we change the state law so that the next time the Democrats win, the Republicards can be like, no. Our one Republican friend said that we actually get to send an alternate slate of electors. And ultimately, it's the state legislature by law now who chooses. Yeah, and that whole voting thing, that just became procedural. Yeah, that voting thing is just procedural, but we actually get to choose who gets seated. And wouldn't you know, we're just not going to let the Democrats be seated. So we're always going to send our right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pave the way so they can do this shit right next time. So that next time they do this shit, there is no fucking January 6th committee hearing, because every little thing that they needed to do along the way has been made legal both at the state and federal level. So pay attention. These are some retarded ass motherfuckers that vote for them, but some of them motherfuckers who are strategizing behind the motherfucking scenes know exactly what they're doing. And in all of this, the shit that we hate the most, that religion, is just what my one black friend always says. Religion is useful.
Own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And
Facts.
When I say you, I mean
Facts.
you or the campaign.
It's all about the money,
There's
money,
some
money.
Very, very general.
Should be priority number one.
Documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges, as far as the saying that the
and look, I'm gonna tell y'all something politicians love about me. We was gonna have this discussion. I didn't know how much I was gonna get into myself tonight. I'm feeling like getting with y'all tonight. I'm feeling like taking the gloves off tonight. I'm taking the gloves off. All right, fucking let me redeem gloves. It's probably gonna play it twice, but whatever the fuck, you know. Didn't spell it right.
And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off.
So a lot of y'all be wondering, like, why do I think my dad's so brilliant, right? My dad taught me.
I'm sick of it.
There we go.
I'm taking the gloves off.
There's the repeat. All right. He taught me something very important about politics, right? There's one position in the kingdom where it's better to be the king. And most people don't think that's true. How the fuck could there be some shit better than being sitting at the top of the hierarchy? How could there be anything better than being the king? There's one position in the kingdom that is even better than being king. And that is being the kingmaker, right? So I want to give y'all an example that's near and dear to my heart. Our good old friend Cory Booker. Right. Most of y'all know and love Cory Booker from his wonderful speeches and his really passionate stands on ethical issue. They call him the peaceful warrior, the motherfucking, one of America's favorite mayors, that guy that you just want to fight for you because he stands for justice, and he'll chew out the motherfucking senators when the Republic trash are being fucking retarded. Okay, now let's explain what Cory Booker actually means to the state of New Jersey. He has a death grip on the Democratic Party in the state of New Jersey. And why is that, folks? It has nothing to do with any of that bullshit that makes you want to kiss your grandmother and cry when you hear him give really impassioned speeches. Absolutely fucking nothing. The reason he has a stranglehold on you is because when he comes up and raises your hand and he goes, "This is my guy, New Jersey. Hey, New Jersey. This is the guy I want to be the sheriff of Essex County. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, New Jersey. This is the guy that should be the next mayor in Newark. Whoop, 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 whoop. What? Oh, yeah, I love me some Atlantic City. Atlantic City. I need y'all to vote for my man here for city council. Whoop, 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 whoop. Right? What the fuck happens to that person? Their fundraising goes through the roof. Their opponent goes, oh, shit, we're fucked. Time to go home. Right? And it puts you over the top. It's like pro wrestling. It's like when you get the call from Vince, and Vince says, I'm going to put whoever makes it. When Stephanie calls you, when Stephanie McMahon calls you up and says, we're going to put the belt on you. Whoop, 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 whoop. Right? And then they do what? They host a motherfucking fundraiser for you. They host that motherfucking fundraiser in the swanky place, and the Booker team rents out the swanky place for you, and the shit is like $150 a plate, and all the big corporate donors are coming out. Why they all coming out? Because they're gonna get to see a Cory Booker speech. So Cory sets the whole shit up. Oh yeah, we gonna have this exclusive wine and dine dinner featuring Cory Booker. Cory Booker's gonna be in the house. You gonna talk to him. He gonna give us all a speech. So what the fuck does he charges them out the motherfucking asshole for this event, right? Out the motherfucking asshole. And then he expects everybody to be making them checks. He gonna work around the room. Y'all better be breaking off them 6 and 7 figure checks, or else Cory Booker's gonna feel very disappointed. And what is Jay Bundy doing? Y'all know what I'm doing. I'm guiding him around. I'm on cue. I'm guiding him around. Excuse me, Cory. I know Cory's having a great time, but Mr. Mayor, we really need you over here. There's some people need your attention, right? I'm helping him flow. That's how it flows. That's why he loves me. I'm worth my weight in gold. I know how he works the room. I know how to help him work the room, right? So anyway, folks, that's what the fuck happens. That's where the power comes from. And then the other competition, they can't outspend Cory Booker. And if things ever get tight and you need help because your opponent is really keeping up with your fundraising and they making the money and they making it rain, every once in a while Cory Booker goes, oh shit, I'm gonna have to reach into my actual campaign funding and my fundraising mechanisms just to help get this person over. Okay, here we go. Here's a little Cory Booker magic, right? He does it again. He comes up. He gives the motherfucking speech. Blase and the Glavinoids. People start crying. People are crying and they're weeping. And oh my God, Cory was so beautiful. And then he does what Donald Trump does like a shit, but he does way better. And he tells you all about how the person here is so essential to his vision. And if New Jersey is ever going to rise and we're ever going to save all the children and educate all the babies and reform the criminal justice system, you have got to sign these checks for this person. You have got to vote for this person, because if you don't, then Cory Booker won't be able to achieve the Cory Booker vision. Oh, and it's fucking beautiful. And we just be sitting back as the squad, we be like, how does this nigga do this shit every fucking time? Oh, don't they know this shit is coming? Don't they know he wrote that shit? Don't you know he was practicing that shit on the way over here? How does he do that? Oh my God, he's so good at that. It's gross. It's kind of disgusting. You kind of feel dirty. You gotta need to take a shower, right? But y'all, that's what I'm saying. It's more important to be the kingmaker. That's what people like my dad realize. Why do people love my dad? Because small time, less than, say, federal, or say if you're not the governor, the mayor of a big city, or a senator or something, or U.S. senator or something like that, you don't get a lot of TV time, and you definitely don't get a lot of TV time with voters, right? So if you're on my dad's show, then you're right in front of voters, and you know that. And so that's very precious TV time for my dad, for people that are on my dad's show. On top of that, he works so hard behind the scenes to help them raise funds, to coordinate them getting put over by bigger politicians, and coordinating all the shit and making sure they have effective strategies. So that's why I, over time, realized, the shit that we learn how to do behind the scenes, orchestrating all of this, is actually even more powerful and impactful sometimes than being the person whose name is on the ballot. But I wanted to give out that little diatribe real quick. And then let's get back into this shit. Actually, I need to get rid of this camera because we're not using it.
Change in unconstitutional manner, but it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
People want to get worked.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election.
By the way, fuck faces, you should start having more respect for pro wrestling fans. At least we will tell you we want to get worked.
Fraud, is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized. Okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Pause the tape. That's pretty good, actually. That's really interesting. I'm willing to wager pretty accurate because, again, if they weren't, it would be fodder for conspiracy theories. And I do think the assumption is supposed to be that the accuracy of these things should not necessarily compromise the security of the facility. But I do think that's so interesting, right? Because we live in this new age of show me everything and whatever, right? But if they say it's, 15 feet from this witness's office to the White House door, and then people somehow get up in there and it's actually twice that, right? Then that's going to be like, oh, and now, you can't believe shit that the January 6th committee said because, they said it was 15 feet and it's 30 feet. And then, of course, she couldn't have heard anything that she claims to have heard, if she was 30 feet away. Forget the fact that we're talking about some shit where she was in the goddamn room, right? Like, that's just, and that's just how the apologist's going to apologize, right? But I find that thing so interesting as far as the security risk. And I think about that myself, right? As a streamer a lot, how easy I make it is to find me, how much I reveal about my real life and stuff like that. I want to make this argument to my club that, hey, guys, in our club, we should actually start streaming our our chat during church, and we should start to stream our discussions during church. And you'll see where this is going in a second. The issue with the club has always been a security one. When we are doing our voting at church, we're exposed. We're talking about our feelings about other clubs, or tensions we might be having with each other, changes we're making to our leadership, and of course, very importantly, we're discussing our recruits. Do we want to move this person up? Do we want to push this person up? What did so-and-so do? Did this person fuck up? And so the privacy of that is very legitimate. At the same time, I think that's our best content. I think the best content we give people to show what our club is about is the fact that when you earn that patch and you earn that vote as part of that club, you show up every Sunday, the same time, week in, week out, most of us or many of us for years, month in and month out, year in and year out, and you guys vote on what's really going on. And that very real interpersonal drama, I think, is our best shit. It's our best shit. It's also our most consistent shit, right? But at the same time, how much do you expose people to what's really going on? Because that's what puts you at the risk. We've done it before. Whether it's happened by accident or because we relaxed the rules, and all sorts of drama happened. We had people getting upset with us about shit they heard. We had former members who were infiltrating us, like snipe us and blow us up and ruin our entire gaming sessions. We've had, all types of bad shit happen when it actually does happen. So again, it's just kind of interesting. I think you got to go with it and live with the consequences, and you don't not tell the truth or do your best shit or let your club be its most vulnerable. I think you just tell the truth and then do your best to protect yourselves. But goddamn, that's what it made me think of, because I think a lot about how to approach that very issue with my club. I think we got to just take the risk. And I think that that's what they do here. But I think it's worth some conversation because I really, really do think that's such an interesting question.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice. And so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Yugoslavs, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
And that's what I mean about the willful ignorance. It cannot be a good enough excuse that these people suck at what they were trying to do. You have to remember that these are the people, and this is what I even said this to my mother today, y'all. Because me and my mother were talking about how do you really, really approach trying to get my grandfather to retire from his church, right? And her point, which is totally valid, of course, right, is that it's more effective to do it with love and be nice about it and be patient, right? And my point was, I'm hearing all that, and I really do appreciate all that. But when somebody's been stringing you along for 10 years, at some point they're taking advantage of the kindness. Yes, you get further with honey than with vinegar, But at some point, if I just keep giving you honey and honey and honey, and it doesn't matter that we don't get anywhere, it doesn't matter that I'm never influencing you, it doesn't matter and you're never changing your ways, and now you're just being straight up fucking dangerous, and you know, no matter what you do or how much you let it go in one ear and out the other, I'm just gonna keep giving you honey, right? At some point, I gotta change tactics. And I gotta realize that, holy shit, this person has become to just totally expect honey from me no matter what the situation or the circumstance. At some point, they gotta know there's a point at which I stop offering the honey. Oh yeah, I wanted to do what was more effective. I tried to do it the nicer way. The nicer way didn't work. So now Nice Jay has to go sit over there, and shoving my foot up your ass, Jay, is here for the moment. Right? And it's funny how much sometimes that gets through to people. A lot of people give me the, oh, I hear you out, and oh, you know, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I don't like the way you say it. Well, it's funny how you're hearing me now. It's funny how you're hearing me now, and I didn't get you hearing me like this when I tried the nice way. So yeah, I wish you did always get further with honey than you do with vinegar, but apparently that's not always true.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh yeah, it was not a casual meeting.
Keep getting fat, sticky, and harder to move. Amen, AR. Appreciate y'all letting us know you're lurking.
People
Thanks,
shouting
Cameron.
at each other, hurling insults at each other.
Thanks, Karen. Appreciate you.
It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch like chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and
there you go, Karen.
Whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the evidence?
A variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
Man, I wish I could just fucking bottle that fucking phrase and send it to everybody and force feed it down their throats. A general disregard for backing up what you say with facts. I'm going to hear that again, actually. Here we go.
And things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
A general disregard for actually backing up what you say with facts. Woo! Yeah. I want y'all to see this. I really like that phrase. Like, I want to write that down. Like, let's put that in here. That's the script we got to rework. Let's make a new document. Let's save it under stream notes or work notes or whatever the fuck we save shit as. Work notes. There we go. Disregard for facts. Matter of fact, let's do the whole thing. 137.50 or some shit like that. I really like that. There we go. 137.50. Call it 45. Then we put the about, which means it's not an exact time, but rather an ish. A general disregard for, see, I don't even remember, I'm stoned. A general disregard for backing up what you say with facts. I would really like that. And then we're going to go with a little linky link. Save that. All right. And then we'll also add this to our Dig for Sounds playlist so it's easy to find.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
But Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt?
Does that sound familiar? Every scientist? Wait, every evolutionary biologist is corrupt? They're all in it together? You know how stupid you sound right now? Yeah. Y'all work at jobs, don't you? All right, now think about your job. For the time being, I'm going to pretend you're a mechanic, right? I'm going to be a mechanic. I always kind of wished I knew more about cars and could fix cars and shit, so I'm going to pretend I'm a mechanic, right? All right, so I'm a mechanic, right? Now imagine I spend all day long arguing with motherfuckers who think they know more about mechanicking than I do. The motherfucker who taught me how to be a mechanic in the first place, right? And I spend all day going no, I should fix it like this. No, you should fix it like that. No, I should put this oil in it. No, you should really put that oil in it, right? Now imagine, just think about whatever you do. Now imagine you're trying to wrangle all of your coworkers up who work the same shift, and you're trying to get everybody together for donuts, right? Something easy, beautiful, simple. Everybody likes fucking donuts, right? And again, everybody works the same shift. Everybody's already here. All I need you to do is come into the break room, take one donut, eat the fucking donut, enjoy it, take your narrow ass back to work, right? What do you get? Well, what time are you going to pick up the donuts? Because, with the shift starting at this time, and if the donuts, if the donuts have been sitting too long by the time the shift starts, and by the time we actually get to take a break, then I don't know, they're just not going to be that fresh. Do you have any vegan donuts? Because I'm vegan. But I'm a meatitarian. Do you have any meat-made donuts that are completely made of meat with bacon on top of them? Because if not, those are the only donuts I was and you know what? I grew up with my mother would make these fucking blueberry cake donuts from scratch. Do you think you can make a blueberry donut cake, a blueberry cake donut from scratch for me? Right? These are not that unreasonable a request, are they? And what are we going to drink? Is there going to be coffee? Are you going to have milk? Are you going to have juice? Is there going to be water? Right? Do we have to bring our own beverages? Is the job going to pay us for bringing our, right? You cannot get these motherfuckers together for some fucking donuts, right? Now imagine getting these motherfuckers together for a goddamn conspiracy. No. I got one better than that. You and the motherfucking auto shop down the road that compete every day, that have been competing every day for 70 goddamn years, every fucking day. Y'all are as spiteful to each other as possible. They put fucking signs out there promoting their new fucking sales. You fucking take your SUV, drive up on the lawn, run over their sign, sit there, park there, wait till they come to the window, throw them out the double fuck you, right? And then drive to your fucking job up the street, right? Go fuck yourselves. You fucking hate them, right? You fucking got COVID in your shop one day, right? Like somebody called in sick. I got COVID today. All right, cool. You're not off. Here's what we need you to do. We need you to sneak in through the back. You know how them dumbass motherfuckers always go for smoke breaks and they're too lazy to open the goddamn so they just leave the back door open? Yeah, we need you to sneak in through the back door, just lay back there all day, cough all over all their fucking shit, right? And then go home, right? And you'll be good. All right, cool, bet. Gang, we out here, right? Like you fucking hate them, right? So no. They're in on the conspiracy, right? Right? Now this is a fucking healthy war amongst mom and pop fucking shops, right? And the one y'all fucking hate each other. But the one thing you agree on is that the real enemy is the motherfucking big ass corporation that has all the fucking and the national commercials and they keep stealing your employees and they pay them better and they got bigger fucking like all the fucking shit, right? They're just a fucking big and nobody fucking owns them and they're not even fucking local and oh my God, you fucking hate these people so fucking much, right? Right? But no. They're in on the conspiracy too. Wait. It gets better. It turns out every fucking mechanic across the motherfucking globe that hate each other's guts and literally want each other to either one, retire, two, get into another business, 3, go bankrupt, or 4, go ahead and die, whatever you got to do to get all the way up out this motherfucker so we can make some more goddamn money. Y'all are all in on the motherfucking conspiracy together. Again, you would not agree to eat pizza with these motherfuckers unless it was to poison them so that they can stop fucking stealing your customers. But somehow across the whole motherfucking industry, y'all are in a conspiracy together. And that's what these motherfuckers want us to entertain is more probable and more likely than, I don't know, they just fucking lost because they suck. And the person they voted for sucked, and more people wanted to vote for the person who sucks less. Whatever y'all think, you know? Whatever you think is more likely.
Even the ones we appointed?
Exactly.
And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that...
Exactly. And once we all got on the same motherfucking page, once I finally coordinated everybody in the whole goddamn industry getting together on this motherfucking conspiracy, as Kieran Grant has so eloquently pointed out, somebody's dumbass wants more than one donut. Oh, shit. An absolute anarchy, terror, and chaos ensues. Anybody knows this. All you have to have the experience of, you don't need a PhD, a master's degree, or even a bachelor's. To understand how real what we are saying to you, all you need to have done is ever worked anywhere ever a day in your life and tried to get your coordinators, your coworkers on the same page to literally goddamn do anything. You know how ridiculous this idea is.
President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Imagine your psychotic grandfather who's literally lost grip with reality telling you you're a coward because he can't accept that his twice impeached preferential candidate lost an election. Just savor the richness of that moment, please.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And then at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. I had to come over or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval? They call it the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly. The yellow oval office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight.
Holy shit, chat. Y'all, when you are just fucking live all day, you do not know what the fuck is going to happen while you are on the air. I keep trying to tell motherfuckers. They be like, Jay, you should put in the thumbnail everything that's going to happen on the broadcast, and then you should put in the description everything that you're going to say and do, and put it in the fucking title so we know exactly what the fuck we're going to be watching. And I'm like, man, I really wish I could do that, but I don't know what you're going to be watching because I don't have any fucking clue what's going to happen when I press go live. Like, Derek from Myth Vision might come through. Donnie from Standing from Truth might come through and tell us we're debating Kent Hovind. Cameron might tell me that fucking Gutsy Kippen made a video about me. I might think he's lying and full of shit. I might tune into her channel and see that he just broke my former life. Literally, it was like, rest in peace, my former life. My former life died today. And y'all saw me. We did a stream that day. It was called Rest in Peace, My Former Life. I had no idea that shit was going to happen, but it was like, oh, damn, my former life just died, like, today. Like, holy shit. Out of nowhere, shit just is over. It's fucking over, man. It's fucking done, right? All right. So I told y'all about the fucking family drama. I read that shit on stream. I told y'all it's my most personal stream ever, y'all. Today I called my mom. I was on some real shit. I was like, look, I'm angry with this family. I think this whole, we should be patient with my grandfather because his passions and the blase. I don't think none of that shit is real. And like, I don't know. We've been hearing this, we're planning, we're going to have conversations. We've been hearing that shit for 10 years. We've been hearing that shit for 10 years, and I feel like y'all are stringing me along. Like, I'm really upset about it. I don't like being strung along like this. If y'all say there's a plan, what's the plan? Oh, well, I don't know the details of the plan. Well, guess what? My suspicion is there probably isn't a plan. Right? Oh, well, Jay, why are you upset about it? Why are you so worked up about this? Ma, because I had to accept that these dumbasses believe in Jesus and they won't stop believing in Jesus, and they probably going to expose themselves to COVID because the whole point of the email I sent you wasn't to say we all have passions that are difficult to give up. The point was to say I gave up my passions when COVID demanded doing so to keep myself motherfucking safe. Just like you stopped going to church when this shit happened so you guys could be safe. And now after sacrificing that shit for 2 and 3 and however many fucking years it's going to take, your ass is going to walk into a house full of COVID because you are trying to take care of their dumbasses while their dumbasses are the only motherfuckers in this family who are refuse to stop going to church in person. So how much do we really love Jesus? You know, because it's tough to live through retirement from something you love, but the point is to nevertheless live through that motherfucking retirement. And I preference the conversation with, we need to talk about something that's going to be very motherfucking difficult to talk about. And I'm going to tell you something. My family does not like my communication style whatsoever. Do they not want my grandpa to retire? No, they want my grandpa to retire. My grandpa's just a stubborn motherfucker. And he thinks he's on mission from the Lord to oversee his flock of cornerstone loyalists, his congregation, until they put his ass in the box and say, here lies a man who faithfully served the Lord until the day he died. And he's missing the plot because most of the family are like, nah, we'd actually rather you be like, here's a man who faithfully served the flock super, super long for like a whole life as a deacon and rising up through the ranks. And then for 25 years as the assistant pastor, then the pastor, then he helped a whole bunch of other people start other churches. Then he became a fucking bishop. And then he lived much, much longer because his ass retired so he could see his family chill and grow the fuck up and hang out with his great grandkids and his great great grandkids and see his grandson take over the internet while his other motherfucking grandson, I'm talking about that OG Roddy at itsairplanemode.com, takes over the real world. Why? Because the nigga's the dopest artist ever, and he's literally on the planes hopping all over the world in motherfucking airplane mode. What part did you miss? So look, check it out, y'all. That's the conversation we had. It was rough. This is what my mother said to me. They said, can I call this number concerning quality dairy? Dog, y'all just didn't. Nobody delivered my orders today, y'all. It's terrible. I got to figure out how to feed this damn dog. All right, it's not that big a deal. I'll probably just make him a bunch of bacon. He's a fucking dog. He'll be like, oh my god, I gotta eat a bunch of bacon. Or rice. I'll make him a little bit of bacon, mix it in with some rice. That motherfucker will be fucking happy. All right. Now look, this is the motherfucking message I got. Yeah, you motherfuckers be old. COVID is deadly to older people, right? Unless they're rich and powerful like Biden. Exactly. My family's the type of religious you'd love to live next to and know as a neighbor, but they still believe in some nebulous-ish. They hate my fact-based argumentation style. Yep. Fine, Wayne, I'm with you. And when you the only motherfucker that's like that in the family, times is rough because everybody keeps blowing smoke up their ass, telling them how great they are for being so holy and righteous. When you the only one that's willing to tell them, y'all are sitting on some bullshit. And all I'm saying is you might want to stop before it gets you killed. All right, so what she said is, hey, Dr. J. This is from my mother. She said, hey, Dr. J, we had a more detailed conversation with your grandparents. They are not moving in until things are settled with Cornerstone. They will be retiring, and they won't be going back and forth once they move in with us in the new house. They have a meeting on next Saturday and more meetings after that one to start the process. We will send you pictures to you soon of the furnishings available to you, because my mom knows I'm supposed to be moving and she's moving. She's trying to get me furniture while she moves. So like I said, sometimes you got to put all the niceness aside, and if you're angry and you're upset, you need to go ahead and let people know you're angry and upset and what you're angry and upset about, and leave it on them to respond to that. So that's pretty cool. I know some of y'all have been coming along with me on this ride. As that journey plays out, wanted to get out the latest. Yes. But it looks like we're piercing through the wall of the blood of Jesus. Well, I made one thing clear to my mother, right? Which is that I can't compete with her for influence in our family. Ain't no type of smart or successful or rich and powerful or famous you could be in our family that will overcome how much everybody loves my mother. And so she is the one who right, wrong, better or worse, at the end of the day, is the person everybody's going to take their cues from. And so I just told her flat out, this is where I'm at. But if I go one way and you go the other, they're going to follow you. Right? So I really appreciate her letting me know that, because ultimately what I told her, I said, I was trying to help you out. I said, I remember sitting in your kitchen 10 years ago and talking about trying to get them to retire then. So I say, you and I, being educated people who know how to handle business, know in the real world, you can't talk about you planning something for 10 years and you haven't done that thing. At some point, you got to recognize maybe your plan didn't work or your plan ain't going to happen. So, I just put it to her like that. And like I said, she asked me straight up, I don't know why you're so upset about this. Why now? Why do you care so much? Why are you so passionate about them retiring now? I said, because you're about to move in a house with them. I had to accept that they might put their own lives at risk, that they might get COVID as a result of their refusal to stop going to in-person services. I'm glad we got them to stop as long as we did. I'm glad they got vaccinated. I'm glad they got boosted, but that ain't all of it. Some of it is changing your social behavior and the risk profile according to, the chances that you might still have a very severe outcome. And that's exactly what we've done. So, yeah, I just appreciate her letting me know it is what it is, because ultimately that's what I asked for on that call. I said, if they're going to tell us there's a plan, then let's hear the motherfucking plan. So we pulled the card. They showed us the card. She said there's a plan. They told us a little bit about the plan is. Let's be optimistic with the plan, and we'll see what happens. But, yeah, I wanted to let y'all know what's up.
Here are text messages.
Like I said, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Also, I'm going to drop $10 million on everybody because we got to no. Yeah. I'm going to drop $10 million on everybody, y'all. We got to 1,000 messages today in the Restream chat, man. Like I said, I'm YouTube's favorite growing streamer. YouTube doesn't know what the fuck I do on the channel. That's because, like I said, y'all don't know what the fuck we're doing on the channel because I don't know what the fuck we're doing on the channel, right? But YouTube is like, whatever you're doing, you keep your viewers active. Most of the people who are actually watching you live are active in your chat while you're live. And on top of that, man, you keep people watching for hours and active in the chat for hours. And YouTube thinks the same thing we think. All we got to do is get you more viewers. So believe me, it helps. I'm going to let Mr. Raskin get going here. Another person I have an unbelievable amount of respect for. Unbelievable amount of respect for this guy. I think he's a serious dude, and he's serious about the business that he is asked to take care of. And I'm going to go ahead and drop that $10 million on y'all. Thank you so much.
Is sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight during the early morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up.
Y'all, so you got to come out the woodworks on people, man. You got to let people know where you're at. Look, I really do believe what people say when they talk about sometimes with your close friends and family, you're not the person to challenge them. But sometimes you got to take an honest assessment of the situation, who else is in their life, and, ask yourself who else is there to do it. And if the answer is nobody, then, it isn't really, I can't really fault you for wanting to take it on. And if you take it on and you decide, I don't know the best thing to say or the best way to do this, and there's no guidebook on the best approach to take, all of that is true. And then people say, man, I go looking for guidance on how to do it or what's the best way to do it, and all everybody ever tells me is you just shouldn't do it. Well, if you decide to just give it your best shot and take a shot at it, then, hey, you tried, right? And you just live with the fact that you tried.
Was when Cipollone and or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view, and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mentioned it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump.
That's a good question. Who says motherfucker the best? Pryor's up there, I think. For some reason, I feel like Chris Rock. It's a good question. It's a good question, Flying Wayne. But yeah, Sam Jackson is the classic. You know, that's kind of like going, who's the best basketball player except Michael Jordan? Right.
Trump supporters registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now...
I'm so glad Tim Pool is getting his moment in the spotlight.
Calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave.
Funny as fuck. They get mad as shit if they fucking, somebody's like, hey, you guys probably shouldn't make political videos where you're like, shooting fucking automatic rifles at Priuses or shit, or talking about blowing up the Democrats' agenda and having all these shits explode. But if you're like, I challenge you to a proper gentleman's boxing match because I actually just want to fight you, you should be canceled for the fucking sheer savagery of your rhetoric.
Bitch, this is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest, it's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out January 6th. Kick that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
Alex Jones is that scum on the fucking sidewalk that you don't even think is worth stepping on because you don't want to ruin the bottom of your old walking shoes.
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate. But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's stand back and stand by comment and the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was speaking directly to extremist organizations and giving them directives. We had not seen that sort of direct communication before. And that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried and others on Twitter were worried that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yes. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Yo, this fucking committee is the motherfucking gift that keeps on giving. So fucking perfect. So fucking perfect. Just fucking devastating testimony.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic and their reasonings behind why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by. Those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild. And someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, Is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted, Trump just told us all to come armed. Fucking A, this is happening. A third took it even further. It will be wild means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the Fringe Online.
By the way, guys, I just blocked No Name on Discord because he told me that I'm so bipolar. For timing him out for 5 minutes for doing something I've repeatedly asked him not to do. I've pulled No Name aside repeatedly and said, I want to keep a clean chat. Don't do this in my chat. My chat is not the place for this. My chat is not the place for that. Other fucking mods, I've repeatedly explained to No Name, other mods have contacted me using private means available to me and called out your behavior. They've repeatedly called you out for doing the very same things you don't want done in our community over and over again. You get pissed. This guy has technical difficulties. I say, No Name, let's get you a sturdy connection. Let's get you a better webcam. Let's get you a mic. I sent the guy $50. No Name. Let's help you out. Doesn't do it. Right? Gets mad. Hey Jay, when you're doing a show and the restream and the Discord keeps beeping, it gets really annoying. So what does he do? He's hopping in and out of the Discord. Beep 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 beep. I mute it because it's going off. Hey No Name, let's figure out what's going on with your setup, buddy, so that you're not causing those alarms to go off repeatedly. Like I know that really irritates you. And then he tells me I'm treating my friends like my employees. Right? I say he was literally with me when I was like, I don't like people trying to shame my friends and guests when I'm in the middle of like doing stuff with them. It's like sabotaging a show. Hey guys, I want to check out this clip from B.S. Lewis. I think B.S. Lewis's clips are funny. Well, are you supporting B.S. Lewis's anti-trans stance? Nope. All I did was say that I want to check out his video, but it's going to be pretty hard for us to enjoy it now. Now that my mod is here doxing fucking people in the community, because that's some sort of noble thing. But I guess it makes me super bipolar to be a content creator who times somebody out for 5 minutes because they're a mod who says things in my chat that I've repeatedly told them I don't want said in my chat. So for those of you that think I have beef with No Name because of his super classy fucking behavior, yikes, exactly.
Online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
By the way, thanks for helping us meet our fundraising goals for the International Bipolar Foundation. No Name, go fuck yourself.
Why did you first decide to go to D.C. for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild. Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution. Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police? Another wrote on the Donald
Special message to all the religious fucktards in the audience. There's only one correct answer to this, and it's no. It's no. This is a terroristic threat, and it is some bullshit. And y'all got to remember this. When you talk to these fucking apologists, when you talk to these motherfucking theotards, ask them a question, or don't even ask them the question. Ask yourself the question about them. Is this the type of person who would say they are willing to die for Jesus or whatever the fuck they believe in? If the answer is they would answer yes to that question, remember that whatever that cause is, they would lie for that cause. I have a very simple saying that helps me remember it. Those who are willing to die for Jesus are willing to lie for Jesus. The correct answer, however, is no, because beliefs are very, very stupid things for people to be dying over. In case y'all fucking forgot about
.win. Cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum.
Exactly. Y'all, these are the motherfuckers who went to war strapped up to the Capitol. Because they were going to go thug life on Nancy Pelosi. Fuck out of here.
The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
I mean, people have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels, wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, join your local Proud Boys chapter as well. The Donald.win featured discussions of the tunnels beneath the Capitol complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more...
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. I really, really do. But literally, that was the entire point of telling y'all that story about my grandparents. The correct answer is no. I am not willing to die for that belief. And in case you didn't understand why you personally should answer this question correctly, right? No, I am not willing to die for that belief, right? Now, if that belief is your right to die as you face terminal illness, you're trying to die because of your terminal illness, right? Let's get that straight. But here's the issue why you, regardless of how much you believe in Donald Trump, the election was stolen, Jesus Christ, Muhammad, or whatever the fuck bullshit, should not die for that belief. Here's the number one reason. Listen up closely. It's very simple, but it's incredibly important that you never forget it. And that's because you have family and friends who do not want to see you die for that belief. And they do not want to mourn your death over that fucking belief. They would rather you live and not die for that belief. I know, fucking brilliant. That must be why they want me to train for a tenure track position at a goddamn university, because that was some unbelievably profound wisdom. But in case it's difficult to remember, let me give you a very simple formula. Dying for Jesus equals bad for family. 2 more times. Dying for Jesus equals bad for family. 3rd time, in the name of the blessed motherfucking Trinity, dying for Jesus equals bad for family. Glad we all can remember that.
More aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter.
Oh, you could put Donald Trump up in that hole too.
Said there was
better believe it.
Overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Perfect. It's midnight. We're rocking with PBS. I love the PBS broadcast. We're going to give them their 10 minutes. I'm going to freshen up. I don't even know what to do. I guess I'm still waiting for my food. It hasn't gotten here yet. It's all love. But yes, please, I really do encourage y'all. I really love that y'all rock with me. I think this is such important work to do. I'm so happy to dedicate time to covering this with you. I'm so glad that those of you that didn't see this stuff are rocking with me, and that those of you that have seen it are willing to rewatch it and participate. But please do take a break. I encourage you to use the restroom, grab a snack, do whatever you got to do. I think I'm going to let it play. No, I'm going to go to music. I'm going to sit here for a minute or two, right, just so I can get a broadcaster some love. Then I'm going to switch over. I'm going to let the music play for a little bit. I'm going to take Sam out, use the little boys' room. I encourage y'all to take a break with me. We'll resume the broadcast, and let's call it 10 to 15. And thank y'all for rocking with me, but I do think it's best for everybody to get up and stretch their legs and take a quick break as the committee's doing.
And with that, the committee chair, Congressman Benny Thompson, says there will be a recess. We've just been listening to a methodical description of how former President Trump, after attempting to work through his Department of Justice, attempting to work with others who he thought were supportive, and having what was described as an, quote, unhinged meeting that went on for hours on the night of December 19th in the White House, that after that, the president tweeted in the wee hours of the next morning that he wanted his supporters to come to Washington, and as we are all now know, because it has been reported ever since, he said it will be wild. And we saw video reporting again and again individuals who were at the meeting, the former White House Trump legal counsel, Pat Cipollone. We heard more from Cassidy Hutchinson, who worked for the White House Chief of Staff, all of them buttressing the case that the president was listening to arguments that were simply not borne out by fact. He had won the election, that the election was stolen, and based on that, the president called his supporters to Washington for a couple of weeks after that. Joining me now, who've been...
All right, she's fantastic, y'all. Y'all know I like to low-key crush on her and her fashion. Part of this gig, doing this type of broadcast, the biggest broadcast when it's history in the making, all eyes are on what you're doing. She only gets these few minutes and her guest. Her fashion is always incredible, but my point is being super conservative in your choices is just part of the gig. This outfit is super conservative, almost just total plainness and nothing, but just a very simple pleat down the middle. But fits are great, wonderful shape, fantastic color. works for the broadcast, probably actually quite comfortable. She always does wear something quite comfortable looking that keeps her covered up and looking nice. And then what I realize is the earrings, right? The earrings just tie it all together. They give her a little bit of the shine and the glitter. And what it all does together is it comes together and it just makes her eye color pop. Like her eye color just pops, and then it all hits you with the earrings and then the color of the outfit, and then it's simple, tasteful, elegant, a little bit of pop and personality, perfect for the moment, and sort of the conservative neutrality required, but always very stylish. Great summary there. Wonderful rhetoric. Fantastic broadcaster. All right, let's get some music on. We'll let airplane mode rock. We'll kind of rock in here from this kind of going gone to Demons in the Sky. Part of the record we hear a little less frequently. And I'll be back in a few. I'm going to let Sam out. And what we'll do is we'll get the old J-Time fireside chat vibe going. Fireplace type of deal. Go with this one. There we go.
Oh, he did the whole race, bro. Just race back right on it. Yeah. Well.
All right, I'll be right back.
Too many cars gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case on a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shocked me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in Miami, man, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've saved them from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. This then with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas gon' catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. In that location, we coming so we loud guard of your niggas. We stayed 100 if you been on my block when we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with able to start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. So we crack it's my dog and we get it back. Champion South taking devil crash. And somehow I still go when I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that don't worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than my merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap, and I ain't even had to mention my DJ sass, yeah. I'm gone. I said 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 I'm gone, yeah.
Been going and going, and shit got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong, remember they tryna play me. Said I'm wasting money doing all these songs, ain't nobody gon' play them. Now a couple months, I don't drop a tape, niggas be like we waiting. You cannot find me in Roddy, we just touching down to Miami. The way the police got these niggas on records, they all need a Grammy. It's all for the family, told my daughter how my car when I'm landing. It's all in the plan, your circle gets smaller when you start expanding. Say, go. Where we came from, that shit made us so heartless. Fuck what they talking, I do me regardless. I'm not pulling up there without a deposit. At all. Run my money. Pull up a gang, I'ma pull up with goblins. They put in work, but them niggas is jobless. Put in that work, they be saying it's timing. Gotta trust the process. Couple niggas expired, I feel like I'm timeless. Hey, I'm still here, you heard? Two up on my lonely, I don't need no accomplice. How you on that same block for like 5 years? And it's all you accomplish. How? Going and gone. Going and gone, I'm going and gone. Going and gone. Hey, right. Going and gone, I'm going and gone. Going and gone. Going and gone. Hey, yo, hey. I'm just saying, going and gone. I'm going and gone. We're still here. Going and gone. Still going and gone. Going and gone and gone. I'm going and gone, nigga. Yeah. Going and gone, I'm back. Going and gone. Hey, yo, we gotta get back to my. I'm getting the vibe back. Do that. Feel like I'm going through withdrawal again. I need sun and palm trees, man. Hey, until then, we still gone.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
The pain be calling, wake me up, man, I don't need a long I hope I get to where I'm going before time is gone. Just hope that even if I don't, they go and play my songs. Throw on my merch, roll some papers, hit the Henny strong. I'm past rap. Niggas steady screaming where they cash at. Meanwhile, these bookings coming in through Zelle and Cash App, and that's fast. Running in them circles while I lap cats. To the same nigga pulling zips about the backpack. Shit a rat race. Get cheese, still in last place. Chances I'll take, can't wait, let's the bag straight. Been on my game, I don't lag on the ass. Soon enough, the same ones that hate, same ones that's valet. Damn right, niggas wanna see your gigs on standby. Damn right, niggas crossing over like you sham guy. Swear I never gave a fuck what niggas said. Cause if you shake my hand, we 100 or I can't. You my nigga, I would never take the stand on ya. You my nigga tryna get 100 grand with ya. Yeah, if you my dog, know I love you the most. Cause the ones I call bros, we done been through the worst. Man, it's dedication, stay patient, ain't lack faith. Ups and downs, but it's a crunch time, and that's me. Did the dash straight out the lot, playing some Max B. Niggas see me grinding, top 10 and rising. Blueprint, we wildin', brunch time, we vibing. Blunt lit inside it, never know who gon' poppin'. Yeah, know I love you the most. You forever show me love, know I'm keeping you close. Know I'm keeping you close. You forever show me love, know I'm keeping you close. Some shit that I was thinking about. Just some shit that I was thinking about. Yeah.
Right?
You can get hit with the stick talk, put some money on your head like a tip jar. Young aviation, I lift off. You the man in your city, I'm big dog. Getting high, ride around the low waves. Getting money, we was only playing G's. Made a couple dial up on Cleveland. Still that same nigga from La Place and Beef. Packed through the mail, it's exotics now. Yeah, they used to have doubts, but who got it now? Went state to state and I'm selling out. Had to go hard, got a second child. I remember them days, only moms was down. Damn. Feel like a only child, they had locked my bro up, bill 100,000. I was still in the street trying to hold him down. Can't explain it, but now we are popping. New month, gotta take shorty shopping. New deals got me feeling grateful. Did it off with a gang, gotta thank me. They ride the wave, I stick to the mission. Help for none but the set, fuck you other niggas. I'ma just grind till it's ceiling. Run up the money until I'm winded. I can't slip, never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas won't ride for they calls. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
112 all black, we the family. This for all my C's, fuck a plan B. Never switched on the bro, stick to the 3 code. Give a fuck if you understand me. Bro just did 10 in the slammer. Paranoid, had to keep the tool handy. Niggas hate when you great lockdown, getting cake in the streets, looking sweet like candy. About to fly on niggas airplane mode. Neck deep in shit, it's the same old. I done flexed on the homies for a little too long. 2022, I'm about to Range Road. That'll hush you, niggas straight flush you. Niggas ain't gotta waste money on the drain, no. Niggas wanna talk shit, duct tape to his lip, pool table with the stick straight, ain't no. I done hit some sick niggas with the sweet, so they'll do what I say for a little fee. R.P. to Spencer, he was a little G. Look at my son's eyes and I see a little me, so I ride like fuck it if a nigga kill me. So long as I go out like a real G. Keep the rubber gloves if shit get thick. If the floor wax down, I'ma talk my shit still when I can't slip.
Never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for they calls. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
I done made so much money rocking with the mode you probably wouldn't know. 1,000 after 1,000 piling on the flow. Strategize the options, pocket get the growing. Pop the Henny toast, lot of different coasts, and that's just the day to day. Said that we wasn't gonna be shit, but look how we paved the way, yeah. Cops coming, I'ma take the chase. Can't stop running, gotta shake and bake. So I'm shotgunning to the 808, and I hate to say, but I'm just a sinner. Pops isn't here, but I can remember my aunt had the K with the arm that pull out. Like ornaments you would pull out in December, or boxes of mistletoe. Y'all get the topic, I'm talking cold winter. Still the same dirty nigga, Pilgrim Village, Hazel Place. Time to take it around the globe. Politicking with my woes. I've been sticking to the codes. Also sticking to the mission. Though you niggas often lost within the vision. We ain't giving up or gone to intermission. You talk from a distance, we can't hear that shit.
And I can't slip, never switch sides, so I came with life on the line for my clique. I'm gonna ride for my family. These niggas won't ride for they call. No, I'm gonna slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gonna ride for my dogs. Yeah, can't slip, never switch sides, I came with life on the line for my clique. I'm gonna ride for my family. These niggas won't ride for they call. I'm gonna slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gonna ride for my dogs.
Zach, why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. And the game don't lose like
yeah.
And I wish you never met like Call. Dick ain't lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide.
Yeah. I'm gonna just say that like a DJ. Yeah.
When I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rhythm, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Be smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. Believe me when I say this. Oh my God. What a blessing. Hello, Phoenix. That's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again. Not again. Cause they were missing when I needed just a friend. They were missing.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate all the love. We about to get right back into the second half or part of this fucked up ass resurrectionist, insurrectionist movement. All right. But as we do that, before we do that, we got to pay the bills up in this hoe. We got a weed fund, a building fund, and a tuition fund to that Scrooge McDuck Bible University that is not going to pay for itself, folks. And so it is time to sing our offering song. And whether you would like to donate to good old me or charity, the links are in the description. Oh yeah, this is my jam. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy, put your money in the plate. See, this is original. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. I wrote this shit. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy, put your money in the plate. What? Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna front with you. That one right there, I expect to win a motherfucking Grammy for best atheist religious offering song. You know what I'm talking about? of all the religious music in atheism, I think that's the best offering song. Complete original. Now listen, if you need a clue as to what type of night I am, what type of mood I'm in, what type of late night evening is gonna be, if it is only 12 o'clock, okay, and my motherfucking food is just showing up, and I have changed robes, if you are a theist, Trump letard, any other low IQ type of motherfucker, and you notice it's a 2-robe kind of evening, you all the way fucked. I'm gonna just tell you right now, you all the way fucked. You answer for some shit that's gonna be uncomfortable.
Committee will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that
You know, Flying Wayne, I grew up in the era where everybody had to have an NWO shirt and a DX shirt. But these days, I have 2 of them, but I want as many different versions of the John Cena respect, earn it on one side and never give up on the other. That's my favorite wrestling shirt. I think it's a collectible. I love the fact that you can get it in all the Fruity Pebble colors. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a grown man Cena fan, but I actually find that shit inspirational. And I remember it was just one of the things that really honestly got me through grad school and a lot of tough times in life. Every once in a while, even the bad guys need a good guy to believe in. And yeah, sometimes the only reason you're where you're at in life is because you didn't give up.
Some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. You know, when you have armed militia, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? You know, what's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? Where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are 2 key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these 2 extremist groups, which have historically not worked together, to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida 3 Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio.
Oh, I just realized that the fucking fireplace is still going. Damn, but seriously, congrats to Nidimus, man. Congratulations. That's a huge deal, man. People don't realize, like, it's really hard to get 100 subs out here, especially in our community, right? Because it's like being in a very niche, like, word-of-mouth community. I was thinking about this earlier today, actually, when I was laying in bed before I got up to stream. And I realized this was very profound to me. Because I remember people kind of, I like the reaction people had when me and James Apperson were kind of talking about the community and the difficulties of, you know, self-promotion and being in such a niche community. And I was thinking about how not only are we in this super niche community where you really do rely on sort of word, like kind of appearing different places and building community with people to you know, grow your content, but we're in such a weird niche community because of what it really is that we're about, especially with atheism or counter-apologetics, or sometimes even if you're on the religious side of things. It's stuff that people are uncomfortable sharing, right? So one, that means it's so important that you do when you can, right? Like, that's why I try to share stuff. Like, if somebody tells me they're deconverting or they're on the fence or they're leaving the faith, they're considering leaving the faith, you know, and they ask me for resources, like, I'm gonna be like, oh, you should check this guy out. You should watch this guy. You should check out. I have a whole playlist full of this stuff, just so that whatever the person brings up, I could kind of look through my playlist and be like, all right, I got a couple good, you know, videos on that or whatever. But for the most part, right, like, you can't, like, let's say you have a new YouTuber you really like, you can't really go to, like, your family and friends or a lot of people. You can't really hit up your coworkers and be like, oh, hey, I really like this new content creator. Like, oh, what's their stuff about? Oh, they just, you know, they talk about how religion's the worst thing ever and God isn't real, right? People be like, nah, maybe don't tell people what you watch on YouTube, right? Like, right, and that's just because of, like, how awkward that type of thing could put somebody out, right? Even if they're, like I said, on the religious side, sometimes people are like, really, that's weird. No, I don't want to do that. Whereas, like, I was thinking about how even when I was on, like, a worship team, right, there was a lot of, like, people I follow on social media, on YouTube or on Instagram or on Facebook, and they post a lot of, like, inside jokes or inside humor about, like, life as a worship musician. So they might make funny skits about playing in church or little compilations of worship fails where, like, the whole set falls apart on the drummer in the middle of fucking service or whatever. And I could send that stuff around to the members of my church or the people on the worship team. We'd all have a little group chat, and I could put that in the group chat and everybody would laugh, right? Because it's funny, right? It's pretty much stuff that you could share with anybody. And so our stuff is, like, not even like that. Like, it's kind of hard to share because of the subject matter and just how, you know, off-putting a lot of people find it. So it really is an accomplishment to reach 100 people. I got really lucky. Whereas, like, right as I was, like, about to push towards 100, the whole thing with Erica happened, and a couple days later, we were at, like, 200 plus. And now we're kind of back to the grind, working from there till, like, the next thing happens. But without that, like, you know, it is really an accomplishment, especially to do it on your own without any major promotion or any help from bigger content creators and stuff like that. And Nidimus certainly works through his own challenges and everything, and I've seen him do a lot of really late night streams and a lot of panels and stuff. So definitely somebody who's been out here working at it. So congratulations, my friend. Really well deserved.
And they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense.
Yeah, they love to talk about Jesus, but boy, they look at you like you crazy if you want to share the other side.
The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers. This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone.
Pause. YouTube punk, I really want to develop this argument that a lot of what the other side does is take advantage of our goodwill. And of course, microaggressions is also, a more and more relevant topic of discussion. And this is one of those situations, right? There should be a sort of, and again, people say separation of church and state, but what is the point of it? It's really to foster a separation of the public sphere and the religious sphere. And if it applies to politics, it should probably apply to work, right? Because of undue influence, conflicts of interest, establishment of, certain preferential treatment of certain religions over others, the whole 9 yards, right? But because you're in a position where you've got to go along and the person's in a position of authority or influence, and again, they do it all with a smile and, hey, I wanted to tell you about the love of Jesus. How do you like your coffee? Can I take you out to lunch? Right? And they're so nice, and you got to meet, man, they're just so nice. So you just go along and you nod and you want the coffee, and coffee's good, and then lunch is nice, and right? And so you just go along, and then they just keep going. They just keep doing it. They just keep doing it. They just keep doing it. They just keep doing it, right? And then finally somebody says, hey, man, we really do appreciate your enthusiasm and your spirit, and all of us think you're a fantastic guy. But, some of us just, we have different beliefs, and we think it'd be, great if we didn't talk about that when we have lunch, Oh, well, I never knew you were the type who was just didn't support religious liberty. I mean, goddamn, I give you a job and I treat you well. And after all, I thought we were friends. I'm just telling you about my life. Now, my life just happens to be transformed in my everyday existence. I mean, I just depend on Jesus for the air I breathe. But I understand if you just don't support religious freedom, and you're just some kind of socialist tyrant, I didn't mean to upset you. God, I just thought we were trying to have a nice time here at lunch, and you're getting so triggered with this goddamn cancel culture, right?
In the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th, in the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tario, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December.
Gin and Truth on YouTube says the same thing about his coach that was such a big influence on him. I have the same story, and I worked for pastors who were, just some of my heroes, helped me out in some of the lowest of times, gave me a job when, a lot of that I think I earned. It was sort of, they trusted me first and I earned it later, I just happened to pay off for them, but they didn't know that going into the deal, just people you have nothing but great things to say about, but wrong is wrong, right, at the end of the day.
of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they cannot make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that if he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief, we're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
You oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
The total groans, boomers,
just the previous night.
Exactly.
The co-host of InfoWars issued an
like this Trump shit. Guys, they jerk off all over this shit. They think they see patriots. They think they see heroes. Right? You saw the WWE style entrance. And I ain't even gonna hold you, y'all. That ain't no just WWE style entrance, right? That's a WWE championship style entrance. That's like you getting a push, what we call a push. You one of the big stars, you get an entrance like that with the pyro and the over-the-top ring announcer shit and all of that, right? Right? Kyle Rittenhouse is a fucking superstar to these people, right? Again, I hate to be the reminder, y'all, but this would be some fucked up shit if we were talking about the former president of the United States of America. But need I remind you, like my man Cloud said, there's a very good chance, okay? For those of you that are dozing off, don't see why we should be talking about all this. There's a very good chance we're talking about the next president of the United States of America.
Ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio.
No broken eggs, no broken or cracked eggs. Miracle of the eggs.
Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee show that Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty and, according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group.
Hi, I'm Roger Stone. I'm a Western chauvinist. I refuse to apologize.
We'll see you in a little bit, Cameron.
Modern law. Thank you, Roger.
Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone.
All right, my food's here, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm going to put the speakers on.
Mr. Jones and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious and publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, did you tell him what you meant by that, or what did you convey to him about what you were the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the ellipse south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "This stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6th. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6th well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an early hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon that those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the vice president could or could not do at the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view was that the vice president didn't have a legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was on the campaign, said that what was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that. Okay. I think I actually told somebody, in the vice president's, just blame me. I'm not a politician, I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you.
I really love this, and this is the subtle shit. You guys remember, a lot of you, and maybe you guys haven't seen it, I had a confrontation with some creationist, and I said, my ability or inability to explain or demonstrate evolution to you has no bearing on whether or not you are in fact evolved. And Erica from Guts It Given highlighted that that's really painful for them to hear. But you hear how this man with courage under fire handled his situation, right? He's totally baffled by the absurdity of what's going on around him. And at the end of the day, all he's got is, well, this is all ridiculous. That's my legal opinion. And what I want to tell you guys is what I was thinking about when I was making my food, which is you deserve the truth. And then you deserve to make the best decisions with your life to the best of your ability, based on the best information you have. And you don't owe it to any of these nut jobs who are clearly in reality denial. Oh, if I have enough plausible deniability, then people can't prove that I'm being willfully and deliberately obtuse. Look them square in the face. Be like, I believe this is a fact, this is a fact, this is a fact, this is a fact. This is my opinion based on that. Oh, you want to stay on some bullshit? See you later.
I'll tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country, and I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6th, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principal judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6th went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, it's the essential problem with that type of epistemology. I honestly just say it as the number one problem with religion is that religious people think that reality is dictated by their preferences. You know, like I have religious friends say shit to me like, "Oh, I'm thinking about coming around on that evolution," right? As if to say, "Hey, if I decide that I'm evolved, then I think it's reasonable all of a sudden. But if I don't think I'm evolved, then that just isn't the reality because I haven't." You're right. And again, they don't get what Neil deGrasse Tyson always says, and everything I say in that vein is just a remix of what he said. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. Feels over reals. That's perfect, YouTube punk.
Converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6th, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6th, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning.
Now, some of y'all don't know mass retarded white people culture well enough for me to break down what's happening right here. But as somebody who went to that good old Penn State University, let me tell you what this is called. For those of you that party a lot, y'all know what this is about. This is called the pregame, right? Like, nigga, it's a big-ass party or football game going down tomorrow. We can't be getting here late. We can't be like the squares who think they're going to be able to show up 5-10 minutes beforehand and get the best seats. So, look, we're going to have ourselves a little get down before the throw down, right? So this is that pregame, that tailgating, right? When you tailgate the night before the game, and then you just keep the party going on game day, right? Right? That's what this is. When the party busts, right? Now people are like, why are white people always taking party buses? Oh, Lord, y'all so fucking amateur. Party buses is so you could party on the way to the event that you're partying at, drunk as fuck. Everybody pitches in. Nobody has to drive. The shit is brilliant. When they break down the party bus situation to you in State College outside the football stadium, you be like, y'all on some shit. Y'all on to some shit with that. I fucks with that party bus. I didn't really get it at first. It felt a little church convention-y to me. But now that I see what y'all on, everybody's drinking, nobody's driving. That's some smart shit y'all figured out there. So that's what this is, y'all. This is the fucking tailgate, insurrection, warm-up, pre-insurrection lawn party on the fucking Freedom Plaza.
Morning. And as this rally was
already
underway,
blasted, drunk. Yep, exactly. Y'all already know what the vibes are.
the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had asked me to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there's a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked.
I'm in love, y'all. I gotta be honest. I really be thinking I can't date Christians. I really do. I be thinking I can't date Christians because they need a man who loves Jesus and a good black man loves the Lord and all the fucking bullshit. And I'll be like, I definitely can't date a Christian who's a Republican. I definitely can't. Especially because their whole view of women is so fucked up that I feel like if you try to fit into that and you're groomed into like the good Christian Republican ideal woman, like your brain is just so fucking fried and melted that you're just unredeemable. And not for everybody, but just for me. There's just no way you're gonna love my fucking, heathen ass, right? But I'm in love with that woman. I could love a woman like that. Why? Because she's got that perfect Republican look, right? And she she like walks by faith and all of that shit, and she be in church looking pretty as shit on Sunday with the little cross pendant and shit, right? But boy, when she get to telling that Trump gossip, she be spilling the tea on these Republicards. And when I see her looking all good, all looking all fine, and she's just up there with the January 6th committee, just singing like a bird in the choir, just ratting on Trump, just spilling all the tea. Oh yeah, this nigga loved it. Oh yeah. When they was in there singing "Hang the Vice President" and "Stop the Steal" and all of that bullshit. Oh, he loved it. Oh yeah, we know, cause his monkey, retarded, funky ass had been throwing plates of ketchup against the wall for weeks, and everybody knew when he starts farting and sitting in his own farts and throwing ketchup plates against the fucking statues of George Washington that he's in a fucking tiffy. And boy, when they started saying they were going to hang the vice president, he perked right up and started dancing. He started doing the Trump. Do the Trump. Do the Trump. Do the Trump. He started doing his little dance. He got real happy, and I'll be like, oh my goodness, y'all, I'm in love with this woman. Somebody get me a date with this woman right now. Oh, the way she snitches on Donald Trump. Oh, man. You want to talk about a turn on? I'm coming around to these Republican Christian women. All you got to do is rat on Donald Trump. When I hear you rat on Donald Trump, I get real excited.
If
members of Congress would be with him.
We can work it out, baby girl.
And what did you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for
talk Trump's dirty secrets to me.
Ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot.
They was like, yeah, it's Trump. I ain't even picking that shit up. Nah, I ain't taking that nigga call. You might go to jail. You pick that shit
fairly
up.
Quickly moved to how fired up the crowd was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up. They were angry. They feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give you any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd and the music at the rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Y'all, I'm so confused. What side is this nigga on? This is how cartoonish America is. This motherfucker is like a convicted felon for some shit. You know, had to get pulled out by the corrupt president who needed him to cover him stealing the stolen election. He comes out in this broke-ass pinstripe suit looking like a Batman villain from the fucking 60s, right? With just a straight caricature of a villain's hat on, talking about how this is a battle between the God and the God, and I'm like, which side are you on again, motherfucker? And if we don't win this, which by the way means overturning an election, America is gonna be covered in darkness. Wow.
For the future of this country between dark and light.
Press X to doubt, exactly.
Between the godly and the godless.
Is he in the
between
exactly,
good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
1,000 years of darkness. What
tomorrow,
the fuck?
Trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight,
told y'all they was tailgating,
this soil
y'all.
Tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought over.
Yo, I told y'all, tailgate, pep rally, right? Y'all see the pregame vibes, right? Tomorrow's the big game day, y'all. We gon' fuck these niggas up. We gon' block this goddamn certification of this stolen ass election, right? They took the party bus. They showed up fucked up to the motherfucking Mall of America, whatever the fuck they call this fucking grassy knoll shit, right? Had them a little fucking pregame tailgate, threw them a motherfucking pep rally, had motherfucking coach come through and all of this shit.
Fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body Get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option. These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
It's 1776. 1776. 1776. 1776.
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January...
Big thing, that's hysterical, bro. But yeah, by the way, in case you missed my public service announcement, 1776 is their way of saying war. War is always an option. Remember that, y'all. War is always an option, right? Again, those who are willing to die for the cause are willing to lie for the cause, right? Oh, so y'all think the best way to settle this is war, not just admitting that you lost the election, right? The fucking Democrat, patriot, freedom lovers would rather remind us that war is always an option rather than we just got more votes than y'all did this time. Better luck next time.
January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, "When people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried." And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into...
Nope. I know I shouldn't, y'all. I should have just let it go, y'all, but it triggered me. Come on, these fucking anti-truth motherfuckers, they're always trying to trigger you with the projection, right? If you would just let go of your scientific dogma, if you would just admit that your naturalism is a religion, you know, listen, socialist on the left, if you would just respect the separation of church and state and just admit that your Marxist dogma is really an ideology of religion and that you just want your Marxist leftism to allow us to trans the kids with critical race theory, okay? So if you would stop just listening to the ministers on high of leftism, okay, and stop trying to cultivate some kind of theocracy, okay, then maybe we could have freedom up in this bitch. Right? They're always trying to project and just trigger the fuck out of you. And what was the phrase this time, y'all? I don't know. I hope y'all heard it. Raise the reality. I'm going to run him back and let him say this bullshit again, right? Guys, all I was trying to do, right? These motherfuckers who are lying, they done lost in court 9,200 times. We don't all know the facts. Guys, we were just trying to raise the reality.
Attempting to raise the reality.
He better be on our side.
If we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die.
Oh, okay. Okay, he's on our side, y'all. Sorry, that shit triggered me. I'll admit I was preemptively triggered. I thought he was going to be on. I thought he was on some pro-Trump shit. I prematurely tried to shove my foot up his ass. I apologize.
And on January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming.
Don't let my grandkids find out how my grandfather got his farm. Exactly.
As hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups.
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members.
All right, guys. He was trying to raise the reality that time.
Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here,
what's up, Tux?
The president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement between the president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
I just came up with the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here's how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And fuck all these people that want to tell you Trump is too, whatever the fuck, aloof or incompetent or whatever to be held accountable for this shit. Look at this shit. When Trump wants to be the boss, all of a sudden, magically, Trump knows how to be the boss. All of a sudden, when the rubber meets the road, Trump knows exactly how to assert who the fuck is in charge. All caps, y'all. To the motherfucking speechwriters whose job it is to proof his speeches so his dumbass doesn't step in the pile of shit. These motherfuckers have done exactly that. He throws a hissy fit, gets on the phone with the vice president, calls him a bunch of fucking expletives, and then in all caps says, reinsert the Mike Pence lines, period, confirm receipt. AKA, put your job on the line so when you don't reinsert the Mike Pence lines, I have grounds to fire your ass for insubordination to the President of the United States of America. Because you serve at my will. Don't sleep on old Donnie J. Trump, y'all.
President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence about the vice president that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the Ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm this situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. but we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them, and his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is
the same shit that you got to remind yourself about politics and religion. Just as we say, you got to remember that the allure of power is that it's powerful. And there's nothing in the world like power. There's power, and then there's everything else. Right? It's a whole lot of rich people that have no power in the world. And it don't matter how much money they have, they could buy what they want and spend what they want and buy who they want. But if they ain't got no real say over nobody else in this motherfucking world, don't nobody really give a shit. You could be famous as fuck, good looking as fuck, all of this shit is fuck, and have no motherfucking power. But everybody knows, just like we talking about these bad bosses, even a little bit of power is enough to ruin the lives of a whole bunch of other motherfuckers, right? Just being a bad boss, a bad pastor, a bad coach, a bad Sunday school teacher, right? So it's absolutely crazy what these people are doing with the power that they have over other people. And you have to remind yourself that the people even that you can't stand because they're on the other side, many of them are victims, right? So there's people in the world, and this is not going to sound nice, but they are clearly not adequately tooled to even make good use of public information. I'm going to just put it to you straight like that, right? They're motherfuckers who they Googling skills is just not up to par. Their ability to make heads or tails, should I trust the New York Times or the New York Post, is just not up to snuff, right? They don't recognize the difference between a peer-reviewed research article and a goddamn report put out as some bureaucrat's motherfucking official opinion. And here is the president of the United States telling them some bullshit that man knows for a fact is not true. And as stupid as these motherfuckers are for believing him, they are still victims in this situation. And one of them died, and a whole bunch of police got injured and ultimately lost their lives. A whole bunch of people got fucked up, hundreds, and ultimately in the end, probably over 1,000 motherfuckers will end up facing, criminal or civil prosecution and charges. Right? Just like, Benny Hinn, Kenneth Copeland may be up there talking about we wrestle not, because that guy made that airplane so cheap, I just couldn't help but buy it. It was like an extra large fry for $1. You'd be stupid to say no, right? But at the same time, the motherfucking poor ladies who, you know, ain't treating a medical cure right because they focused on the prayer and they spent their little savings flying off the world for some faith healing, or your dumbass grandparents lost their lives because they wouldn't stop going to church during COVID, or your motherfucking uncle is in jail now because his dumbass believed that Joe Biden didn't win the election, or your motherfucking auntie is now dealing with, you know, being too embarrassed to show her face on social media because she just realized she got caught up in the QAnon conspiracy, right? And she just came out that shit and realized she done, you know, done irreparable damage to her fucking reputation for the rest of her life. The consequences are real, even if the bullshit ideas are not.
This is what he said on January 6th in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Pascal said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win,"
reality has a
Katrina
well-known
Pearson
liberal
responded,
bias. Facts, though.
"You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Pascal added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Pascal said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayers.
I told y'all on a 2 fucking robe kinda evening, yo ass is motherfucking grass. It is 1:29. You are rocking with the late night crew. I like to be in bed by 4. I need to be in bed by 6. I'm gonna be up that conservative Trump-litard ass. I've been on it all night long, and I ain't about to stop. It's been explosive testimony on top of explosive testimony, and you dumbass motherfuckers, we literally haven't even gotten to the fucking witnesses yet. Whoo, we up that ass tonight. We on they ass tonight.
Mr. Tavenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to
Fuck Trump, fuck America. America sucks. Nobody gives a shit. Fuck this country. This country doesn't matter. All y'all can eat shit and die. Woo! Flying man, Bruce. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I think this might be like a billion pocket change moment. Oh, I'm about to change my whole profile picture and everything. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't even think y'all ready for this shit. I'm going to show y'all my DMs for this shit. I'm going to take myself off the motherfucking camera for this shit. Because y'all got to see this shit in theater mode. I can't have no chat on the screen, no webcams, no none of that shit. Holy look at this, y'all. Yo, look at that. Holy fuck. How about that motherfucker insurrection? Nobody cares about that insurrection right now. Look at this shit right here, y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that is just fucking amazing. That's about to be my profile picture. That's gonna be on my motherfucking Tinder, my motherfucking OnlyFans, all of that shit. If I ain't getting bitches off this fucking hand-drawn fucking mural of fucking maleness, then bitches don't know what's good for them. You know what I'm talking about? If you don't understand I'm the most high of the motherfucking cult to the flying man right there, something wrong with your ass. Something wrong with your ass. That shit, nice package. That shit is incredible right there. Whew. Whew. Oh my God, that shit is crazy. That right there, that's some shit right there, y'all. Whew, that's super hella nice. Thank you so much, Flying Man. That's crazy, Flying Wayne. That's crazy, man. I'm honored, man. I'm really honored. That's crazy. Thank y'all so much. That's wild, bro. That is. He said he gonna do a real painting of her. All right, man. We looking forward to that. We looking forward to that.
Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders.
Thank you so much.
He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand.
I can draw a below average stick figure. Taco knows what my visual abilities are. I'm at Taco level. That was amazing, man.
You swear affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions. Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and then straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself.
All right, guys, quick update. If you refresh the channel, you should see that that sketch as the new profile picture or whatever from the Big Thing Flying Wayne. Man, appreciate it, man. I always love to feature the content you guys send as part of the broadcast and the channel, man. It helps so much, right? Because it's hard to get custom artwork and custom graphics, and it takes a lot of time for people to make those things, man. So all those things that really help us style and profile, floss on them, show them we out here, I really appreciate it, man. So happy to have that as the profile picture, and you'll probably see it popping up a few more places too. But man, that means a lot to me, man. I might have to frame this. The first time somebody drew me a picture of me, man, along with fucking YouTube Punk's graphics and Nano's video. Man, I feel so fortunate to have the community I do. Thank you, guys.
Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
We love to be live.
Basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. Family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank-and-file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, be there, we'll be wild, and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, fight, 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 and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the Ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I was, I'm angry, after everything that was basically said in the speech. A lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election. Also the whole time on our way down there, we kept hearing about this big reveal I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. You know, he said in his speech, you know, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I mean, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. You know, to me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, you know, we wouldn't be in this. Maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Now, say what you want, but I remember parts of this, and I really had a lot of respect for these guys, man. And like I said, people are oftentimes not adequately equipped for one reason or another to make heads or tails of the situation. And a lot of times the thing to do in good faith is to, as hard as it might be, to understand that sometimes people are acting in good faith in their mind, right? And here's a person who faced the music, really reveals very powerful firsthand testimony that they thought they were where Trump wanted them, and they expected Trump to be with them, and they expected Trump to deliver big earth-shattering news. And once Trump told their asses to go home, they went the fuck home. And he ain't up there making no excuses and doubling down on the bullshit. He's like, yep, I did what I did. I had to take responsibility for what happened. You know, maybe had this or that gone differently, we wouldn't be in this situation. But he's sitting here, he's facing the camera, he's facing the music. And like I said, to me, this is a person who, again, deserves to deal with whatever they got to deal with, make their amends where possible for them to make amends, try to do their best to make it right, and move the fuck on with their life. That's right. I think these motherfuckers who did this shit and they get locked up for this shit or whatever the fuck happens, they should deal with that shit, and like everybody else who has fucked up and had to deal with the consequences, move on with your life. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. I hope you stay strong. Hope you got a good job. Hope you get to keep the good job. Hope you got a good woman in your life, good family and all that good shit. Why wish ill will upon people who take responsibility for their shit? That's just human nature. They trying to do better. Let's let them try to do better.
Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6th, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act.
Yep.
The 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that? And what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy, that it was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. I mean, people died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing.
Hard to predict breaking
whether
points
by
for other people.
wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group.
Christianese,
but
Christianese,
again, we've got to
Christianese.
stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. You know, he's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader. And the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. You know, the fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, you know, kind of that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force, you know?
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives to Washington ahead of January 6th. And the committee's also learned that Stuart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stuart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So, yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
I think as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these.
Y'all heard it. Y'all know the vibes. That's what we got to call the palace. You know, I've really been thinking of, what do we call it? The Pocket Locker Palace, when I finally get the palatial presidential ranch that y'all got to come to for the super secret Call to the Flying Man meetings. Bundy Ranch, y'all. Bundy Ranch. You know, that's when you're real official, when you get the call, yeah, we need you to come up to Bundy Ranch. Oh, shit. Y'all, I'm going to Bundy Ranch today. What the fuck's going to happen? I don't know. Probably some sinning. I don't know what the fuck going on, but probably some sin. I bet you we going to be up in that bitch sinning like a motherfucker. Bundy Ranch, y'all. Try to get on the list. Get on the list.
Stand.
That's going to get us put on the list. That's the point. Yes, sir. Yeah, they gonna be mad as fuck when they figure out we ain't the ones. They gonna be mad as shit. They're like, we got them. Oh, fucking YouTubers. God damn it.
And they were.
They're gonna be like, what are y'all doing at Bundy Ranch? They're gonna be eavesdropping on the phone, right? It's gonna be like a Home Alone movie, right? Like when they're gonna start eavesdropping us on the phone, right? And they're gonna really think we up into some shit, right? We're gonna be like, y'all, did y'all put the stacks of cash in the golden plate? Y'all, yeah, put everybody's money in the golden plate. What y'all doing? Yeah, we out here selling drugs with the motorcycle club. Nigga, did you sell your cocaine? Nigga, come on, let's sell this cocaine real quick. Come on, we gotta sell this motherfucking cocaine for our motherfucking cult. Right? Oh, we bodied that nigga. Right? They gonna be like, they're selling drugs and they're shooting people and they're smuggling weapons as part of their motorcycle club. They run an atheist cult where they indoctrinate children. Oh, we gonna be trolling the shit about the federal government up in this bitch.
Standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies. whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen.
The bunny ranch is next door, The bunny ranch is for the special guest, you know what I'm saying? That's for the stayover visitors, you know what I'm saying? When the harem is developed, each bunny has to have their own little spot on the ranch. What the fuck you supposed to call them? I'll think of it. I forgot the little, they like little dormitories, but you got to give them better names than that, like the suites or some shit like that. They each get their own suite, In
there from the start. And we got very lucky that the loss of life was, and as tragic as it is, that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. And I do fear for this next election cycle.
Yeah, we use phrases like "let's kill the president" to describe mundane things. We use "meet the chief" when we're doing a patch graving, right? So. Kill, plotting to kill the president will be like taking a shit, right? Oh yeah, man, I woke up this morning and I was listening to the news, plotting to kill the president, right? Oh, that shit's hilarious.
If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to
Hold on a second. This is the worst. All right, guys, hang on a sec.